Chapter 1539. Yi Hao shrugged his shoulders, revealing his cultivation as a level 9 spiritual emperor. General Wang, how do you know that you can defeat me with your strength? No other reason. I just know. Wang Jian's body moved violently, and a short sword came directly at him. Yi Hao shouted, "Star and Moon transformation, body forging." Instantly, Yi Hao's skin turned silver white, and at the same time, a fiery red long sword appeared in his hand. Shifting stars. A shadow was left on the spot. Wang Jian stopped and looked around vigilantly. A fiery red long sword appeared behind him. He turned around and blocked with the short sword in front of his chest. The two swords clashed, and sparks danced in the air. Yi Hao withdrew his long sword, and changed from stabbing to slashing. Wang Jian bent his legs slightly, and a short sword gently knocked away the Wu Dao sword. Then, he stepped forward and put two fingers on his right hand together, and hit Yi Hao's chest heavily. Bang! Wang Jian's expression changed slightly. He felt as if his fingers had hit a hard iron door. Not only could he not penetrate it, but he also felt some pain. Yi Hao smiled indifferently. In the next second, his figure appeared on the left side of Wang Jian, and the two engaged in a fierce battle again. Sky-devouring beast, who had run all the way back from afar, looked at Yi Hao's illusory movement technique and smiled. This stellar transposition is indeed powerful. It's no wonder that although Xingyue's cultivation is no match for the top few people in the world, her battle prowess is not at all inferior. Star and Moon transformation plus shifting stars. TSK, TSK. Powerful. The sky-devouring beast lay on the desert, watching the battle with interest. At the gate of Tianyuan New City, the caravan led by an old man finally arrived at their destination, New Tianyuan City, after a long and arduous journey. The old man heard faint cries from afar, shook his head gently, and said, "Sai, why do we have to fight? How many people will die? Can't we just live peacefully?" There was a well-built guard in the caravan. He came to the old man's side and asked respectfully, "Elder Jiyu, the Yueluan Empire is clearly prepared to attack the Tianyuan Empire. This is a private matter between the two empires. Do we have to interfere?" Old Jiyu looked at the tightly shut city gate and said calmly, "Not interfering? If I hadn't interfered, I would have left the Tianyuan Empire long ago. I have to do something about this." "Yes." The guard nodded respectfully and said, "We will listen to Elder Jiyu." Then, the guard patted the city gate. After a long while, a soldier poked his head out and looked at the caravan cautiously. The guard took out a badge and handed it to the soldier. "We're not spies, we're not spies. We're from the Pill School Empire. This is our Elder Jiyu. We're here on the orders of the sect master to establish a branch in the new city. I hope you can inform the general to let us in." The soldier suspiciously took the token with the words Pill Sect engraved on it. He quickly pulled his head back and slammed the city gate shut. "Elder Jiyu." The guard was clearly dissatisfied with the soldier's rude behavior. Old man Jiyu waved his hand nonchalantly and smiled. "This is a special period. I understand." Not long after, a general-like person opened the city gates and led Elder Jiyu and the others in. On the street, the general introduced himself to old man Jiyu. "So you are a guest from the Pill School Empire. Please forgive me. I am Yu Ying." "Elder Jiyu, this way please." Yu Ying led Elder Jiyu into the depths of the palace. Elder Jiyu said, "General Yu Ying, you are too polite. May I ask where your emperor is?" Yu Ying looked troubled. He asked, "Elder Jiyu, are you here to discuss the establishment of a branch?" "Yes and no." What do you mean?" Elder Jiyu looked at him and smiled. "General Yu Ying, do you think Tianyuan can still establish a branch in its current situation?" Yu Ying was silent. Indeed, Yueluan was attacking Yuying right now. The result of the war was not out yet, so they could not establish a branch. "Elder Jiyu, what do you mean?" Yu Ying suddenly understood Elder Gu's meaning, so he probed. "I want to see your emperor first. Then I will see if Tianyuan is worth the Pill School Empire stopping Yueluan's invasion." Yu Ying was overjoyed. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Elder Jiyu. If the Pill School Empire is willing to step in, Tianyuan will definitely be safe. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. I want to see your emperor first before making a decision. What's wrong? Elder Jiyu frowned. Our young emperor is not in the city at the moment. He is fighting the enemy outside the city. Elder Jiyu was silent. He then said, General Yu Ying, please inform your emperor as soon as possible. Tell him that Pill School Master Jiyu Sheng has something important to discuss with him. Of course, of course. Yu Ying left the palace after settling Elder Jiyu and the others down. He went to the top of the city wall and looked at the waves in the distance. He was silent. There were two forces of spiritual energy that surpassed the spiritual emperor level fighting there. A general came to Yu Ying and said softly, General, the cultivators in the city have taken the elixir given by the young emperor. There are already 500 cultivators in the spiritual emperor level. They are all 8th level spiritual emperors. Yu Ying nodded and said, Very good. Let them go outside the city. I have already informed San Yang on that mountain. San Yang will send people to meet them there. Yes. Thus, the city gate opened. A group of 500 people quietly left the city and went straight to the mountain. On the mountain, in a dense forest next to the camp, there was a huge spiritual array. In the center of the array stood a thin man. He held 2 spiritual stones in his hands. The spiritual stones were engraved with complicated runes. Around him stood 200 spiritual emperor-level cultivators. These cultivators all stood in the middle of the array. Each of them held a spiritual stone that shone with a light blue light. The spiritual stones in their hands were different from the ones in Lin Hua and the others' hands. Lin Hua and the others held spiritual stones to defend against arrows. The spiritual stones in his hands were to turn into arrows with the help of the spiritual energy in the array. The arrows that were shining with a light blue light were arranged and directed by Yu Shaoqiu. They were created with the help of the 200 cultivators beside him. As for why they could penetrate the light blue barrier so easily, it was because the defensive spiritual array was created by Yu Shaoqiu himself. Thus, he knew very well where the weakness was. When Lin Hua and the others were about to escape, Yu Shaoqiu put away the spiritual stones in his hands and said loudly, They are preparing to retreat. You guys take a rest and go find San Yang. Yes. Everyone put away the spiritual stones and silently went back to the camp from the other side. Yu Shaoqiu walked out of the dense forest and came to a mountain road not far from the camp. Before he could get far, he stopped and stood there quietly. Not long after, a battered and exhausted group appeared in front of him. When he saw the leader clearly, the smile on his face grew wider. Chapter 1540. Lin Hua was the leader of this battered and exhausted army. Originally, his army of 2,500 people was going to annihilate the army of 1,000 people, but who knew that there was not a single person in the tent. Not only that, but many of their soldiers were also killed by Tianyuan's arrows. Out of 2,500 people, only 1,500 people were left, and 500 of them were injured. Lin Hua looked at the figure that appeared in the middle of the road, his pupils constricted, and he angrily said, It's you? Are you committing treason? Yu Shaoqiu laughed and said, Lin family's Lin Hua, Lin Yi's second son. Good, I will take your life today. Shameless boasting. Lin Hua sneered and mocked, You want to take my life by yourself, you really overestimate yourself. I was wondering why the defensive formation was useless, so it was all because of you. Yu Shaoqiu snorted, Then come and try. Lin Hua waved his arm and shouted, Go, take down this traitor, kill. Many cultivators swept away their previous melancholy and rushed forward. Yu Shaoqiu stood in place and slowly squatted down. Looking at the approaching soldiers, he formed a hand seal and touched the ground. Lin Hua looked at Yu Shaoqiu's solemn appearance and had a bad premonition. Only when he felt waves of spiritual energy under his feet did he shout, Not good, quickly disperse. There is a formation. Ah, you want to leave now? Too late, Candle Demon Formation, rise. With Yu Shaoqiu as the center, a huge disc with a diameter of a few hundred meters suddenly appeared under everyone's feet. Then, a lot of black fog came out of the disc. The fog gradually took shape in the air and turned into soldiers one after another. The soldiers formed from the black mist roared and charged towards the terrified spirit emperors with bared fangs and brandished claws. One of the cultivators bravely rushed towards the soldier and the two of them tangled together. The spirit emperor cultivator slashed the soldier's chest and the soldier formed by the black fog dissipated. Just as the cultivator was feeling proud, a ball of black fog quietly formed behind him. Then, a black sword pierced through the cultivator's heart. The cultivator died with his eyes wide open. Everyone was a little frightened, and they all avoided the soldiers formed by the black fog. That was because those soldiers could not be killed at all. Even if they were killed, another black fog would immediately form, making it impossible to guard against. Lin Hua's face was filled with rage as he picked up his sword and charged towards Yu Shaoqiu, who was kneeling on the ground and controlling the array. In his opinion, all of this was Yu Shaoqiu's doing. As long as he killed him, all of this would naturally be resolved. However, how could Yu Shaoqiu let him have his way? Lin Hua's long sword was not even close to Yu Shaoqiu, when a golden long spear directly attacked and knocked the long sword out of Lin Hua's hand, and then two whips that were shining with a pale yellow light heavily hit Lin Hua's back. Pu. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Yu Shaoqiu clenched his hands and a black mist appeared in front of Lin Hua. Then, the black soldier stretched out his hands and stroked Lin Hua's face. Yu Shaoqiu twisted his hands and took off Lin Hua's head. After Zhu Dong and Huyen Zhu arrived with 500 people, the battle ended even faster. 2,500 people were completely wiped out, and General Lin Hua died in battle. When Yu Shaoqiu and the others returned to the camp, they directly hung Lin Hua's head on top of the wall as a demonstration and to boost the morale. At this time, Lin Shui finally noticed that something was wrong and quickly led her troops up the mountain. In the desert filled with yellow sand. After the two figures intersected, they quickly separated. Wang Jian, who was holding a short sword, stood in the same place and breathed heavily, while Yi Hao, who was holding my sword, sat on the ground and panted heavily without caring about his image. "How is it, General Wang? Do you still think you can easily defeat me?" Wang Jian looked at his trembling arm and remained silent. At this time, Yi Hao's silver-white skin dissipated. He stood up and looked at Wang Jian. "Actually, I have seen your disciple." Wang Jian was startled and asked, "He still went to find you?" "Yes." Wang Jian smiled bitterly and said, "When he left, was it painful?" "He didn't leave." Yi Hao wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, "He pledged allegiance to me." "What?" Wang Jian was furious. He moved his sword forward and stabbed at Yi Hao. Yi Hao smiled indifferently. 8 fire phoenixes intertwined to block Wang Jian's attack. That day, Lin Sheng was also there. "We almost died." Wang Jian smiled bitterly and said, "Sure enough, Lin Sheng also went. It seems that Lin Sheng should be dead." "Yes." Yi Hao stirred up his spiritual energy and said seriously, "I killed Lin Sheng. Do you know why Yu Shaoqiu pledged allegiance to me? I don't need to know the reason. I will pretend that I don't have a disciple in this life. Because of you." "Ha!" Wang Jian sneered and said angrily, "If he really wanted my good, he shouldn't have gone to find you. He should have left this place. Do you think he can leave?" Yi Hao was also angry and roared, "Lin Sheng has been following him since he left the camp. If he didn't come to find me, then you would have really lost this disciple. This is not a reason for him to betray the country. He wanted to save you. He didn't want you to be in the hands of the Lin family. His condition for pledging allegiance to me was to let me save you." Speaking of this, Yi Hao recalled Yu Shaoqiu's condition for pledging allegiance to him last night. He didn't want any glory or wealth. He didn't want to live an ignoble life. He didn't want to be condemned by everyone. But he was more afraid of losing his only family. So that night, he begged Yi Hao to show mercy to his master when the two armies were fighting and bring his master to Tianyuan. Yi Hao agreed. So he let Yu Shaoqiu command the battle with Lin Yi, and he was responsible for stopping the only spirit emperor in Yueluan. He also fulfilled his promise to Yu Shaoqiu. Wang Jian took a deep breath and said calmly, "This is the path he chose. I won't say much. But my path should be chosen by myself. He doesn't have the right to make the decision for me. Then, Wang Jian closed his eyes and a sharp sword aura shot into the sky. Yi Hao also knew that it was useless to say anything more, so he simply shut his mouth and secretly accumulated power. Gradually, 9 fire phoenix phantoms appeared behind him. Those phantoms slowly opened their crimson-red eyes. The short sword in Wang Jian's hand shattered bit by bit. The sword aura became stronger and stronger, and the phoenix shadows behind Yi Hao became more and more real. Not far away, Tunchen, who was lying on the ground, said happily, "After fighting for so long, these two guys are finally going to use their special skills. This is a one-hit battle. I like this." Just as Tunchen said, both of them were accumulating power for their last move. However, this move could not only determine victory or defeat, but could also directly determine life and death. The difference between the two would depend on the control of the two. Chapter 1541. Rumble. After Wang Jian's body was broken, it seemed that his whole body had turned into a sword. Not only that, but with him as the center, a tornado slowly formed. Yi Hao held the sword with both hands, and 9 phoenixes with fiery red wings were constantly circling behind him, as if they wanted to flap their wings and cry out. Wang Jian, one move to decide the winner. Wang Jian's face was calm as he said, "Who said I want to decide the winner with one move? I want to decide life and death with one sword. I chose the road myself. Even if I have to kneel, I will walk it. Sword, come, collapse, break." When the last word was spat out, the giant tornado was suddenly lifted by Wang Jian with one hand, like a sharp sword. The tip of the sword pointed straight at Yi Hao. Yi Hao's wrist was simplified, the tip of the sword pointed at Wang Jian, and then the 9 phoenixes whistled out. 9th sword, Phoenix dance, 9th heaven. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for using the 9th sword technique of Phoenix dance of the 9th heaven. The reward is a set of Sword Immortal Advent Sword Manual. Boom. The 9 phoenixes collided with the huge tornado, and the wind and fire intersected, and a brilliant lotus flower formed by spiritual power bloomed in the air. After 3 breaths, the spiritual power of the 9 phoenixes had covered the tornado, and they rushed straight to Wang Jian. Yi Hao frowned slightly, and the arm holding the sword wanted to pull back, but suddenly a figure rushed over, and then the sword penetrated the man's chest. Yi Hao looked at the familiar figure in front of him and sighed, "Hey, why do you have to do this? My skill is not as good as others, and I don't regret death." Cough, cough. Wang Jian coughed twice, and was a little weak. "Do you have any words for me to tell him? Just say that I don't blame him. The road he took is a sunny road. Go well, and don't look back." "Okay." Yi Hao let go of the sword, and hugged Wang Jian silently. Wang Jian raised his arm with some difficulty. He wanted to grab the jug, but he caught nothing. He smiled bitterly. "Hey, in this life, it's good to be alive." Yi Hao stretched out his right hand and gently brushed it across Yi Hao's face. Then, he took back his sword of my path and carried it on his back. He walked towards the mountain in the distance. Tunchen, who was inexplicably sad, silently followed beside Yi Hao's feet. High mountain, inside the camp. Yu Shaoqiu seemed to have sensed something. Looking at the barren desert not far away, there was no more movement. His face was a little sad. Hu Sanyang saw this and asked, "General Yu, what's wrong? Why are you sad?" "Nothing." Yu Shaoqiu collected his thoughts and focused on the battle. "We've already withstood 2 waves of attacks. The next one should be the final attack. I heard that Qing Yunlan's troops are less than 10 li away from here. As long as we can withstand the final wave of attacks, victory will definitely belong to us," Yi Yi said excitedly. "But where do we have the manpower to defend this counterattack?" Hu Yanzhua said uneasily. "We have 1,000 people. More than 600 have died and more than 100 have been injured. There are only 200 people left who can still fight. How can we defend?" "Haha, who said we don't have people? We have people." A burst of hearty laughter was heard. Zhu Dong walked in with a smile on his face. "Zhu Dong, what did you just say?" Feng Shui asked, puzzled. "Tianyuan New City has sent another 500 people to us. They are all 8th level spirit emperors. This time, we can definitely defend. Where did so many people come from? Hu Sanyang did not understand. Yu Xiaoqiu knew and explained. It seems that Xiao Di gave them the elixirs. Then how did you bring them up? Wasn't this place blocked by Yueluan's people? Thousand Pill Ancestor did not understand. As General Yu said, the enemy is preparing for the final attack. They gathered everyone in one place, so I secretly brought them up the mountain. Zhu Dong explained to everyone. Very good. Now we have 700 people who can fight. Then, let's start the deployment. We must withstand the final attack. Yu Xiaoqiu gave the order, and everyone started to get busy again. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Yi's whip landed on Shui Lin's fair face. The burning pain spread all over her body, but Lin Shui did not dare to move or raise her head. She silently knelt on the ground. Lin Feng looked at Lin Shui, who was being whipped, with sadness on his face. He wanted to persuade her but did not dare. Lin Yu, on the other hand, looked gloating. Look at you. 5,000 people can't even take down 1,000 people. What are you doing? Crack. Lin Yi, who was condescending, whipped Lin Shui's weak body, who had taken off her battle robe. A bloodstain appeared on her white coat. Lin Shui whispered, "It's my fault. Please punish me, General." Crack. Another whip. It's fine if you can't beat them. But you let Lin Hua's head hang above the camp. You trash. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Yi whipped Lin Shui a few more times. Lin Shui's white coat was full of red bloodstains, and her forehead was covered with cold sweat. Even so, Lin Yi was still angry. General, you can't blame us. Yu Xiaoqiu betrayed the country. He is proficient in spiritual arrays, so we suffered heavy losses. What did you say? Lin Yi was furious. He directly strangled Lin Shui's white neck and asked, "You saw Yu Xiaoqiu? Is this true?" "I don't dare to lie." Lin Yi took back the whip and pondered. Lin Shui held her neck that was already bleeding. She didn't even dare to breathe. Lin Yi thought in his heart, "It's impossible. Second uncle went to kill Yu Xiaoqiu. How could Yu Xiaoqiu come back? Could it be that second uncle failed? It doesn't make sense." Second uncle is a third-order spirit monarch. At this time, a general came to Lin Yi's side and whispered, "General Lin, now that things have come to this, please take action." Lin Yi coughed and said, "My second uncle is busy with his own matters and is not here." "What about Wang Jian? Did he go out and come back?" "No. Bah, so unreliable. He's the same as his disciple." Lin Yi looked at the mountain and said in a low voice, "It's okay. We can win even without a spirit monarch. Pass down my order. After an hour of rest, we will attack together." "Yes. General Lin, what about Lin Shui?" Lin Feng mustered up his courage and asked. Lin Yi waved his hand impatiently, "Get out, get out. I feel annoyed just looking at her." Lin Feng hurried forward and helped Lin Shui down. On the high mountain camp, a figure suddenly appeared. Yu Xiaoqiu, Hu Sanyang, and the others who got the news hurried over. They looked carefully. Some were sad, and some were happy. Hu Sanyang and the others came out of the camp and took the figure in. Everyone had a smile on their faces. Only Yu Xiaoqiu looked sad. Because he saw a corpse. It was his master's corpse. Yi Hao patted Yu Xiaoqiu's shoulder and said softly, "I tried my best." Yu Xiaoqiu sat on the ground in a daze, holding the corpse in his arms. Tears welled up in his eyes but could not flow out. Yi Hao stood in the middle of the crowd and said softly, "I'm back. Tian Yuan, it's time to counterattack, yes." Chapter 1542. 10 miles away from New Qianyuan City, there was a group of soldiers riding black horses, wearing green armor, and holding green spears in their hands. They had already traveled for a day and a night. Fortunately, the steed they were riding wasn't an ordinary steed, but a second-rank magical beast. That was why they were able to get closer and closer to their destination. Otherwise, they would have already collapsed halfway. At the front of the army, there was a young man in brocade clothes. As he hurried, he asked the people around him, "How far is it from here to New Qianyuan City?" "Master, It's still 10 miles away. What about the place where the two armies are fighting? The young man knew that the troops of New Chenyuan City were stationed outside the city to fight with Yueluan's army. 5 more miles. Very good. The young master gave a low shout, and a bodyguard at the side handed over a long stick. The long stick was tied with a rope. The young master took the long stick and untied the rope. The horse under him galloped out, and a large blue flag with the word Qing embroidered on it danced in the wind. Erlang, there's still 5 more miles. Everyone, follow me, kill. Then, under the young master's lead, the 4,000 people rushed to the mountain outside Chenyuan New City in a grandiose manner. In the camp on the mountain, Yi Hao didn't have time to chat with the others. He sat on the main seat in the main hall and listened to Hu Sanyang's report. At this time, Yi Hao looked at the empty seat on his right. That seat was supposed to be occupied by the strategist. At the same time, he was the one who knew the layout of the camp the best. Unfortunately, he wasn't here. Yi Hao sighed and thought, it seems that I won't be able to get rid of the shadow of my master's death in a short time. At this time, the curtain of the tent was lifted, and a thin general with a calm expression walked in. The general walked to Sanyang's side and said softly, Sanyang, let me explain. Sanyang looked at him hesitantly and asked carefully, General Yu, are you really okay? How about I do it for you? It's fine. Yu Shaoqiu waved his hand lightly. Sanyang didn't insist and returned to her seat. Yu Shaoqiu took over San Niang's task and walked to the sand table in the center of the tent. He pointed at the sand table and began to explain the situation to everyone. Although many people in the tent had listened to Yu Shaoqiu and made many strategic deployments, they did not know the whole detailed plan. After listening to Yu Shaoqiu's explanation, they felt relieved. Yi Hao frowned as he looked at the enemy's forces on the chessboard. He suddenly asked, Yu Shaoqiu, the enemy still has 2 phalanxes that they haven't used. Those are all fresh troops. Can our 700 men hold them off? Yu Shaoqiu placed his hands on the sand table and murmured, in theory, it's impossible. But with Xiao Di here, things are different. What do you mean? Among the 4 formations of the Full Moon Kingdom, the most elite formation is the one under Wang Jian's command. The reason why it is said to be the most elite is because there are 109th level spirit emperors in that formation. If Lin Yi chooses to use these 109th level spirit emperors as a sharp knife, it will be easy to tear apart our defense line. The atmosphere in the tent was a bit gloomy. They had never heard Yu Shaoqiu mention these 100 spirit emperors before. Now that they heard it, they all felt gloomy. That was 109th level spirit emperors. There were less than 10 9th level spirit emperors in the tent. How could they make up for such a huge gap? What do you have in mind? Just say it. Yu Shaoqiu stared at the situation on the sand table and said, I suggest that we form a sharp knife as well. Not to destroy the enemy, but to stall them. The sharpest part of this sharp knife is Xiao Di. What? How can that be? That's right. It's too dangerous to let Xiao Di go to the front. Yes. If anything happens to Xiao Di, then Tianyuan. There was a commotion in the tent, but the generals who held real power did not say anything. Yi Hao stood up and took a deep breath. He slowly exhaled and said, I understand. Okay. Yu Shaoqiu closed his mouth and went back to his seat. Yi Hao came to the center of the tent and said in a low voice, Hu Sanyang. Hearing this, Hu Sanyang stood up and silently came behind Yi Hao. Yi, Yin Xinshin. The 2 women stood up at the same time and came behind Yi Hao, side by side. Zhu Dong, Feng Shui, Mo Yang, Wang Lang, Thousand Pill Ancestor, Huyan Zhuo, Hong Yang. Yes, sir. 7 generals with real power stood up at the same time and said respectfully, the 10 of you come with me to meet the sharp knife of the Yueluan Empire. Yes. Yi Hao did not care about the stunned people in the tent. He gathered the top forces of the Tianyuan Empire and walked out of the tent. Before Yi Hao left, he looked at the calm Yu Shaoqiu and said, Yu Shaoqiu, I leave this place to you. If Gao Shan falls, I will take your life personally. Yu Shaoqiu stood up and respectfully knelt on the ground. He said in a low voice, I will not disappoint you. On the walled city, Yi Hao looked at the crowd below the mountain and said, "You have all done well. Thank you for your hard work." The 10 people beside him said in unison, "Not at all. This is what we should do. The battle is imminent. There is no time for pleasantries. Let me do something more practical." Yi Hao took out 2 pills shining with golden light and handed them to Yi Yi and Hu Sanyang. He said, "These are 4th-grade pills. Although they cannot help you break through to the spirit monarch realm, they are enough for you to enter the half-step spirit monarch realm. Thank you, young emperor." The 2 women took the pills and left. "Shinshin, this is for you." Yin Shinshin received a golden-colored pill and a gorgeous red-colored dress. She happily said, "Thank you, big brother Yi Hao. I won't let you down." At the same time, 7 pills shot out. "These are for you. Take them and reach the 9th-level Spirit Emperor realm as soon as possible. Only then can you survive the upcoming battle." "Yes." Everyone took the pills and left. Yi Hao looked at the Lin flag that was fluttering in the wind at the foot of the mountain. There was an unconcealable murderous intent in his eyes. He said softly, "Yueluan Lin family, just you wait. It won't be long before the Yueluan Empire completely disappears from the ancient demons." Sigh. The little dog in Yi Hao's arms poked its head out and said helplessly, "Yueluan Kingdom no longer has a spirit monarch realm master. With your strength, it would be easy for you to kill the leader of the Lin family and subdue the people at the foot of the mountain. Why bother?" Yi Hao held the railing and said, "I can't guard Tianyuan New City all the time. What's wrong with them having more training? After all, the strength of the kingdom does not depend on one person. It depends on the efforts of many people. Moreover, I am very weak now." Chapter 1543. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Feng and the injured Xue Lin stood at the front of the team. Behind them, there were hundreds of soldiers in black iron armor. Their spiritual power shot up into the sky. Behind these soldiers stood Lin Yi, Lin Yu, and more than 5,000 monks from the Yueluan Empire. Whether or not they could take down the Yueluan Empire depended on this general attack. Lin Feng looked at Lin Xue's pale face and said worriedly, "Do you want to go down and rest?" "I'm enough." "No, thanks." Lin Xue shook her head sadly and smiled bitterly. "I'll only die faster if I go down. If I don't want to die, I'd better win this war." Suddenly, an impatient voice drifted over. "Lin Feng, Lin Xue, why are you two dawdling? Don't forget that there's only an hour left. If I can't reward the army on that mountain in an hour, you know what will happen." Lin Xue's body suddenly trembled. Then, she silently drew out the snow-white sword at her waist. Lin Feng looked back at Lin Yu, who was gloating, and sighed softly. He drew out his sword and roared, "Yueluan men of sacrifice, follow me and flatten the mountain." As soon as he finished speaking, the hundreds of men of sacrifice drew their black swords at the same time. Then, they turned into hundreds of shadows and attacked the mountain under Lin Feng and Lin Xue's lead. Lin Yu looked at the hundreds of men of sacrifice and smiled. "Father, we've already sent out the men of sacrifice. I don't think there's a need for us to go up. After all, they only have 1,000 men. Even if they were lucky enough to defeat the first 2 attacks, there's probably less than 100 of them left who can fight now." Lin Yi snorted and said angrily, "Look at how lazy you are. It's just climbing a mountain. Hurry up and follow me." "Father." Lin Yu wanted to say something but was glared at by Lin Yi. She quickly shrank back and followed silently. It wasn't that Lin Yi wanted to climb the mountain, but he didn't dare to be so careless this time. There were a few things that happened that forced him to give it his all. The first thing was that his second uncle was missing. Logically speaking, his second uncle should have rushed back after completing his mission. However, after such a long time, his second uncle still hadn't returned. The second thing was that Yu Shaoqiu, who was supposed to be dead, was not dead. Moreover, he had betrayed the country. This made him a little worried about his second uncle's current situation. The third incident was when 5,000 people attacked 1,000 people. Not only did they fail, they were almost completely wiped out. As for the fourth matter, it was none other than the reinforcements of Green Mountain that were about to arrive. It was these 4 things that gave him a bad premonition. It also gave him a sense of urgency. That was why he decided to send all his troops. He didn't believe that he couldn't break through this broken mountain. Yi Hao, who was standing on top of the city wall, looked at the hundreds of shadows that were slowly approaching. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "The enemy is attacking. Everyone, be alert." The camp, which was originally somewhat quiet, instantly became noisy. Yu Shaoqiu came to Yi Hao's side and said softly, "Young Emperor, you defeated Lin Shang and my master. I think you should be able to break this sharp knife easily." "It's not that easy." Yi Hao rolled his eyes and said, "The battle with your master consumed too much of my spiritual energy. I've only recovered 30 or 40% of my spiritual energy. It's hard to stop them. That's why I said to form a sharp knife." "You little brat." Yi Hao glanced sideways and found that the enemy was already halfway up the mountain. He put his hands behind his back and said, "I'll leave this place to you." "Okay." Yu Shaoqiu looked at the 11 figures in the distance and said loudly, "Pass my order. Activate the first line of defense." On the mountainside, Lin Feng and Lin Shui were leading people forward. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a saber appeared in the middle of the road. Lin Feng waved his hand at the people beside him. 2 shadows immediately went up to him, ready to take his life. The middle-aged man roared angrily, showing his cultivation of the 9th level of the Spirit Emperor realm. He pulled out his saber and used the traceless wind and snow to block the attacks of the 2 shadows. The saber disappeared and the other saber appeared, not giving the 2 men of sacrifice a chance to escape. Lin Feng glanced at him. Just as he was about to go around him, 2 more people appeared behind the middle-aged man. One of them held 2 whips and the other held a huge axe. Without needing Lin Feng to say anything, the 4 figures whizzed up. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 golden arrows with red arrowheads flew toward the men of sacrifice. The 4 wanted to dodge, but the arrows chased after them. In the end, the arrows pierced through their shoulders. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the man with a godly bow in the distance. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The man looked at the godly bow in his hand and said to the man in black in front of him, "Haha, young emperor, the sun-shooting godly bow you gave me is so powerful. It can even track the enemy automatically. Since it's so powerful, don't waste it." "Yes." Zhu Dong shouted and drew his bow. 4 arrows formed by his own spiritual power shot out again. Shui Lin looked at the man in black on the mountainside and the 6 people behind him. She said solemnly, "That man seems to be their leader. As long as we kill him, we should be able to continue climbing the mountain." "You want to die? You want to stop the Yu Lun Empire's men of sacrifice? Kill them," shouted Lin Feng furiously. 10 silhouettes intertwined and advanced. Zhu Dong and the others tried their best to stop them, but one of them still reached Yi Hao. Unfortunately, before he could attack, Yi Hao punched him and pushed him back dozens of meters. "It seems that this man is not simple," Lin Shui murmured to herself. Yi Hao raised his head and said proudly, "The others can go up, but not you men of sacrifice. If you want to go up, you have to kill us first." Lin Feng's expression changed. Lin Shui thought to herself and said to Lin Feng, "I suggest that General Lin and the others go around here and go up the mountain directly. It will save time. Leave this to us." "That's the only way." Lin Feng waved his hand and ordered one of the men of sacrifice to leave and report the situation. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Yu, who had just started climbing, looked at the blurry figures of the men of sacrifice. She could not help but curse, "Lin Feng and Lin Shui are so useless. They can't even handle a dozen people. What trash. That's enough." Lin Yi shouted angrily. He thought for a while and said, "In order not to waste time, let's take a detour and leave the mountainside to them." "Father, aren't you going to punish them?" Lin Yu did not understand. "If I want to punish them, it should be after the war. If I punish them now, will you go up the mountainside?" Lin Yu touched her belly and lowered her head. She muttered, "I'm not going." Lin Yi looked at Lin Yu with disappointment. Then, he led the army to bypass Yi Hao and the others who were on the mountainside and rushed to the top of the mountain in an aggressive manner. Chapter 1544. Lin Yi led the thousands of people behind him to the top of the mountain. When he saw Yu Shaoqiu standing on the wall, his pupils constricted. There was an unconcealable shock in his eyes. Yu Shaoqiu? It's really you? Good, you traitor. You really betrayed the country. You'll implicate the general. Yu Shaoqiu, do you think your master's life is too long? When the generals behind Lin Yi saw the figure on top of the walled city, they were all shocked and started cursing out loud. Yu Shaoqiu smiled indifferently. He didn't get angry or curse. He didn't know why, but ever since he saw his master's body, he found that there were very few things in the world that could anger him. Maybe it was because the person he cared about the most was no longer around. Yu Shaoqiu looked at Lin Yi and said, Lin Yi, are you waiting for your second uncle? Lin Yi's heart tightened. He had a bad feeling. No need to wait. He's dead. What? Everyone was shocked. Lin Sheng, a third-order spirit monarch, was dead. That's impossible. After hearing the news, everyone panicked. It could be said that their biggest reliance was the two spirit monarchs. Now that one was dead and the other was missing, how could they not be worried? Lin Yi's brain spun quickly as he said in a deep voice, Everyone, don't panic. Yu Shaoqiu deliberately told us this to make us panic. My second uncle is not dead. He went to Qianyuan City and will come back with the head of the Qianyuan Emperor soon. Ha ha ha. Yu Shaoqiu laughed. Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. You're ridiculous. Lin Yi pointed at Yu Shaoqiu and shouted, My second uncle is a third-order spirit monarch. Who in the Qianyuan kingdom can kill him? The champion of the Heavenly Street Convention, Yi Hao, is also the emperor of the Qianyuan kingdom. Bah! Lin Yi angrily flicked the whip in his hand and laughed. Yu Shaoqiu, don't try to shake the morale of our army. Yi Hao is only an 8th-order spirit monarch. Even if he comes out of the ancestral worship ground, he's at most a 9th-order spirit monarch. He's no match for my second uncle. Come. Charge forward and take the head of this traitor. Yes. Charge. Yu Shaoqiu looked at the fearless Yueluan soldiers and sneered before leaving the camp. The Full Moon Kingdom soldiers pulled out their weapons. Just as they were about to charge into the camp, a white light flashed under their feet, and a spirit array appeared. Not good, it's a spiritual array. Yu Shaoqiu is really despicable. He actually set up an ambush. Don't panic. Everyone, follow me to break this spiritual array. Although the attack power of the spirit array at the entrance was not strong, it was extremely difficult to break. By the time Lin Yi and his men had broken through the spirit array, more than half an hour had passed. At this moment, the battle on the mountainside had yet to come to an end. Lin Feng listened to the men of sacrifice's report and could not help but feel anxious. This was the second time Lin Yi had urged him to go up the mountain to help. If there was a third time, they would not be able to escape punishment even if they won. Lin Feng looked at his shoulder, which was slowly bleeding. He then looked at the 11 people not far away and was burning with anger. It was not that he didn't want to go up the mountain to help, but he was really held back by these people, so he couldn't go up the mountain. More than half an hour had passed. On their side, 20 people had died and 10 were injured. In exchange, they had only managed to inflict 2 serious injuries and 5 minor injuries on the other side. Wasting time here for so long was an extremely serious blow to their morale. Yi Hao looked at Wang Lang and Mo Yang, who had just been seriously injured in the fierce battle, and said softly, You two go down the mountain now and go back to Qianyuan New City to wait for our news. Shao Di, we can still fight. Don't force yourself. Yi Hao handed them 2 healing elixirs and said, If you stay here, we have to take care of you. It's easy to be distracted and get hurt, so you'd better go down the mountain first. They looked at each other, took the elixirs, and went down the mountain from another road. Lin Shui wanted to take people to chase after them, but she was stopped by Yin Xinxin and Feng Shui. The 2 groups were in a stalemate again. But when Hu Sanyang saw Yi Hao's trembling right hand behind his back, she knew that they were almost exhausted and couldn't hold on for much longer. The situation on the mountain was not much better, so they could only hope for the reinforcements of Green Mountain. On the top of the mountain, Lin Yi had already led people into the camp and broke through 3 military tents. He touched his big belly and looked at the remaining 10 military tents with a gloomy face. Lin Yu came to him and whispered, "Father, what should we do next?" Search them one by one. We must find Yu Shaoqiu. I will tear him into pieces, grind his bones and scatter his ashes. I will make him go down to the 18th floor. Lin Yu interrupted Lin Yi and asked doubtfully, "Do we really have to continue? In the 3 military tents just now, our people fell into Yu Shaoqiu's spiritual formation again and lost a lot of people." Lin Yi grabbed Lin Yu's collar and said in a deep voice, "Didn't you hear what I said? I said search. Keep searching." "Yes, yes." Lin Yu wiped the sweat on her forehead and ordered people to rush to the 3 military tents nearby. Sure enough, as soon as they rushed in, there was a wave of screams. Obviously, there was no trace of Yu Shaoqiu in the 3 tents. At this moment, the sound of thousands of soldiers and horses galloping came from the foot of the mountain. Lin Yi was displeased and growled, "What are you waiting for? The reinforcements of Green Mountain are coming. Go." The soldiers of Yueluan Kingdom, who had low morale, were even more frightened after hearing the reinforcements of Green Mountain were coming. They only went forward because of Lin Yi's threat. Halfway up the mountain, Lin Feng heard the sound of hooves and said coldly, "It seems that the reinforcements of Green Mountain are coming. There is no time. We must finish the battle as soon as possible. Everyone listen to my command and attack that young man in black." Whoosh, whoosh. 3 sharp swords came through the air. 3 shadows came in front of Lin Feng and blocked the fatal attack for him. The moment the swords flew out, the exhausted Ju Dong put away his magical bow. After fighting for so long, his physical strength and spiritual energy didn't allow him to attack from a distance. He had to take out his long spear and walk to Yi Hao's side. Yi Hao shook his slightly trembling right hand and said with a serious expression, "Although the reinforcements from Qingshan are coming, it doesn't mean that we are safe. On the contrary, it's even more dangerous. They will definitely fight back with all their might. We must be careful." The soldiers of Yueluan Kingdom seemed to want to verify Yi Hao's words. Before he finished speaking, a dozen shadows rushed toward him. The people around Yi Hao could only block 1 shadow each and let the rest rush toward Yi Hao. Yi Hao growled and the red Wu Dao sword finally appeared. With the sword in his hand, 8 fire phoenixes flew out from behind Yi Hao and the shadows disappeared. Chapter 1545. In Yi Hao's arms, the Tunchen could clearly feel that Yi Hao's spiritual power was almost depleted. "So," it asked, "do you need my help?" "No." Yi Hao held his sword with both hands. With one strike, the 3 shadows exploded on the spot. Yi Hao panted heavily. Facing the incoming shadow, he roared angrily. 10 flying swords flew out and killed all the Yueluan death warriors that were charging at him. Lin Feng and Lin Shui looked at each other and pulled out their swords at the same time. They covered each other on the left and right as they approached Yi Hao. Both of them were level 9 spirit emperors. They were only a step away from becoming spirit monarchs. Facing the tyrannical attacks of the two, Yi Hao, who was already at the end of his strength, had no choice but to retreat. This retreat gave the two of them an opportunity. They led dozens of shadows to attack Yi Hao fiercely. Gradually, more and more wounds appeared on Yi Hao's body. "How dare you block our way? Go to hell!" Lin Feng roared angrily and stabbed his sword into Yi Hao's right shoulder. Yi Hao sneered. He threw the Wu Dao sword in his right hand to his left hand. His left hand held the sword and stabbed into Lin Feng's chest. "Brother!" Lin Shui exclaimed. Just as she was about to help, she realized that there was a wound on her abdomen. It was a wound caused by a green spear. Yi Hao looked at the person holding the green spear. He pulled out his long sword and lay on the ground with his face facing the sky. He breathed in the fresh air without restraint. That person also withdrew his spear. The brother and sister, who were killed in one strike, fell to the ground at the same time. They looked at each other for a long time before they stopped breathing. "Thank you." Yi Hao lay on the ground and gave a thumbs up to the person holding the spear. "How are you going to thank me?" That person smiled. At this time, many soldiers holding green spears and wearing green armor appeared on the mountainside. After these soldiers joined the battle, the Yueluan men of sacrifice bowed down and captured them one by one. You should help me get rid of the big trouble on the mountain first. It's no big deal. The man with the green spear quickly led his soldiers up the mountain and went straight to the top of the mountain. Not long after, a large green flag with the word Qing on it fluttered in the wind above the camp at the top of the mountain. Hu Sanyang and the others came to Yi Hao and asked, "Your Majesty, who was that?" Yi Hao supported himself with both hands and sat on the ground. Looking at the vast crowd, he said softly, "Qingshan Empire, Qing family's patriarch, Qing Yunji." At the top of the mountain, Lin Yi looked at the last military tent and the sneer on his face deepened. Just as they rushed into the tent, many Tian Yuan soldiers appeared around them. Unfortunately, those soldiers were outnumbered and were cruelly killed by Yu and the others. After falling into 12 traps in a row, the Yueluan Empire had lost many soldiers. However, there were still about 4,000 people who could fight with weapons. Lin Yi was confident that he could flatten this place before the reinforcements of Green Mountain arrived. Lin Yi looked at the military tent in front of him and walked over quietly. He reached out his hand and was about to lift the curtain when a green light pierced his palm. Lin Yi's pupils shrank and he backed away frantically to avoid the sudden attack. The green light dissipated, revealing a green spear. In the crowd, Lin Yu looked at the spear and backed away quietly. Lin Yi recognized what it was at a glance and shouted to the people around him, "Qingshan Empire, what is the meaning of this? Our two empires have always minded our own business. Now that you are stopping the Yueluan Empire from attacking the Tianyuan Empire, are you declaring war with us? So what if I declare war?" A white figure descended from the sky. After landing on the ground, he pulled out his spear and pointed it at Lin Yi's throat. Lin Yi looked coldly at the white figure in front of him and laughed, "So it's Patriarch Qing. What is the meaning of this? Are you really willing to be under Ling Juanyun's skirt?" Bang! Qing Yunji threw his spear and hit Lin Yi's chubby face. Lin Yi was sent flying. Just as he was about to hit the nearby fence, a black figure descended from the sky and stepped on Lin Yi's chubby face. "How dare the Qingshan Empire be so rude? That's right. Do you want to declare war with us? We are all 5th-rank empires. You won't gain anything by declaring war with us." The Lin family members behind Lin Yi spoke up when they saw their general being sent flying. They wanted to use the name of the Yueluan Empire to force the Qingshan Empire to not interfere. "TSK, you are just a half-step spirit emperor. How dare you be so rude in front of me?" Qing Yunji, who had retrieved his spear, threw it on the ground. At the same time, the Qing family's army rushed up and surrounded the Yueluan Empire's army. The Yueluan Empire's army lost their will to fight. "Who are you? How dare you step on me? You must be tired of living." Lin Yi, who had his face stepped on, was furious and couldn't help but speak up. He struggled to get up, but the figure stepped on him tightly. He couldn't move. At this moment, the curtain of the tent opened. The injured Yu Shaoqiu brought the remaining people to the figure. At the same time, another 8 figures walked through the crowd and stood next to Yu Shaoqiu. The 9 people knelt down at the same time and shouted, "Greetings, Your Majesty." "What?" Lin Yi was shocked. Yi Hao looked at Lin Yi, who looked like a fat pig, and said, "Didn't you send someone to kill me?" "Why? You don't even know what I look like." "Oh, right. The person you sent to kill me is already dead." Yi Hao lifted his leg and kicked Lin Yi. Lin Yi crashed into the crowd uncontrollably. The soldiers who were knocked down by Lin Yi didn't dare to speak. They hurriedly helped Lin Yi up from the ground. Lin Yi stood up awkwardly and looked at Yi Hao. "You are the Emperor of Tianyuan, Yi Hao?" "That's right." Yi Hao stood next to Qing Yunji with his hands behind his back. He said, "And one of the 7 pillars of the Qingshan Empire. Oh, and the prince consort of our Qingshan Empire," Qing Yunji added. Hearing this, Hu Sanyang and Yin Xinxin's eyes dimmed. Yu Shaoqiu scanned the crowd and suddenly found one person missing. He said, "Young Emperor, one person is missing." "Who?" "Lin Yi has 4 children. Lin Feng, Lin Shui, and Lin Hua all died in battle. Only Lin Yi's eldest son, Lin Yu, is missing. At this moment, Lin Yi found that his favorite son wasn't in the crowd. He couldn't help but curse, that little bastard, how could he run so fast? Take these people into custody and execute them when we return to Chenyuan City. Yes, Your Majesty. Yu Shaoqiu saluted. Thus, he and the Qingshan Empire's reinforcements seized the weapons of the Yueluan Empire's army and took them into custody. Qing Yunji said to Yi Hao, Yi Zhuguo, Princess Ling is leading the others to chase away the Yueluan Empire's people in Chenyuan City. Once the news spreads, Chenyuan City will be peaceful again. Yes. Chapter 1546. The main force of the Yueluan Empire was defeated by the combined forces of the Chenyuan Empire and the Qingshan Empire. This meant that the Yueluan Empire's plan to take over the Chenyuan Empire had been foiled. Yi Hao led his men back in victory. Yu Ying and the rest went out of the city to welcome them. In this battle, the Chenyuan Empire had obtained the final victory. Hence, Yi Hao held a banquet to reward the troops. After the banquet, Yi Hao dismissed everyone, leaving Qing Yunji alone. Qing Yunji looked at the empty wine jug on the table and smiled as he walked over to Yi Hao. He grabbed the wine jug on the table and poured it into his mouth. He said drunkenly, "May I know why Yi Zhuguo is looking for me? I want to borrow something from you," Yi Hao said seriously. "What is it?" Qing Yunji asked cautiously. "Don't be nervous. I just want to borrow some people from you." Yi Hao took the wine jug from Qing Yunji and poured himself a cup. "If you want to use them to protect the Chenyuan Empire, I can lend them to you. However, if you want to use them to attack the Yueluan Empire, I cannot lend them to you." "Why?" Yi Hao did not understand. Qing Yunji sat down cross-legged and slowly said, "Do you know that our ancient demon realm only has 3 rank 6 empires? Among them, the Kang'er Empire is the closest to us. Therefore, some of the rank 5 empires and rank 4 empires to our east are all subordinate to the Kang'er Empire." "I know that." Yi Hao drank a cup of wine and asked curiously, "But what does this have to do with the Yueluan Empire? You are all rank 5. Is there any difference?" "It is indeed slightly more noble. Listen to me." Qing Yunji placed his right hand on the table and held his chin. "There is a member of the Lin family in the Yueluan Empire. He was not liked by the family in the past, so he went out to explore. Who would have thought that this guy would really make a name for himself and save the life of one of the royal uncles in the Kang'er Empire? In order to express his gratitude, the royal uncle has been supporting the Lin family with all his might. Gradually, the Lin family of Yueluan Kingdom became more and more powerful, gradually overshadowing the Yueluan royal family. This is also the fundamental reason why the royal family has not dared to go against the Lin family for so many years. It is because the Lin family is the direct descendant of Kang-er. According to what you're saying, that person won't be able to cause trouble for the Lin family." Yi Hao slammed his wine glass on the table. "That's right." Qing Yunji smiled bitterly. When Princess Ling said that she wanted to help Qian Yuan, many people in the imperial court were against it. One of them pointed at Princess Ling and cursed. Princess Ling pushed him out of the hall and removed him from his position. "It can be said that we are taking a huge risk. No wonder you didn't let me kill all the prisoners." So there's a layer of connection. Yi Hao clasped his hands. Qian Yuan will remember Qing Shan's kindness to Qian Yuan. Qing Yunji stood up shakily and muttered, "Okay, let's end this matter here. Don't think about taking revenge. Treat those prisoners well. Then there's no way to attack the Yueluan Kingdom." Yi Hao shouted at Qing Yunji's back. Qing Yunji paused and turned around. "There is. Unless you have someone to rely on." With that, Qing Yunji laughed and left. At that moment, Zhu Dong quietly walked in. "What's the matter?" Yi Hao asked unhappily. Zhu Dong had heard their conversation and knew that Yi Hao was in a bad mood. Thus, he said directly, "Young Emperor, I just received news that Wu Wenyong and Du Xing were captured by the Lin family's patriarch, Lin Feng." "What?" Yi Hao crushed his wine cup, his expression uncertain. If it was in the past, Yi Hao would have rushed over with his men without saying a word. However, it was different now. After knowing the true backing of the Yueluan Kingdom, He had to consider his actions carefully. Zhu Dong told Yi Hao the information that Zhu Gui had sent back. Young Emperor, what should we do now? Yi Hao was a little uncertain and said in a low voice, don't tell anyone first. I have to think about this carefully. Yes. Zhu Dong accepted the order and left. A black shadow darted out of Yi Hao's arms and took a deep breath of fresh air after holding it in for a long time. Yi Hao suddenly looked at sky-devouring beast with a smile on his face. Tunchen seemed to have sensed something and hurriedly stretched out his claws, waving his hand. I know what you're thinking. That's right, your ancient demon realm is at most a rank 6 empire. The strongest person is at most a spirit sky emperor. I can beat him, but if I really attack, I'm afraid you won't have 2 more chances. Yi Hao fell silent again. Tunchen continued, you can find a backer, but you can't find me. If I could really be your backer, would I be in this state? I'm either lying on your shoulder or in your arms every day. If he can find a rank 6 empire, so can you. What's there to be afraid of? Tunchen finished all the fruits on the plate and gave his little suggestion. How would I know anyone from a rank 6 empire? Yi Hao suddenly paused and said, wait, I think I do know someone who said that he wanted to come to my Tianyuan new city to build a branch. It's been so long, he should be here. You can't go in. Old sir, you can't go in. Our young emperor is resting. Men, quickly stop him. We can't let him disturb young emperor's rest. There was a commotion at the door. Yi Hao frowned and looked at Yu Ying, who was walking over quickly, and asked, what's wrong? What's going on? Yu Ying knelt on the ground and said hurriedly, Your Majesty, there's an elder from the Danzong Empire who wants to see you. I told him that you were resting, but he didn't listen and insisted on barging in. An elder from the Danzong Empire? Yi Hao's eyes lit up and he said happily, quickly, invite that elder in. Ah! Yu Ying was stunned. What are you waiting for? Quickly invite that person in. Yi Hao thought about it and said, forget it, I'll go greet him myself. Yi Hao tidied up his appearance and walked toward the door. Yu Ying came back to his senses and hurriedly followed Yi Hao. The two came to the door. Yi Hao heard the familiar voice and was happy. He walked through the crowd and came to the elder who was stopped at the door. He shouted, Master. The elder at the door was obviously stunned. Then he saw Yi Hao's face clearly and said, Third High? Yes, it's me, Master. Yi Hao and old Ji Yu gave each other an intimate hug. Master, it's been a long time since we parted in Lishan City. I missed you so much. Old Ji Yu was also very excited to reunite with his disciple. Looking at the respectful attitude of the people behind Yi Hao, old Ji Yu asked, Wait, why are you here? Yu Ying heard how the two addressed him and hurriedly knelt down. Greetings, young emperor's master : Chapter 1547. Hearing Yu Ying's words, Elder Ji Yu immediately understood the identity of his only disciple. So you are the emperor of Tianyuan, Yi Hao? Elder Ji Yu was a little surprised. That's right. Yi Hao explained to Elder Ji Yu, Master, I had just arrived at the Qingshan Empire and had a grudge with the Celestial Cloud Pavilion. It was not convenient for me to reveal my real name, so I used the alias Yi-san Gao. Please forgive me. It's okay, it's okay. Elder Ji Yu did not mind at all. He said happily, I don't care if you are Yi-san Gao or Yi Hao. Anyway, you are the only disciple I have in my life. Ha ha ha. Master, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I must have a good chat with you tonight. After that, Yi Hao chatted with Elder Ji Yu for the whole night. They talked about a wide range of topics, not only about pills and the establishment of the branch, but also about the battle in the Heavenly Street meeting, the invasion of Yueluan, and the rank 6 empire behind Yueluan. In the end, Yi Hao asked Elder Ji Yu for advice on how to make Tianyuan stronger. Old man Ji Yu said this. I don't know how to fight a war, nor do I know how to govern a country. In this life, I only know how to refine pills. Many people say that refining pills is a side job, or even a side job, but I don't think so. If one day you really become a 9th level alchemist that has never appeared in this world until now, at that time, naturally, no one will dare to look down on you. Yi Hao agreed and said respectfully, "Master, I have learned a lot." Yi Hao knew that he still couldn't become the legendary 9th grade alchemist, but he understood that as long as he worked hard in one direction, there would be a day when those unrealistic dreams in the eyes of outsiders would come true one by one. The most important thing now was to do well in the present. Before dawn, Yi Hao took out the heaven and earth bathing furnace and started to make rank 5 pills under Elder Gu's guidance. The sky was slightly cold. 3 more figures appeared at the entrance of the palace. One was black, one was red, and one was white. The 3 of them stood at the entrance and listened to the explosion caused by the failure of making pills and Elder Gu's angry scolding. The 3 of them covered their mouths and snickered. Brother Yi Hao rarely makes a fool of himself. Yin Xinshin was dressed in red. I thought he wasn't afraid of anything. It turns out that there are people who are afraid. Yi Yi was dressed in white. Dressed in black, San Yang stood where she was without making a sound. She thought to herself, not afraid of the heavens, not afraid of the earth. In fact, he was afraid of many things. He was afraid that he couldn't protect Tian Yuan. He was afraid that he couldn't shoulder the responsibility on his shoulders. He was afraid. Full Moon Imperial City, Lin Residence. In a courtyard with a lake, a middle-aged man with a big belly stood beside the lake and stretched his body. He was in a good mood as he breathed in the fresh air. The tall guard beside him handed him a cup of tea and asked, "Master, what should we do with the 2 from the Qianyuan Empire?" Lin Feng took the tea. After rinsing his mouth, he spat the tea into the lake. He placed his hands in the copper basin handed over by another guard. After washing his hands, he asked, "7, has anyone come to save him during this period of time?" "No." The guard named 7 said respectfully, "We deliberately let down our guard during this period of time to see if any fish would take the bait. But there weren't any. It seems that there are only these 2 assassins in the Imperial City." "That's not necessarily true." Lin Feng wiped his hands and began to move his fists as if he was strengthening his body. 7 thought for a moment and said, "Then should I strengthen the guards a little?" Lin Feng raised his fists and smiled. "This is a small matter. You can do as you see fit." "Yes." Lin Feng changed his fists into palms and began to practice palm techniques. When he was satisfied, he asked, "Oh right, is there any news from second brother?" 7 replied, "No." "Millimeter," Lin Feng replied indifferently. Suddenly, a guard came to 7's ear in a hurry and whispered something. 7's expression changed and he hurriedly knelt on the ground. "What's wrong?" Lin Feng withdrew his fists and asked with a smile. 7 raised his head and said word by word, "I just received a report. Second Master Lin's lamp was extinguished 2 days ago. Not only that, but Lin Feng, Lin Shui, and Lin Hua's lamps were also extinguished." "What?" Lin Feng felt as if he was struck by lightning. His blood and qi were in turmoil. He punched the lake, creating layers of huge waves. After the huge waves passed, the lake water splashed to the ground and soaked Lin Feng's clothes. Lin Feng calmed down a little and said in a low voice, "Take me to see it." Thus, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the Lin family's ancestral hall after many twists and turns. There were many memorial tablets erected on the Lin family's ancestral hall's spirit mountain. Lin Feng walked to the second memorial tablet on the right and gently turned it. A wall on the right suddenly moved, revealing a cave entrance. Lin Feng walked into the cave entrance and walked along the corridor. Not long after, he arrived at a sealed space. In this space, there were 3 rows of flashing blue lamps hanging on the southern wall. Among them, there were 2 lamps on the top row, but now one of them was out. There was only 1 lamp on the second row. Although it was not extinguished, the flame was extremely weak. There were 4 lamps on the third row. The first 3 lamps were extinguished, and only the last one was still flickering. The lamps on the wall had a meaning. If someone was alive, their lamp would keep flickering. The stronger the vitality, the bigger the flame. If someone was dead, their lamp would go out. Now, there were only 3 lamps on the wall that were still flickering, and one of them was about to go out. How could he not be angry? There were originally 7 people in his bloodline, but now there were only 3 left. His bloodline was almost cut off. How could he not be angry? Lin Feng's face was ashen as he sat on the main seat in the hall. He ordered the tall figure kneeling on the ground, "Go and investigate. You must find out what exactly happened." "Yes." At this moment, a guard came to the hall and said respectfully, "Master, young Master Lin Yu is back." "Where?" Lin Feng suddenly stood up and asked. Ah Chi raised his head and said, "Master, perhaps there is no need to investigate. Just ask young Master Lin Yu." Lin Yu had been planning to escape since he discovered the arrival of the Qingshan Empire's reinforcements. So, when no one was paying attention, he escaped from the mountain under the cover of his bodyguards. After all, he was not very eye-catching in the army. Very few people would notice him. Lin Yu was different. Lin Yu was the commander of the army. Once he left, others would immediately notice. After leaving the mountain, Lin Yu and a few bodyguards rushed back to the Full Moon Kingdom overnight. Then, they used the teleportation array to return to the Full Moon Kingdom and returned to the Lin mansion. Cough, cough. Lin Yu was half unconscious when he was found by the Lin family's servants. When he woke up, he was lying on his beloved bed made of demon beast bones and demon beast skin. Lin Yu opened his eyes in a daze. He looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and cried. Chapter 1548. Qianyuan Empire, New Qianyuan City. The sun was high up in the sky. Yi Hao stood on the city wall with a group of officials, gazing into the distance as if waiting for something. Qing Yunji looked at the flag with the word Ling in the distance and smiled. "Yi Zhuguo, Princess Ling is here. Let's go." Yi Hao stopped thinking about alchemy and smiled, "Open the door and welcome the guest." Thus, Yi Hao led the ministers and walked 5 miles to welcome Princess Ling, expressing the highest gratitude to the Qingshan Empire's reinforcements. They entered the palace amidst the cheers of the citizens. However, only Princess Ling and the leaders of the major clans entered the palace. The Green Mountain Army was stationed outside the city. Princess Ling didn't want to inconvenience Qianyuan. Yi Hao naturally wouldn't neglect the soldiers outside the city. He ordered Zhu Dong and the others to bring enough food and wine to reward the soldiers. After 3 rounds of wine, Yi Hao raised his cup to express his gratitude to the soldiers of the Green Mountain Empire. At the banquet, Yin Xinxin stared at Ling Junyun, who was wearing a golden dress. His eyes were filled with hatred. Hu Sanyang was quietly eating the food on her table, inadvertently glancing at them. Yi Yi, who was sitting between the two, saw everything. She covered her mouth and snickered. Facing Yin Xinxin's hostile gaze, Ling Junyun only raised her cup and smiled. After the banquet, everyone dispersed. Ling Junyun used the excuse that she had something to discuss with Yi Hao and strolled in the garden. "Thank you for this time." Yi Hao spoke first. "It's my pleasure." Ling Junyun smiled. "You've helped me so much. If Qianyuan is in trouble, I must help. Plus, you are the prince consort of Qing Mountain. In name only." Yi Hao shook his head and denied. Ling Junyun didn't force him. "There are a few things I need to tell you." "Speak." "You must know that Kang is behind Yueluan. So, let's forget about revenge. It's not time yet. You can ask Zhu Tong and the others to retreat." "What about Wu Wenyong and the others?" Yi Hao asked. "Looks like you already know." Ling Junyun plucked a peach blossom from the garden and said, "Let's exchange, unless you want Qianyuan to die with you." Yi Hao remained silent. "I know that Senior is very powerful, but I'm afraid he won't make a move so easily. You're on your own now." Ling Junyun placed the peach blossom on the tip of her nose, allowing the fragrance to penetrate deep into her soul. She took a deep breath and said, "What if Yueluan doesn't agree and doesn't give up?" Ling Junyun smiled indifferently and said, "You can rest assured that as long as you return the more than 4,000 prisoners of war, Yueluan Empire will not find trouble with you again. Moreover, they will return Wu Wenyong and Li Qie. As for the Kang Empire, I will communicate with them." "Release him?" "That's right." Ling Junyun said in high spirits, "As long as you let those people go and submit to Kang this matter will be completely over." Yi Hao was silent. Then, he said, let me think about it. Ling Junyun placed the peach blossom in Yi Hao's hand and said with a smile, this is the best idea I can think of at the moment. Yi Hao looked at Ling Junyun's back as she left and fell into deep thought. The next day, Ling Junyun led the people of the Qingshan Empire back to the Qingshan Empire. The Tianyuan Empire welcomed a rare moment of peace. Lin Mansion, Yueluan Imperial City. After Lin Feng learned the whole story from Lin Yu, he hesitated for a moment and felt that it was better to consult the elder ancestor. Yueluan Empire was defeated and the Lin family's prestige had plummeted. They urgently needed to do something to restore the Lin family's prestige. Lin Feng came to a dilapidated thatched hut in the mansion. He knocked on the door gently and found that no one responded. Just as he was about to open the door, a wave of pressure came over. Lin Feng staggered back and finally stood in the center of the courtyard. Just as he was about to move forward, a suffocating feeling made his legs tremble and he fell to his knees. Lin Feng was horrified and shouted, Elder Ancestor, it's me. Lin Feng, it's your grandson. I have something important to ask you. It seemed that the person in the thatched hut had heard Lin Feng's shout and restrained his aura. Lin Feng felt relieved. After a long time, a voice filled with the aura of twilight came over. What's the matter? Ayo, Elder Ancestor, you have to make a decision for us. Our Lin family has suffered a great loss this time. Then, Lin Feng recounted what had happened to the Lin family during this period of time with some embellishment. Then what do you think should be done? Lin Feng was secretly delighted and replied, Elder Ancestor, can you ask the Kang'er Empire to step in? As long as the Kang'er Empire steps in, Yi and the captured soldiers will definitely be able to return. Our Lin family's prestige will definitely be revived again. I understand. You may leave. Yes, Elder Ancestor. Then, leave. Yes, I'll leave now. The Elder Ancestor was angry. Lin Feng naturally did not dare to be careless and hurriedly left the thatched hut. Half a month later, two major events happened in the Qingshan Empire. One was the death of the Qingshan Emperor, and the other was Ling Junyun's ascension to the throne. She became the first empress in the history of the Qingshan Empire and was called Emperor Ling. On this day, Emperor Ling was handling government affairs in the palace. Golden armor suddenly appeared in front of her. Emperor Ling said without raising her head, "Get up. How's the investigation going? Do you know how Yuan Shu escaped and where did he go?" Golden armor said expressionlessly, "Your Majesty, please punish me for my incompetence." Emperor Ling put down the booklet in her hand and smiled, "Forget it. If you can't find him, then so be it. Yuan Shu has no cultivation anyway. He can't do anything. You may leave." "Yes." After Golden Armor left, Qing Yunji walked in. "Your servant Qing Yunji greets Your Majesty. Rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Qing Yunji, who was sitting in the main hall, looked at Ling Junyun, who was sitting on the dragon throne in a daze. In just half a month, Ling Junyun had not only grasped the administrative affairs of Green Mountain tightly in her hands, but her cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. She was now a sixth-order spirit monarch. She was completely different from the princess spirit from before. "How is it?" did the Kang'er Empire reply. Qing Yunji came back to his senses and said respectfully, "Yes, the Kang'er Empire has agreed. They said that as long as Yi Zhuge is willing to return the prisoners of war, the Lin family will release Wu Wenyong and Ling Junyun and will not cause trouble for the Tianyuan Empire. However, the Tianyuan Empire has to submit to the Kang'er Empire." Emperor Ling thought carefully and said, "There are many spirit monarchs in the Tianyuan continent now. It will soon become a fifth-order empire. Submitting to the Kang'er Empire is not bad. Tell Ju Tong and the others this news and let them tell Yi Hao." "Yes." Qing Yunji accepted the order and left. There was no one around. Emperor Ling had a headache and held her head. It was as if a memory was about to rush out from the depths of her mind. Ever since she broke through to the spirit monarch realm, she felt that her body was a little strange. Not only did her cultivation improve so quickly, but she also lost her memories. There was once when she clearly remembered that she was sleeping on a bed, but when she woke up, she found herself lying in a garden. Chapter 1549. As for what had happened in between, she had no idea. The number of times she lost her memories also increased as her cultivation increased. She felt that it had something to do with the memories that were about to rush out of her mind, but she didn't know what to do. She could only put it aside and focus on handling government affairs. Tianyuan Empire, Tianyuan New City. Yi Hao, who was sitting on the dragon throne, looked at the 6 people below and asked, "Did Ling Junyun really say that?" Ju Tong cupped his hands and said, "Yes, she also told us to be prepared. The emissary will come in 3 days. Seems like she didn't lie to me." Yi Hao muttered to himself, "I know." 6 ordinary-looking pills shot out. The 6 of them held the pills in their hands with puzzled looks on their faces. Yi Hao smiled and said, "These are early 5th grade pills. They can help you break through to the spirit monarch realm. I spent a long time to refine them. Consider it your reward." "Thank you, young emperor." The 6 people cupped their hands and thanked him. "Oh right, Zhongqing is back too. I put him in charge of setting up the alchemy sect branch. He's too busy sometimes, so you guys should help him out." "Yes, your majesty. You're not bad, kid. You managed to refine so many early 5th grade pills in such a short time?" An old man's voice came from the side hall. Yi Hao looked at the old man who was slowly approaching and said with a smile, "Isn't it all because of Master's teachings?" "Ha ha." Old man Jiyu laughed loudly. He was obviously in a good mood and said, "You're the only one with a sweet mouth." After old man Jiyu was helped to sit on the dragon throne by Yi Hao, the old man asked with a serious expression, "Have you really decided to be a vassal state of Kang-er?" Yi Hao sighed helplessly and said, "I have no choice. Kang-er is a 6th grade empire after all. Our Tianyuan Empire is about to advance to the 5th grade. If we don't become a vassal state, Kang-er only needs to send a spirit monarch expert to finish us off." Old man Jiyu nodded in agreement. Yi Hao looked at old man Jiyu and said with a smile, "I want to stand on the same side as the alchemy sect empire, but the alchemy sect empire is too far away from Tianyuan." "That's right." Old man Jiyu nodded and said, "I'll be staying in the palace during this period of time. If you have any questions about alchemy, feel free to ask me." "All right." Yi Hao was overjoyed. He smiled and said, "I'll send you back." 2 days later, Yi Hao consumed a 5th grade elixir and successfully broke through to the spirit monarch realm. 3 days later, a scroll flew over from afar. The promotion of the Tianyuan Empire from a 4th grade empire to a 5th grade empire was a cause for celebration. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the rank 5 empire promotion mission. The reward is 3 general summoning tokens. Would you like to summon the general? Yi Hao was in a good mood and answered directly, "Yes." Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Water Margin Marshal General Thief Star, Flea on a Drum, Shiqian, Strength 9th Stage Spirit Emperor. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Water Margin Marshal General Efficacious Star, Divine Doctor, and Daoquan, 8th level Spirit Emperor. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Water Margin Marshal General Fierce Star, Divine Fire General, Wei Dingwa, 4th level Spirit Emperor. Then, 3 figures of different heights appeared in front of Yi Hao. The leftmost one had pointy ears and monkey cheeks and was relatively short. The one in the middle had a dignified appearance and was dressed in white with a medicine box on his back. The one on the right had a strong body and held a water fire staff in his hand, a copper knife at his waist, and a carved bow with a golden sparrow on his back. "Greetings to the young emperor. Rise." Yi Hao waved his hand and 3 elixirs floated in front of the 3. These are 5th grade early stage elixirs. Shiqian and Daoquan, you 2 can break through to the spirit monarch realm after taking these elixirs. Wei Dingwa, you can stabilize your realm for the next breakthrough. Thank you, young emperor. Reporting, young emperor, the Kang-er envoy is 5 li away from the new city. Good. Yi Hao waved his hand and ordered all generals to come with me to the city gate to welcome the envoy. Yes. 2 hours later, Yi Hao stood at the city gate with the people of the Tianyuan Empire, waiting for the arrival of the Kang-er Empire's envoy. Yi Hao looked behind him. Wei Dingwa, Yi Yi, Hu Sanyang, Yin Xinshin, Zhu Dong, Zhu Tong, Feng Shui, Zhu Gui, Huangfu Duan, Lu Fang, Xiong Chong, a total of 20 people. They were all in the spirit monarch realm. The weakest was at the first level of the spirit monarch realm, and the stronger ones were at the fourth level of the spirit monarch realm. Behind them, there were thousands of spirit emperor realm cultivators. It could be said that the people standing here were all promoted by Yi Hao. In this half a month, if it weren't for Yi Hao's crazy alchemy, their realms wouldn't have improved so quickly, and the Qianyuan Empire wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Everyone looked at the figure standing in front of them and their hearts were filled with gratitude. Yi Hao not only had a sense of pride in his heart, but also a sense of responsibility. He had to work hard to become stronger so that he could protect the people behind him. As time passed, the figure of the Kanga Empire's envoy appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a horse caravan with about 10 people. The leader was wearing a black robe, and his whole face was covered by the black robe. On his left was a middle-aged man with a big belly, who was in high spirits. On his right was a young man wearing an official's robe, which looked like the official's robe of the Kanga Empire. Behind them was a prisoner's carriage. There were 2 people in the prisoner's carriage. Their heads were covered, and there were many bloodstains on their bodies. They were motionless, and it seemed that they were in a very bad situation. Around the prisoner's carriage, there were 5 arrogant-looking knights in silver armor. The caravan approached slowly. When they were about 200 steps away from the city gate, Yi Hao led the people to meet them. When the horse caravan saw Yi Hao and the others approaching, they didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. It wasn't until Yi Hao and the others blocked the way forward that the horse caravan slowly stopped. The middle-aged man with a big belly was sitting on a silver horse with a whip in his hand. He pointed at Yi Hao and the others and said, "Who are you? How dare you block our way? You really don't know what's good for you." Except for Yi Hao, the other people's faces were a little ugly. Sanyang stepped out, took a deep breath, and said with a smile, "May I ask if you are the envoys from the Kanga Empire?" "You little girl, I asked you a question. Didn't you hear me?" The middle-aged man swung his whip, and a figure stood in front of Sanyang, holding the whip. The 2 people looked at each other. The middle-aged man was even angrier and roared, "Who do you think you are? How dare you hold my whip? Let go." Yi Hao loosened his grip and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "I am Yi Hao from the Qianyuan Empire. May I ask if you are the envoys from the Kanga Empire?" "You are Yi Hao." The young man in official robes pointed his horsewhip at Yi Hao condescendingly as he spoke with slight disdain. Yi Hao looked to the left and said with a smile, "May I ask if the envoys of your country like to point their whips at others?" Chapter 1550. How dare you? The young man roared and waved the whip in his hand. "Is this how the Qianyuan Empire treats its guests? How dare you be so rude? Bah! You are the ones who were rude first. That's right. You want to whip people for no reason. You have no manners at all. I think you are doing it on purpose. Are you trying to bully us?" Zhu Dong and the others couldn't help but say. The young man didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "You think you are so great because you have more people? You are just a bunch of lowly people. I won't argue with you." Yi Hao raised his hand and stopped them. He smiled and said, "This is not the place to talk. Please come into the city and talk." However, everyone looked at the man in the black robe as if he was the leader of the group. If he didn't move, no one dared to move. Yi Hao looked at the man in the black robe and asked again. The man in the black robe finally spoke. His voice was a bit hoarse and unpleasant. "You are the king of the Qianyuan Empire, Yi Hao?" "Yes." Yi Hao nodded. "Ha!" A chuckle came from the man in the black robe. "Why are you laughing?" The man in the black robe spoke again. His voice was even more unpleasant than before. "You are not wearing official robes. You are not wearing a dragon robe either. How do I know you are the king of the Qianyuan Empire? How do I know you are here to welcome me? People who don't know would think you are bandits." Hu Sanyang asked back, "You are not wearing official robes either." Yi Yi continued, "Yes, you are not wearing any. How can you ask us?" "Hey! The young man was unhappy. He said angrily, "Am I not wearing one? I am wearing one too." A voice came from the crowd. The crowd parted and Yu Ying walked out in his red official robe. He smiled and said, "Sir, what do you have to say now?" "Humph." The man in the black robe snorted and smiled. "You are right. We are rude and bully you. We are begging you. What can you do?" "Hua." Everyone was instantly enraged. Some of them even rolled up their sleeves and were about to attack. The 5 knights continued to sit proudly on their horses as if they didn't see anything. The black-robed man shouted and urged his horse forward, "Move aside, or don't blame me if you die." Yi Hao slowly loosened his clenched fists and growled, "Make way." The resentful crowd gave way to the emissary of the Kang-Er Empire. Before leaving, the black-robed man left behind a sentence. "Oh right, I'll return the 2 people in the prison carriage to you as a greeting gift." After the caravan left, Yi Hao split the prison cart open with his palm. He took off his mask and saw Wu Wenyong with cracked lips and bruises all over their bodies. At this time, another couple with a little girl rushed up from the crowd. They hugged another person and cried. Yi Hao looked at the tortured Wu Wenyong and Du Xing. An unknown anger was burning in his heart. As soon as he turned around, Hu Sanyang and Yi Yi pulled him back. "Don't be impulsive. Calm down. If we attack, all our previous efforts will be in vain." Yi Hao pointed at the 2 unconscious people and said, "Are they still human? How could they beat them up like this?" The others were silent. They wanted to attack, but they couldn't. "Yi Hao, think carefully. If you attack, Tianyuan will be gone." Hu Sanyang called Yi Hao's name and tried to dissuade him. Seeing this, Hu Sanyang said loudly, "Come, take them away and take good care of them." "Yes." Yi Hao calmed down and followed the caravan with the crowd. Just as he stepped through the city gates, the man hidden under the black robe had a faint smile on his face. Yueluan Empire, thatched hut. A young man in luxurious clothes stood in the courtyard with a silver long sword in his hand. He shouted at the closed door of the hut, "Uncle Lin, are you well? Father asked me to come and see you." An old voice came out. "Thanks to Big Brother, I'm still healthy." "That's good." The young man continued, "I'm here to tell Uncle Lin that the messenger sent to the Tianyuan Empire has already left. He should be in Tianyuan City by now. This is a matter for you young people. An old man like me won't get involved." The young man smiled and said, "What if I tell you that the descendant of the Yi clan is there too?" The hut was silent for a while. Then, a voice came out, but it sounded excited. "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course." The young man smiled faintly and said, "It's true. My father asked me to tell you this. Big Brother, you're so considerate. You're still worried about my old illness. Father said that this is what he should do. Big Brother told me such important news and even sent someone to help the Lin clan regain our dignity. Tell me, what are your conditions?" "Ha ha ha." The young man laughed and said, "Uncle Lin, you're really straightforward. It's actually very simple. My father said that you just need to kill someone." The hut quieted down. The young man smiled and said, "Uncle Lin, don't worry too much. That person is only a 6th-order spirit monarch. He's far from being your opponent. If Uncle Lin still remembers the favor you've done for my father, I hope you'll make this trip." The young man bowed deeply to the hut and then left. After a long time, a sigh came from the hut. Tianyuan City. The main street of the city was empty. Not only were there no pedestrians, but there were also no peddlers. A pot-bellied middle-aged man sat on a horse and said in a strange tone, "It seems that the Tianyuan Empire doesn't welcome us. Why don't we go back?" The young man in the official uniform smiled and said, "Family Headlin, we can't let our emotions affect our decisions. We're here to conquer the Tianyuan Empire. If we don't complete the mission, we won't have a good time when we go back. Deputy Envoy, you're right. I'm too stingy." The pot-bellied middle-aged man was the family head of the Lin clan, Lin Feng. The 2 people beside him were the envoy sent by the Kang-Er Empire. Not long after he finished speaking with the ancestor, the Kang-Er Empire sent an envoy to the Yueluan Empire. Then, They brought Lin Feng along and went to the Tianyuan Empire. Firstly, they wanted to exchange for the soldiers that were captured by the Tianyuan Empire. Secondly, they wanted to accept the Tianyuan Empire's allegiance. Under Yu Ying's lead, the horse team arrived at the palace. Yi Hao and the others arrived early to wait for them. They met again in the palace. Chapter 1551. Lin Feng looked at Yi Hao and said with a smile, "Yi Hao, how is it? Are you satisfied with the gift I gave you?" Yi Hao avoided the question and said with a smile, "You must be tired from the journey. The welcome banquet is ready. Please follow me." Lin Feng snorted coldly, and the few of them followed Yi Hao into the palace. After entering the main hall, Yi Hao asked them to take a seat. Unexpectedly, the black-robed envoy walked past Yi Hao and sat down on the dragon throne. Then, he looked at the stunned people and said hoarsely, "What's wrong? What are you waiting for? Sit down." The young deputy and Lin Feng were the first to react. They sat on the left side of the black-robed envoy, and the 5 knights also took their seats. Yi Hao stood in place and retracted his arm that was still in mid-air. He smiled faintly and held down Ju Dong, who was about to get up. He motioned for everyone to calm down and then sat on the head seat on the right side of the black-robed envoy. Yi Hao could tolerate it, but San Yang and the others could not stand it. Even if you are the envoy of a 6th-rank empire, you can't be so rude. How can you take the host's seat? How can you turn the tables? Ahem. Yi Hao coughed twice and motioned for everyone to calm down. Then, he looked at the black-robed envoy who was sitting on the dragon throne and asked with a smile, "How is it, envoy? Is this seat comfortable?" "It's passable." The black-robed envoy was lying on the dragon throne and said tiredly, "It's quite passable." "Ha ha ha." Lin Feng could not help laughing and said, "Yi Hao, the design of your dragon throne is not very good. The envoy is about to fall asleep when he sits on it." Yi Hao glanced and asked, "This is?" The young deputy glanced at him disdainfully and said, "I forgot to introduce you. This is the head of the Lin family of Yueluan, Lin Feng. The one on the dragon throne is the envoy of our Kang-er Empire. I am the deputy envoy, Wu Wen. The head of the Lin family of Yueluan?" Yi Hao frowned. "That's right." Lin Feng picked up a drumstick from the table and took a big bite out of it. "I'm here to bring the soldiers of Yueluan Kingdom home. I'm going the same way as you all, so I came here together. Was it you who beat Wu Wenyong and Du Xing into this state?" Ju Tong couldn't help but slam the table and stand up. Lin Feng glanced at him and said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? Can't you see that I'm talking to your king? Do you have the right to interrupt?" Ju Tong was enraged. The flowing water-green spear appeared in his hand. A knight beside Lin Feng also unsheathed his sword and looked disdainfully at the red-faced Ju Tong. The conflict started again. "Ju Tong, stand down." Ju Tong glanced at Yi Hao, put away the spear in his hand, and walked out of the hall. After Ju Tong walked out of the hall, the knight sheathed his long sword and proudly continued to eat and drink. Yi Hao calmed himself down and said with a smile, "Ju Tong has a bad temper. Head Lin, don't lower yourself to his level. Come, drink." Lin Feng looked at Yi Hao's arm in the air and snorted. He drank all the wine in his cup. Yi Hao's expression was calm. He muttered, "It seems that Head Lin doesn't want to give me face." Lin Feng didn't care. He said loudly, "Yi Hao, quickly release my son Lin Yi and the soldiers of Yueluan Kingdom." Immediately. Hu Sanyang chuckled. "Head Lin is too impatient. No matter what, you should wait until the banquet is over." "Yes." Yi Yi picked up her cup and said with a smile, "Is Head Lin afraid that Tianyuan won't keep its promise? Or that we've poisoned the wine? Head Lin, you're looking down on Tianyuan." Yin Shinshin, dressed in red, slammed his cup on the table. Only then did Lin Feng notice that there were 3 beautiful women beside Yi Hao. His eyes couldn't help but light up. However, he immediately sneered, "This is a matter between us men. What does it have to do with you women? Yi Hao, I want you to release the soldiers of Yueluan Kingdom now. Will you release them or not?" The young deputy envoy named Wu Wen picked up his wine cup and drank without any intention of stopping them. As for the black-robed envoy sitting on the dragon throne, he seemed to have already fallen asleep. Occasionally, a light snoring sound could be heard. Yi Hao saw this and understood. He said, "Of course." Yi Hao waved his hand at Wei Dingguo. Wei Dingguo understood and left the hall. Not long after, more than 4,000 prisoners of war of Yueluan Kingdom and Lin Feng's only son, Lin Yi, were brought to the square outside the palace. Subsequently, Lin Yi entered the main hall under Wei Dingguo's lead. The other soldiers stood in the square. After Lin Yi entered the hall, he looked around and sat beside Lin Feng in a natural manner. Lin Feng looked at the unharmed Lin Yi and was overjoyed. He let Lin Yi greet the ambassadors of the Kanga Empire. At this time, the black-robed ambassador woke up. He looked at Lin Yi with a slightly swollen belly and said with a smile, "This must be General Lin. Sure enough, you're carved from the same mold as your father. Both of you have such a big belly." Lin Feng and his son did not feel that this was a humiliation to them at all. They smiled and agreed. Then, the black-robed ambassador changed the topic and said to Yi Hao, "Since your prisoners of war have returned to your own people, let's go straight to the point. Your Tianyuan kingdom must submit to the Kanga Empire. In addition, you must pay tribute to our Kanga Empire every year." The black-robed ambassador knocked on the table. Wu Wen took out a scroll from his arms. A knight stood up and slammed the scroll on the table in front of Yi Hao. Yi Hao picked up the scroll and opened it. His face was a little gloomy. Qingshan Empire, Qingshan Imperial City. In the Qingshan district, there was a bustling wine shop. In the corner of the wine shop sat a young man in brocade clothes. The man looked at the table full of wine and dishes and a sheathless sword on the corner of the table. He was lost in thought. After a long time, a waiter came to him and asked softly, "Sir, were you the one who asked for wine just now?" The young man came back to his senses and nodded, "Yes, it was me." The waiter frowned slightly. The guest looked quite young, but why did his voice sound like an old man in his 70s or 80s? Not only was his voice hoarse and unpleasant, but it was also full of the aura of someone past his prime. The waiter put away his emotions and nodded with a smile, "Okay, I'll go get it for you. Please wait a moment." En. The young man responded faintly and put his eyes on the sheathless sword on the table. Not long after, the waiter brought the wine. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by the young man. "Wait. Sir." The waiter turned his head with a smile and asked, "Do you have any other orders?" The young man took out a handful of spirit coins and put it on the table. He said in a hoarse voice, "Your smile is a little fake." En. The waiter did not understand, but he saw the spirit coins on the table very clearly. He was overjoyed and asked, "Is this for me?" Chapter 1552. The young man smiled and nodded. The waiter was overjoyed and said happily, "Thank you, sir." "Thank you, sir." The waiter reached out to take the spirit coins on the table. As soon as he placed his rough palm on the table, a white light flashed, and the waiter's head fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the white walls red. Ah! After a series of screams, the diners all fled, leaving only the young man who was wiping the sheathless sword, the trembling innkeeper who was hiding in the corner, and a few Spirit Emperor realm cultivators who wanted to be a hero for a just cause. "What are you doing? How can you kill the innocent? Who are you?" "There are rules in the Green Mountain Imperial City." The young man casually threw the white handkerchief that he used to wipe the blood on the table and put away the spirit coins. He looked at the Spirit Emperor realm cultivators expressionlessly and said, "I know my voice is terrible." Seeing him smile so forcefully, I couldn't bear it, so I decided to help him. The young man took a few steps forward, but the cultivators didn't intend to move aside. They glared at him angrily. Just as they were about to speak, they saw their own headless corpses fall to the ground. Where did this ignorant junior who wants to be a hero come from? How pitiful. The young man shook off the blood on his wrist and looked at the trembling innkeeper in the corner. He sneered and left the inn. As he left, he said in a loud voice, "It's been a long time since I've been out. The Green Mountain Imperial Palace. Sitting on the dragon throne, the Spirit Emperor listened to Qing Yunji's report with a frown. In the past 2 days, many deaths had occurred in the Green Mountain Imperial City. The victims included insignificant people like the waiter in the tavern and important people like the important officials of the empire. No matter what their identities were, they were all killed with a single slash. Qing Yunji said loudly, "Spirit Emperor, this person is extremely powerful. Many half-step Spirit Emperors couldn't block his sword. Every time our people rushed over, he had already left." "Did you find out his identity?" "I don't know for now," Qing Yunji replied. "Yuan Mu." "Yes, sir." The current head of the Yuan clan, the master of the Celestial Cloud Pavilion, Yuan Mu stepped forward. "Mobilize the people of the Celestial Cloud Pavilion. You must find out who this person is. Otherwise, the people of the Green Mountain Empire will be in danger." "Yes." The Spirit Emperor held his aching forehead and waved his hand. "I'm tired. You can all leave." "Yes." The Spirit Emperor felt a little tired. She couldn't help but close her eyes. When she woke up again, she realized that she was no longer sitting on the dragon throne in the palace. Instead, she was sitting on a small boat in a lake in the Imperial Garden. The Spirit Emperor looked around at the reeds and the clear lake water. He asked in confusion, "Why am I here?" She touched her aching forehead and muttered, "Damn it, I must have lost my memory again." After resting for a while and feeling that the pain had subsided, the Spirit Emperor wanted to sail the boat back. However, at this moment, she saw someone standing on the reeds beside her from the corner of her eye. She suddenly turned around and stared at the white figure who had appeared beside her without her knowing. She said coldly, "Who are you? When did he appear there?" The white figure standing on the reeds smiled and said, "I just arrived as well." The Spirit Emperor looked at the figure and didn't feel any aura from him. She couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. How could someone without cultivation step on the reeds and prevent them from breaking? It seemed that this person's cultivation was very likely higher than hers. "What do you want to do here?" The man took out the sheathless sword on his back. He looked at the beautiful woman in a golden dress and smiled. "Someone asked me to kill you. So, I'm here." Qianyuan New City, Imperial Palace. Yi Hao quickly browsed through the conditions on the scroll. Then, he threw it on the table and asked, "Are you sure this is all the conditions that your empire has offered?" The black-robed envoy reached out his hand to stop Wu when he was about to speak. He smiled and asked, "What do you mean? Do you think the conditions are too little? If there's no problem, we can add more." Bang! Yi Hao slammed the table in front of him and said coldly, "Do the envoy of the Kang'er Empire really think that I, Yi Hao, will not get angry and will compromise on everything?" Hu Sanyang saw Yi Hao so angry and felt that something was wrong. So, she took the scroll from Yi Hao's table and looked at the conditions written on it. She was very shocked. Yi Hao and Hu Sanyang's reaction made everyone even more confused. Yi took the scroll and read it aloud. "If you want to become a vassal state of the Kang'er Empire, you can do so. First, you must bow down to the Yueluan Empire and apologize to the Yueluan Empire. Also, you must compensate for all the resources that the Yueluan Empire consumed during the war between the two empires. Second, Qianyuan must cede the territory of the Great Wu Empire to the Yueluan Empire in order to seek forgiveness from the Yueluan Empire. Third, Qianyuan must pay 30 billion spirit stones and 30 billion spirit coins to the Kang'er Empire every year. Fourth, Qianyuan must pay tribute of 100 million people to the Kang'er Empire every year. After paying tribute, these 100 million people will become the slaves of the Kang'er Empire. Qianyuan has no right to interfere. Fifth, the whole country of Qianyuan must kowtow 3 times and kneel 9 times to the east every day when the sun rises. Sixth, the former emperor of Qianyuan, Yi Hao, caused the war to break out due to poor management. Therefore, the Kang'er Empire has decided to send an assistant minister to help the emperor of Qianyuan deal with the state affairs. These 6 points are all the conditions of the Kang'er Empire. If the Qianyuan Empire agrees, it can become a vassal state of the Kang'er Empire. From then on, There will be no more wars in Tianyuan. After Yi finished reading, not only did her face turn ugly, but all the people of the Tianyuan Empire in the hall also had the same expression. How was this a condition? It was clearly an unfair treaty. It was obvious that the Yueluan Empire was defeated, but they wanted Tianyuan to cede territory and pay compensation. They also wanted to pay tribute of so many resources and people to the Kangou Empire every year. The most outrageous thing was the last one. They actually wanted an assistant minister. It was clear that they wanted to seize power. They wanted Tianyuan to become the backyard of the Kangou Empire, where people could do whatever they wanted. The black-robed emissary looked at Yi Hao and sneered, "What? The Emperor of Tianyuan doesn't want to bow down to the Kangou Empire?" Hu Sanyang looked at Yi Hao's furious expression and hurriedly stood up and said, "Your Excellency, you may not know this, but our Tianyuan Empire has recently become a fifth-grade empire. We are on the same level as the Yueluan Empire. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for us to bow down to the Yueluan Empire." "Oh, so you've been promoted to the fifth grade. I was wondering why you were so confident." The black-robed emissary played with the wine cup in his hand carefully and said, "However, there is still a difference between different fifth-grade empires. I don't think you've understood this point." After saying this, the black-robed emissary directly poured the wine in the cup on Hu Sanyang's face. Bang! Yi Hao crushed the wine cup and stood up angrily. Everyone in the hall drew their weapons. A war was about to break out. Chapter 1553. Sanyang ran her fingers through her wine-soaked hair and said word by word, "Our Tianyuan Empire can only produce 36 billion spirit stones a year. You want us to pay 30 billion spirit stones, isn't that too much?" Yi stood up and said, "Our Tianyuan Empire only has a population of 1.4 billion. You want us to pay 100 million spirit stones a year to be your slaves? Do you think we are your backyard? Also, we have to kowtow to the East every day. You want to enslave us mentally? So what if you are a sixth-grade empire?" Yin Xinshin stood to the left of Sanyang and said angrily, "You want an assistant minister, it's obvious that you want to seize power." "That's right, this is simply an unfair treaty. Your Kangou Empire is a sixth-grade empire. Don't be too ugly." The Tianyuan people in the hall spoke one after another, retorting word by word. The black-robe envoy stretched out his black-gloved hand and slammed it on the table. He said angrily, "Enough, where are the 5 knights? Take these nosy people down." Hearing this, the 5 knights stood up, revealing their 6th-order spirit monarch strength. The hall fell silent in an instant. The 5 knights stood behind Sanyang and the others. It was like 5 mountains were pressing on their hearts, making it difficult to breathe. The black-robe envoy nodded and the 5 knights' momentum became stronger. Plop! Many people couldn't bear the pressure and fell to their knees. Only Yi Hao and a few others still retained their last shred of dignity and knelt on one knee. Lin Yi stood up with a smile and came to Sanyang's side. He stretched out his fat hand and stroked Sanyang's smooth and tender face. He smiled and said, "Ayaya, this is really interesting. Not long ago, I was your prisoner, and now it's your turn, haha. Don't touch me." Sanyang's face turned slightly, and she said angrily, "Touch me again and I will kill you." Lin Yi looked at Hu Sanyang's angry eyes, and his desire to tease her grew stronger. Just as he was about to touch her again, a standing figure grabbed his hand. Lin Yi looked at the familiar figure in front of him and his face turned cold. He said angrily, "At this time, you still want to be the hero and save the beauty? Get lost." Then, he kicked Yi Hao in the stomach as he struggled to get up. Before Yi Hao could stop, Lin Yi moved slightly and stepped on Yi Hao's chest. He said fiercely, "Who do you think you are? How dare you step on me? Today, I'll make you pay back double." Bang bang bang. In a fit of anger, Lin Yi stomped on Yi Hao's chest dozens of times. The black-robed envoy sneered. He stood up and said, "I told you nicely, but you didn't listen. Do you want me to make a move before you think clearly? You should know that the gap between level 5 and level 6 is not small. I'll leave this to you guys. After you've had enough fun, remember to get them to sign the contract." "All right." Wu Wen shouted, smilingly staring at Yin Shinshin, who was struggling to hold on. No problem, leave it to us. Lin Feng patted his chest and walked towards Yi Yi, whose forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Don't touch her. Hong Yang, who was only a level 1 spirit monarch, wanted to get up, but he was kicked heavily by the nearest knight. He staggered and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. When everyone in the hall was about to be humiliated, an old man appeared at the door of the hall. In the reed swamp. Spirit monarch covered her chest that was stabbed. She stepped on the small boat and stared at the white figure with an ugly expression. The white figure shook off the blood on his wrist and looked at her. Don't struggle, it's useless. Spirit monarch listened to the harsh voice and suppressed the disgust in her heart. She asked, even a level 6 spirit monarch can't beat you. What realm are you? Sorry, I'm an level 8 spirit monarch. What a level 8 spirit monarch. Who paid such a high price to hire you to kill me? You don't need to know this. The young man in a white robe twirled his sword and said with a smile, if you really have any questions, you can go to hell and ask the King of Hell. He tiptoed and came directly to the small boat. He stabbed with his sword, as if there were thousands of swords following him, attacking Spirit Monarch. Spirit Monarch shouted angrily. The spiritual power in her body surged crazily. She blocked the young man's casual attacks with one palm strike after another. The young man sneered and flicked his finger at the lake. A huge wave flipped over and crushed the small boat. Before the small boat sank, Spirit Monarch quickly retreated to the shore, which was more than 300 steps away from her. The young man would not let her escape so easily. His sword flew out and stabbed in front of Spirit Monarch, creating a huge hole. The man moved with the sword. The young man held the sword and pointed it at Spirit Monarch's delicate throat. Spirit Monarch had no way out. She asked unwillingly, "Who is it? Didn't I say you don't need to know? Women are troublesome." The sword stabbed forward, but when the sheathless sword was 2 inches away from Spirit Monarch's throat, the tip of the sword stopped. It was blocked by an invisible wall and could not move forward. The young man used all his strength, but he could not penetrate the invisible wall. Suddenly, Spirit Monarch's head was in severe pain. It seemed that a chaotic memory had rushed into her mind. After the severe pain, Spirit Monarch's black eyes suddenly turned red. Then, an unparalleled power rose to the sky. She looked at the sheathless sword that was about to pierce her throat. She slowly closed her fingers and smiled. "You want to kill me?" The young man felt that something was wrong, but he could not pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Spirit Monarch waved her right hand. The young man and his sheathless sword flew out. Spirit Monarch put her right hand on her waist. Her posture was enchanting. She said flirtatiously, "You want to kill me with just an 8th level Spirit Monarch? Tremble. Uncontrollable tremble." The young man got up with difficulty. Looking at the flirtatious woman in front of him, he finally understood what was wrong. The feeling that she gave off was not right. It was as if she was a different person. Not only her personality, but also her actions and words. More importantly, her cultivation had changed. It had become unfathomable. He made a prompt decision. He stabbed the ground with his sword. Countless rocks flew towards Spirit Monarch. Then, he ran away. Spirit Monarch chuckled. She stretched out her left hand. The rocks floated in the air. Spirit Monarch waved her hand, and all of them rolled to the side. She looked at the fleeing figure and smiled. She said softly, "You hurt me and still want to run. Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Just as Spirit Monarch was about to give chase, she felt a sharp pain in her head. She held her forehead. Hearing the voice in her head, she said angrily, "Damn it. I finally came out to take a breather." Then, her legs went soft and she fell to the ground. When she woke up again, her red eyes had turned into deep black. On the eaves, a white figure was frantically running away. As he ran, he looked back. He seemed to be very afraid that the woman would catch up to him. Chapter 1554. After escaping for more than 10 miles in one breath and seeing that no one was chasing him, the young man stopped and came to the agreed inn. The young man came to the Sky Number 1 private room according to the previous agreement. Not long after, a waiter knocked on the door and walked in after getting permission. The waiter cautiously closed the door and windows and respectfully said to the young man who was adjusting his breath with his eyes closed, "Ancestor, how is it? Did you succeed?" The young man kept his mouth shut and cold sweat flowed down. Only then did the waiter notice that there was a scar on the young man's abdomen, and the white clothes near his abdomen were dyed red with blood. The waiter was shocked and asked, "Ancestor, are you injured?" After an hour, the young man's tightly closed eyebrows relaxed. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. "I didn't expect that this old man would be defeated by a little girl." The waiter was shocked and asked tentatively, "Ancestor, did you fail?" The young man covered his abdomen and said, "Go back and tell my big brother that this girl is not simple. It's best not to provoke her so as to avoid getting into trouble." After saying that, the young man was ready to leave. The waiter stood behind him and suddenly shouted, "Ancestor of the Lin family, what do you mean by this? Do you want to leave without completing the task given by the Lord?" Yes, this young man was the ancestor of the Lin family, the one who was in contact with a big shot in the Kanga Empire. The ancestor of the Lin family suddenly turned around, pinched the waiter's forehead and slammed him against the wall of the room. The waiter struggled with both hands, trying to get rid of him, but the ancestor of the Lin family was too strong and could not break free at all. The ancestor of the Lin family looked at the struggling waiter and said word by word, "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? I think he knows better than me how I got this injury. Yes, he is good to me and my Lin family. I respect him and call him big brother, but for so many years, the shameful things I have done for him are enough to pay off the debt. This Ling Di is not so easy to deal with, otherwise I would not have failed. Go back and tell him, if he is willing to listen to me, his brother, then don't provoke that woman. Also, from now on, I, Lin Marushing, do not owe Kang Haiyun anything. Tell him not to come to me again." Boom. The old ancestor of the Lin family threw the waiter onto the bed and left. The waiter's eyes were filled with hatred as he watched the Lin family's patriarch leave. Walking out of the inn, the old ancestor of the Lin clan felt relaxed. He had finally said all the words he had wanted to say for so many years. From today onwards, he, Lin Marushing, was just Lin Marushing. He was no longer a knife in anyone's hand. He glanced in the direction of the Tian Yuan Empire and murmured, "Descendant of the Yi family, I'm coming." In the main hall of Tianyuan New City, an old man appeared in the main hall. The black-robed envoy and the others stopped in their tracks. Lin Yi looked at the old man impatiently and said, "Old man, get lost. Don't delay our business." The old man looked at the scene in the hall and said angrily, "Is this how your Kanga Empire does things? Are you worthy of being a rank 6 empire? How shameless. Where did you come from, old man? You're courting death." Lin Feng rolled up his sleeves and was about to attack the old man. Wu Wen dissuaded him. He looked at the old man and found him familiar. He suddenly slapped his thigh and said, "I was wondering why he looked so familiar. So, you're the Pill Sect Empire's Elder Gu. Why are you here?" The old man was none other than Elder Gu. He stomped his foot and said loudly, "With this old man here, let's see who dares to bully my disciple. Let's see who dares to humiliate the Tian Yuan Empire." Boom. As soon as the old man's voice fell, a burly guard suddenly appeared from behind Elder Gu. With a punch, he sent Lin Yi, who was stepping on Yi Hao, flying. Lin Yi crashed into a nearby pillar. "Yeah!" Lin Feng cried out in alarm and ran over. The guard then released his cultivation, 8th Order Spirit Monarch Realm. The pressure that Yi Hao and the others felt disappeared in an instant. The 5 mountains in everyone's heart fell. Yi Hao stood up and looked at the man beside Elder Gu. He smiled and said, "Many thanks." Who would have thought that Elder Gu would slap Yi Hao's forehead and snarl, "Scoundrel, why didn't you tell me that the Kanga Empire's people were here? If you Xiaoqiu didn't come to find this old man, I wouldn't have known that you were being bullied." Yu Xiaoqiu scratched his head and smiled. Halfway through the banquet, Yi Hao felt that something was wrong. Therefore, he sent Yu Xiaoqiu to find Elder Gu to get reinforcements. Yi Hao didn't want Elder Gu to get involved, but the Kang'er Empire was too much. Yi Hao was helpless. Wu Wen came to the Black Robe Envoy's side and asked, Elder Gu, is this Yi Hao your disciple? Elder Gu pulled Yi Hao behind him and sneered, yes, with me here today, let's see who dares to bully him. Gu Mo, throw these 5 eyesores out for me. How dare you? The Black Robe Envoy stepped forward and stopped Gu Mo. Gu Mo snorted, grabbed a white knight and threw him out of the hall. Gu Sheng, so what if you are from the Dan Sect Empire? We are from the Kang'er Empire. If you dare to touch our people, it will directly cause a war between 2 6th-grade empires. Can you bear the responsibility? The Black Robe Envoy pressed on, using the Kang'er Empire to pressure Elder Gu. At this time, Gu Mo still didn't stop. The 5 knights were casually thrown out by him as if they were garbage. Elder Gu also stepped forward and said loudly, who do you think you are? Using the Kang'er Empire to pressure me? If the one standing here is Kang Tian Di, then he is qualified to say these words to me. You. The Black Robe Envoy seemed to want to fight his opponent. Wu Wen rushed between the two and said with a smile, Elder Gu, let's talk nicely. Why do you have to fight? Let's leave now. After that, Wu Wen whispered something into the Black-robed envoy's ear, then pulled him out. Lin Feng hurriedly followed behind with Lin Yi. The others in the hall were anxious. Leaving just like that? How could they let this group of people leave just like that? Yi Hao looked at Elder Gu, as if he was asking for his opinion. Elder Gu nodded slightly. Yi Hao smiled and walked out of the hall. Gu Mo also followed him out of the hall under Elder Gu's signal. The others also walked out. Elder Gu turned around and looked at Yi Hao's figure. He murmured, I only have one disciple. Even if I have to risk my life, I will protect him. Yi Hao stood on the steps outside the hall and looked at the backs of Wu Wen and the others. He said loudly, Stop. Did I say you can leave? Heh. Wu Wen and the others were stunned. This guy was only the emperor of a 5th-grade empire. Even if Elder Gu was his master, so what? He was only from a 6th-grade empire. Who was worse than who? How dare he block their way? Yes. Chapter 1555. Wu Wen turned around and looked at Yi Hao, who was looking down at him calmly. His face was slightly angry. Before he could speak, a figure rushed straight towards him, and then there was a big pit on the ground. Wu Wen was lying at the bottom of the big pit, and blood was flowing everywhere. The father and son of the Lin family looked at the guard who came out from the bottom of the big pit, and they were trembling. What a joke, that was an 8th-order spirit monarch powerhouse. He could crush them with one finger. Even the deputy of the Kang'er Empire was beaten so badly, not to mention the 2 of them from the Yueluan Empire. After Gu Mo came out from the bottom of the big pit, he did not speak. He just stood there silently, but the pressure of the 8th-order spirit monarch powerhouse made the people of the Kang'er Empire feel endless pressure. The father and son of the Lin family were the first to collapse, and they fell to their knees. Then the 5 horsemen also fell to their knees, but their eyes were full of anger. Then, the back of the black-robed envoy began to bend slightly, and he knelt on one knee. As for the other leg, he endured and did not kneel. Yi Hao walked down the steps and came to the side of the black-robed envoy. He said softly, looking at this scene, Do you have a trace of regret? The scene now is so similar to the scene in the hall just now. The black-robed envoy growled, and his voice was still unpleasant. Gu Sheng, you let your people do this. Are you really not afraid of the 2 empires killing each other again? Unfortunately, no one responded. Oh. Yi Hao smiled slightly, put his left hand on the shoulder of the black-robed envoy, and said with a smile, I say, you are like this. Do you still want to maintain your pride as a 6th-grade empire? His left hand exerted force, and spiritual power bloomed. Blue veins popped out, and Yi Hao roared, Kneel for lousy. His palm was full of power, and he pressed down. Bang! The black-robed envoy's left leg suddenly bent down uncontrollably, and his knee hit the ground heavily, and the white tiles stained with blood shattered. Yi Hao patted the black-robed envoy's shoulder with satisfaction and said softly, That's right, you have to admit what you have done, You can't run away, oh. Yi Hao walked around the trembling and bleeding black-robed envoy and came to the side of the Lin father and son who were kneeling on the ground, their clothes drenched in cold sweat. The Lin father and son did not dare to raise their heads to look at Yi Hao. Yi Hao casually glanced at him and kicked Lin Yi's shoulder. Lin Yi's fat body rolled down dozens of steps. When he stopped rolling, his face was already bruised and swollen. Patriarch Lin? Lin Feng did not dare to answer. He nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Suddenly, a red sword light flashed and an arm flew in the air, bringing with it a string of blood droplets. Ah! Lin Feng painfully clutched his missing right arm as he lay on the ground, looking at the young man in front of him. He had never thought that he, a fourth-order spirit emperor, would one day be bullied by a first-order spirit emperor youth and not dare to fight back. If he had known earlier, he would have done some good deeds for himself back in the main hall. Yi Hao lowered his raised arm and asked, "You just touched San Yang with your right hand. Did I remember wrongly?" No. Lin Feng's lips were pale, and his body was trembling. That's good. Yi Hao chuckled and walked around Lin Feng. The stone that had been hanging in Lin Feng's heart finally fell, but then a red sword pierced his throat, and then he did not know anything. Yi Hao carried the bloody head to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, who was kneeling on the ground, only glanced at the bloody head and did not dare to raise his head again. Yi Hao placed the Mai sword on his neck and didn't say anything. Lin Yi was scared. He slammed his head on the white ground. Even if his head was bleeding, there was no sign of stopping. I was wrong, please spare me. I won't dare to do it again, I don't want to die. It's all my father's fault. You have killed him, just let me go. Yi Hao sighed and said, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Yi Hao raised his sword and the other head was in his hand. Then Yi Hao walked down the steps and came to the captured soldiers of Yueluan Empire, who had been observing the situation on the steps. He threw the two heads in front of them. He said loudly, surrender, or die. Yi Hao's voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of every soldier of Yueluan Empire very clearly. Those soldiers who were very proud and prepared to return home with the Lin father and son were stunned. They looked at the two heads on the ground and felt a little scared. Some soldiers were unwilling to surrender and wanted to leave the group quietly. They had just taken a few steps away from the group when they fell to the ground stiffly. There were 10 small flying swords spinning in Yi Hao's right hand. He looked at the crowd and said calmly, Did you not listen to my words? Those who escape will die. Plop. Someone in the crowd knelt down first. Then everyone else knelt down. More than 4,000 prisoners of Yueluan Empire surrendered. After all, it was easier to die than to live. At this moment, the black-robed envoy, who was still kneeling on the ground, suddenly screamed, Ji Yusheng, you let Yi Hao do this. After you leave, the Kanga Empire will not let Tianyuan go. You can protect him for now, but can you protect him for life? What if I have to protect him for life? An angry voice came from the hall. Then a white scroll was unfolded and thrown in front of the black-robed envoy. Ji Yusheng walked out of the hall angrily. He stood on the steps and said, Is this the condition of your Kanga Empire? How is this making Tianyuan surrender? This is destroying Tianyuan. The black-robed envoy glanced at the scroll casually and said coldly, Protect him for life. Even if it means going to war with my Kanga Empire. Ji Yusheng's expression was unprecedentedly firm. He said in a deep voice, From now on, the Tianyuan Empire is an ally of Danzong Empire. If anyone declares war on Tianyuan, it is a declaration of war on Danzong Empire. This domineering declaration warmed the hearts of the people of Tianyuan. Ha ha! The black-robed envoy sneered and was about to get up. Ji Yusheng suddenly shouted angrily, Kneel! Boom! Ji Yumo's aura became stronger and stronger. The black-robed envoy, who was about to get up, knelt down again. Ji Yusheng looked at the black figure and said in a deep voice, I, Ji Yusheng, will make the decision today. If you don't agree, go back and tell Tsongtian Emperor. We are both 6th grade experts, but we are inferior. At this moment, Yi Hao, who had finished dealing with the prisoners, asked the black-robed envoy, Master, what should we do with these people? Do as you see fit. Old man Gu left after saying that. Yi Hao turned around and looked at the black-robed envoy. My master said that he needs you to pass a message, so he won't kill you today. You can go. Yes. Chapter 1556. The black-robed emissary staggered to his feet and slowly walked out of the palace. At this time, Wu Wen climbed out from the bottom of the pit in a sorry state. Looking at the black-robed emissary's back, he shouted, "Emissary, wait for me." "Stop." Wu Wen's heart turned cold. He turned his head to look at Yi Hao, who had an unfriendly expression, and said with a smile, "Is there anything else? I just asked him to go back and pass a message. Why are you following me?" "This." Wu Wen choked. "I will remember Lord Wu's deep friendship with me in the main hall." Yi Hao threw his right hand, and 10 flying swords shot out, piercing Wu Wen's body 7 times. Looking at the corpse that fell to the ground with a loud bang, Yi Hao's expression was not so relaxed. Instead, there was a trace of solemnity. If today's matter was spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. It would also give the Qianyuan Empire another terrifying opponent. On this day, Yi Hao killed the Kang-er emissary 3 times. On this day, the Danzong Empire announced that they would advance and retreat together with the Qianyuan Empire. On this day, the Kang-er Empire was furious. A long-planned plan finally began to take action. A few days later, in the extreme north of the ancient demons, there was a huge lake that was frozen all year round. In the center of the lake, there were 4 futons and a pot of boiling hot tea. There were many guards and soldiers scattered around the lake. The soldiers were holding spears and looking around cautiously. From time to time, there were some guards patrolling around. The security was very tight. Not long after, 2 people in white brocade robes and fox fur passed through the guards and came to the center of the lake. The man in the lead was wearing an imperial crown and a white dragon robe. Behind him was a young man in an ordinary white brocade robe. His behavior was cautious. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe casually sat on a futon. He rubbed his hands and said to the young man beside him, "It seems that we came early." The young man smiled as he took the steaming hot teapot from the surface of the lake. He took out 2 teacups and said, "Imperial Father, there are benefits to coming early." The middle-aged man took the teacup and felt the warmth in his palm. He smiled and said, "Yes, I came early. At least I have a mouthful of hot tea to drink." "Haha, Imperial Father is right." The young man held another cup of tea in his hand and agreed. At this moment, a burst of hearty laughter came from not far away. The 2 of them looked up at the same time and saw a middle-aged man wearing a crown and a light yellow dragon robe walking over with a young man wearing thin clothes. "Brother Bai, I was delayed by some matters and came a little late. Please don't blame me." "How could that be?" The middle-aged man in a white dragon robe tightened his fox fur coat and said with a smile, "Zer, pour tea for your Uncle Kang and Tianyu." "Yes." Everyone took their seats. Now that everyone was present, the 4 of them began their discussion. The 4 people who participated in the meeting were not simple. The middle-aged man in a white dragon robe was the emperor of the White God Empire, Bai Tiandi. The young man was his son, Bai Zi, who was also the crown prince of the White God Empire. As for the other person wearing an imperial crown, he was the emperor of the Kang-er Empire, Kang Tiandi. Kang Tiandi had also brought the heir of his empire, Kang Tianyu, with him. Bai Tiandi took a sip of hot tea and asked with a smile, "I wonder what Brother Kang thinks of the Dan sect empire?" Speaking of this, Kang Tiandi was a little angry. Not long ago, only one of the 8 messengers he sent to Qianyuan came back alive. The rest were all dead. The messenger who came back alive told Kang Tiandi what had happened. Kang Tiandi was furious. He thought that Jiyu Sheng was too arrogant and the Dan sect empire was too presumptuous. This was clearly the territory of his Kang-er Empire. What right did the Dan sect empire have to give orders? Bai Tiandi looked at Kang Tiandi's angry face and understood. He said, "I heard about that matter. The Dan sect empire is really outrageous. No matter what, Qianyuan is still under Brother Kang's jurisdiction. The Dan sect empire is really not putting you in their eyes." Kang Tiendi snorted angrily and said, "Brother Bai, don't be in a hurry to make fun of me. Your territory isn't very peaceful either. As far as I know, there are already several 4th and 5th grade empires slowly approaching the Dan sect empire. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the Dan sect empire poaches the empires of our 2 empires." Hearing this, Kang Crown Prince couldn't help but interject, that Dan sect empire is really sanctimonious. They told the world that those small empires that are close to them are their allies. They said that they don't need to pay tribute and that they will protect them. In my opinion, this is bullshit. This is a world where the strong preys on the weak. How can there be a reason for them to protect others without giving benefits? Ha ha. Bai Tiendi laughed and said, "It seems that nephew has seen through things quite clearly." White God Crown Prince also nodded and said, "That's right, the Dan sect empire is indeed very hypocritical." Oh. Kang Tiendi glanced at him and probed, "How is it hypocritical? Nephew, tell me about it." White God Crown Prince smiled indifferently and shared his opinion. Right now, there are only 3 6th grade empires in the ancient demon realm. In order to compete with us, the Dan sect empire offered such conditions to attract other small empires to attach themselves to them. After slowly eliminating our 2 empires, they will also nibble away at many small empires. At that time, the Dan sect empire will reveal its fangs. They will also turn the so-called allied empires into vassal states that we speak of. They will even ask the empires to pay tribute, constantly widening the gap between them and the other small empires. It will become a situation where the Dan sect empire dominates. Kang Tiendi's eyes lit up. He laughed and said, "Not bad. Nephew, you have seen through some of the little tricks of the Dan sect empire clearly. That's why we are sitting here today." Bai Tiendi continued, "Since the Dan sect empire wants to kick us out, why don't we make the first move and have them scram first?" Kang Tiendi said thoughtfully, "Although the Dan sect empire doesn't have many powerhouses like us, they have many high-level alchemists. 90% of the alchemists in the ancient demon realm are from the Dan sect empire. If we really fight, these alchemists will definitely not refine pills for us. This is also the reason why the Dan sect empire is so confident." Bai Tiendi sneered and said, "Rules are dead, people are alive. These are all living people. Since they can be used by the Dan sect empire, why can't they be used by us?" Kang Tiendi asked, "Are you referring to that plan?" "Of course." Bai Tiendi put down the teacup in his hand and said with a smile, "After preparing for so long, it's time to take it out. Moreover, I really hate the Dan sect empire." "Hee hee." Kang Tiendi laughed sinisterly and said, "Me too. It just so happens that the Dan sect empire has a 1,000-man team under your jurisdiction. Why don't we give Jiyu Sheng and the Dan sect empire a greeting gift first?" Bai Tiendi's eyes flashed fiercely. Chapter 1557. Great. Blue Sky Emperor and White Sky Emperor agreed and smiled, "That's exactly what I want." Then, the 2 of them looked at their successors and were prepared to hand this matter over to them. Green Mountain Empire, Palace. Qing Yunji held a scroll in his hand and kept walking around Spirit Emperor's palace. He looked really anxious. Suddenly, the palace door opened and a maid walked out. She said respectfully, "Qing Zhuge, Her Majesty is awake. You can enter now." "Okay." Qing Yunji nodded and walked in. Spirit Emperor had already woken up and was sitting on the bed. She held her forehead and suddenly asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" Qing Yunji stood at the side and said, "We found you in the Imperial Garden. It has been 10 days since you fainted. During this time, I have been helping you with the administrative matters. Now that you are awake, I will move the administrative matters to your palace after 2 days of rest." "Thank you, Qing Zhuge." Spirit Emperor was still a little dizzy. She only remembered that she almost died in the hands of that white shadow. As for what happened in between and why she didn't die, she really couldn't remember. Qing Yunji said carefully, "Your Majesty, when you were unconscious, 2 big things happened." "What?" "Take a look at this." Qing Yunji handed over a white scroll. Spirit Emperor took a look and her expression changed. "What is this?" Kang-er Empire's request for Tianyuan to submit. Be ****. Spirit Emperor roared in rage and threw the scroll on the ground. She said furiously, Kang Tian Emperor didn't agree to this. This is different from our agreement. Spirit Emperor looked at Qing Yunji and asked, then Yi Hao agreed? No. Qing Yunji shook his head and told Spirit Emperor everything that happened in Tianyuan. Spirit Emperor was half happy and half worried. In the end, she sighed, Harais, this is probably the best result. With Pill Sect Empire's protection, it is better than facing Kang-er alone. Yes. Qing Yunji agreed. And the second thing? The second matter is also related to the Kang-er Empire. The higher-ups have issued an order saying that they want to establish the headquarters of the Emperor Medicine Pavilion in the capital cities of the various empires. They want our empires to cooperate fully, and after the headquarters are established, they want us to establish branches in the various major cities. What do you mean? The spirit monarch didn't understand. Why do you want to establish this Imperial Medicine Pavilion? Qing Yunji said softly, Yuan Mu received news that not only did the Kang-er Empire and its vassal states want to establish the Emperor Drug Pavilion, the White God Empire is also doing the same. I suspect. You mean? Spirit Emperor looked at him. That's right. Qing Yunji nodded and asked, I don't know what to do, so I came to ask you. The Spirit Emperor stood up. After thinking for a while, he replied, we can't afford to offend either side. I'll leave this matter to you. Cooperate with those who need to cooperate, and appease those who need to be appeased. Grasp this well. We only need to focus on developing ourselves. When we're truly strong, we won't have to care about anyone's attitude. Yes. Qing Yunji accepted the order and left. Spirit Emperor sensed his cultivation and was stunned. Falling Sky District, Yuan Manor. In the study, the blind Yuan Mu was reading a book with great interest. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. What is it? Fang Yu looked at Yuan Mu and asked, when can we go back? I heard that the situation there isn't good. Yuan Mu turned a page and said plainly, when the time comes, we'll naturally go back. Then when will it be time? Fang Yu asked. Yuan Mu put down the book. As if he could see Fang Yu kneeling there, he said to him, are you very free recently? Do you have news about Yi Hao? What happened in the ancient demon region? Fang Yu lowered his head and said, there is news about Yi Hao, but it's neither good nor bad. Let's hear it. After hearing this, Yuan Mu fell into deep thought and muttered, this Jiyu Sheng isn't simple. If he's really willing to teach Yi Hao's future alchemy might not be any worse than his. That Jiyu Sheng is really willing to teach. Fang Yu was doubtful. When he was in the Chaos Realm, he heard many rumors about Jiyu Sheng, but they were all bad ones. Who knows? Yuan Mu shrugged and said, continue to keep an eye on him. Understood. Is there anything else? Fang Yu was a bit hesitant, but he still said, recently, I heard that the White God Empire and Kang-er Empire are jointly establishing an Imperial Medicine Pavilion. They say they want to take in all the alchemists in the world. Imperial Medicine Pavilion? Yuan Mu tapped the table and smiled, it seems that these two can't tolerate the pill sect. I'm afraid this matter will drag Yi Hao into it. It's good that he's involved. Yuan Mu picked up the book and said, just treat it as an experience. If he can't even pass this hurdle, then going to the Chaos Realm in the future will be useless. Fang Yu saw that Yuan Mu had no intention of saying anything else, so he left. Tianyuan Empire, Imperial Garden. Ever since old Jiyu announced that the Tianyuan Empire had become an ally of the Pill Sect Empire, he had been living in the palace. On one hand, he wanted to supervise the construction of the Pill Sect's branch. On the other hand, he could guide Yi Hao in alchemy at any time. Recently, Yi Hao had been having a headache about how to refine mid-fifth grade pills, so he arranged to meet old Jiyu in the Imperial Garden to ask him about alchemy. On this day, the two sat down in a pavilion in the Imperial Garden. Before long, Jiyu Mo hurried to old Gu's side and whispered something in his ear. Old Gu's expression turned solemn and he got up to leave. Yi Hao was puzzled. Master, what happened? Old Jiyu calmed himself down and said, The 1,000-man team my pill sect empire sent to the Chenyuan Empire met with an accident in the sealed mountain empire. I have to rush over and take a look. During this time, stay in the palace and don't go anywhere. Wait for me to return. Without waiting for Yi Hao to speak, old Jiyu and Jiyu Mo left. Sealed mountain empire? Yi Hao muttered to himself, a 5th-grade empire bordering Qingshan. It's not far from the Chenyuan Empire. How could something happen? Isn't the Pill Sect Empire a 6th-grade empire? Who would dare to touch that 1,000-man team? At this moment, a small black shadow jumped onto the stone table and looked at the fruits on the table, drooling. Yi Hao sat down and stroked the sky-devouring beast's furry tail. He asked curiously, "Sky-devouring beast, who do you think has the guts to touch the Pill Sect Empire's people?" The sky-devouring beast stuck out its tongue and swallowed a plate of fruits. It said casually, "Idiot, can't you think of it yourself? Don't disturb me while I eat." Yi Hao muttered to himself. Suddenly, he thought of something and slapped his thigh. He cried out in alarm, "Oh no, Master must be in danger." Chapter 1558. Sky-swallowing beast swept all the fruits on the table and burped. Yi Hao rolled his eyes and said, "You're still in the mood to eat. Didn't you hear? My master is in trouble." Sky-swallowing beast laid on the table lazily and said, "I don't know if your master is in trouble, but you are in trouble." "What do you mean?" At this moment, Yi Hao noticed from the corner of his eye that there was a young man in white standing beside him. The man was about 100 steps away from him. When did this person appear? Why didn't I hear anything? Why didn't I sense his aura? Yi Hao kept asking himself in his heart. "Your surname is Yi?" The young man greeted Yi Hao. Yi Hao was puzzled and asked, "Who are you? When did you appear?" The young man asked impatiently, "Actually, I hate it when people ask me questions. Let me ask you one question. Is your surname Yi? Who is old man Yi to you?" "Big brother, that's 2 questions." Yi Hao stretched out his hand and smiled bitterly. "Noisy." The young man snorted and a sheathless sword appeared in his right hand. He waved it gently and a white sword light went straight for Yi Hao. Yi Hao's heart palpitated when he saw the sword light. He grabbed sky-swallowing beast that was lying on the stone table and ran away. Boom! The stone table was mercilessly split into 2 by the sword light. "Woof, if you want to run, run by yourself. Why bring me along? His target is you, not me," Sky-swallowing beast said unwillingly. "Nonsense." Yi Hao hugged Sky-swallowing beast even tighter and said, "That guy doesn't seem to have good intentions and he's very strong. If I don't bring you along, I won't even know how I died." With a snort, a white figure appeared and kicked at Yi Hao's face. Yi Hao stepped back and said, "Big brother, let's talk nicely. Don't fight. My surname is Yi, but who is that old man Yi you're talking about? I don't know him." "Your surname is Yi. I'll help you recall it slowly." The young man sneered and slowly walked closer. "By the way, according to my real age, I can be your grandfather." "What? He's an old monster." Yi Hao exclaimed and asked, "What's the cultivation level of this old monster?" The sky-devouring beast casually glanced at him and said, "You're just an 8th-order spirit monarch, not even a heavenly emperor." "Heh, that's still better than me, a 1st-order spirit monarch." Yi Hao's figure flashed and hid in the bamboo forest not far away. The young man, who was the ancestor of the Lin family, chased into the bamboo forest. He smiled and said, "Don't hide anymore. I have waited for many days for this opportunity. You can't run away." When Jiyu Sheng was around, I didn't dare to come out. Who asked him to have an 8th-order spirit monarch bodyguard by his side? But today, he went out of the city with that guard, so no one can save you. Don't struggle. Suddenly, the old ancestor of the Lin family looked in front of him and saw a person holding a fiery red sword rushing towards him. TSK, you overestimate yourself." The old ancestor of the Lin family looked at him with disdain and swung his sword. A white sword light directly hit the figure and sent him flying. In the next second, a person with silver skin suddenly appeared in front of him and punched forward. The old ancestor of the Lin family stretched out his left hand and casually blocked. Boom! The white figure retreated dozens of steps, and the old ancestor of the Lin family took a step back. He looked at the silver-skinned person and smiled. I didn't expect you to be able to push me back when you're just a first-order spirit monarch. Although you only took a step back, it's still very impressive. Yi Hao clenched his fists and looked at the old ancestor of the Lin family who was standing casually. He roared and rushed forward again. The sky-devouring beast was right. Even if he was an 8th-order spirit monarch, so what if there was a huge difference in strength? He still had to fight to know the difference between him and a high-level spirit monarch. If he was afraid before the battle, he would be letting down the Saint King's cultivation technique. The old ancestor of the Lin family's pupils shrank because he only caught a few after-images in the air and did not see where Yi Hao's real body was. What cultivation technique is this? It's quite interesting. Behind him, the old ancestor of the Lin family revealed an opening. Yi Hao's right fist surged with spiritual power and punched down heavily. The old ancestor of the Lin family smiled, revealing a smile of a successful scheme. He stabbed the sheathless sword into the ground, and a huge sheathless sword formed by golden spiritual power suddenly fell from the sky and smashed heavily on Yi Hao's body. Boom! The terrifying spiritual power fluctuation caused by the collision attracted all the guards around. The old ancestor of the Lin family looked at Yi Hao, who was lying in the ground and whose skin had already returned to normal. The old ancestor sneered and said, I told you long ago, stop struggling. It's useless. Why don't you believe me? Cough, cough. Yi Hao coughed softly and looked at the huge demonic beast that quietly appeared behind the old ancestor of the Lin family. He grinned and said, Is that so? The old ancestor of the Lin family felt a chill on his back, and cold sweat soaked his clothes. He felt that he was being targeted by a huge monster. Lieshan City, underground auction venue. Oxhead and Horseface stood nervously at the door of the room at the end of the passageway. Suddenly, the door opened, and a young man who was less than a meter tall wearing a yellow brocade robe walked out. This was the first time this lord had appeared, so the two of them were very cautious. Greetings, my lord. Get up. The short young man walked to the auction stage. Looking at the empty audience seats, he asked softly, How is it? Oxhead leaned closer and said, My lord, according to the information we received, it's very likely to be the Yuan Manor's Celestial Cloud Pavilion. Millimeter, the man replied calmly and said, Actually, I guessed it long ago. At this moment, the man's expression suddenly changed. He looked in the direction of the Tianyuan Empire and thought, that guy really came out. Forget it, I won't get involved in this matter. Leave it to others. Immediately after, the man in the yellow brocade robe said, That's right, the tomb of the Star Moon Emperor is about to appear. The higher-ups have already said that we must get the Star and Moon transformation. Inform everyone to get ready. Understood. Horseface hesitated before asking, What about the Yuan Manor? The young man waved his hand and said, I'll make a trip there myself. You don't have to worry about it. Just do what you need to do. Yes. The two of them left, leaving the young man alone on the auction stage. He glanced at the auction stage and suddenly muttered to himself, It wasn't easy for me to escape from that house, but I was still captured. I wonder how you've been since you went back. Then, he sighed softly and said, Sigh, the tomb of the Star Moon Emperor has appeared. The ancient demon domain that finally calmed down will probably have another bloody storm. Chapter 1559. In the Imperial Garden of the Tianyuan Empire. Yi Hao climbed up from the ground as if nothing had happened. He patted the dust off his body and glanced at the Lin family ancestor, who had lost his breath. At this moment, many soldiers came from all directions and surrounded the Lin family's patriarch. The leader was Wei Dingguo. Wei Dingguo came to Yi Hao and knelt down. Your Majesty, please forgive me for coming too late. It's all right. Get up. Yi Hao waved his hand casually. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yi Hao waved his hand and the sky-devouring beast climbed onto Yi Hao's shoulder. It walked to the young man and smiled. So, Do you still want to kill me now? Mph, the Lin family ancestor snorted. I never wanted to kill you. Yi Hao looked at him with some amusement and asked, then why did you look like you had a deep grudge and beat me up as soon as you came up? Wait. The Lin family ancestor seemed to have thought of something and asked, are you the emperor of the Qianyuan Empire? Yes. Huh. It was Yi Hao's turn to be puzzled. He looked at him and asked, you don't know my identity? The Lin family ancestor was silent. Yi Hao thought carefully and muttered to himself, descendant of the Yi family? Interesting. Yi Hao waved his hand and ordered his men to lock up this young man who was old enough to be his grandfather. Then, he walked out of the bamboo forest. He first went to Yin Xinshin's room. After getting permission, he walked in. Brother Yi Hao. Yin Xinshin, who was cultivating with her eyes closed, was very happy to see Yi Hao. Since the invasion of the Yueluan Empire, the two of them had not been alone together and had not spoken much. So, when she saw Yi Hao, she was very excited. Yi Hao chatted with Yin Xinshin for a while and then left after staying with her for 4 hours. Then, Yi Hao went to find San Yang. At this time, San Yang was discussing with Zhu Dong and the others about strengthening the security of the palace. Yi Hao called San Yang away, and the two of them went to the garden. He said, you've worked hard recently. Not at all. Husan Niang smiled. Looking at the man before her, she felt an indescribable joy. After chatting with San Yang for 4 hours, Yi Hao left and went to Yi Yi's room. Yi Hao saw Hong Yang standing at the door of the room and asked with a smile, third brother Hong, is Yi Yi inside? Yes, brother Sangao. Hong Yang subconsciously said this sentence directly. At that time in the Earthlung mountain range, the two of them could be said to have gone through life and death together. The kindness between them was very deep. Therefore, when he saw Yi Hao, Hong Yang still subconsciously called out the words three tall brothers. All right, I have something to say to her. All right. Yi Hao looked at Hong Yang's blurry back and pushed the door open. At this time, Yi Yi had already heard the sound at the door. She had already stood up and said to Yi Hao, greetings, Your Majesty. No need for formalities. Yi Hao helped Yi Yi up and the two of them sat down. Yi Hao said carelessly, I just caught someone. Oh, who? Yi Yi stretched out her delicate hands and began to make tea. A person whose real age is old enough to be my grandfather, but whose face is as young as mine. Yi Yi's hands trembled as she held the teapot. She pretended not to care and smiled. Oh? There is such a person in the world. And such a miraculous thing. How did he not look old? Yes. Yi Hao saw the scene of Yi Yi's trembling hands but did not expose her. He smiled and said, I was also very curious, so I asked him. Do you know what he said? What did he say? Old man Yi. Yi Hao told Yi Yi the name that person told Yi Yi. Yi Yi was stunned. She did not even realize that the tea had already spilled out of the teacup. Yi Hao saw Yi Yi lose her composure and had a guess. He took the teapot from Yi Yi and placed it on the table, asking, that old man Yi is your master, right? A bad memory appeared in Yi Yi's mind. Sealed Mountain Empire, Dwalu Grand Canyon. On both sides of the canyon were mountain walls that were thousands of meters high. There was a natural river in the middle of the canyon. There was some empty space beside the river. Many people sat on the empty space, all of them frowning. This group was the alchemists and cultivators sent by the Pill Sect Empire to Qianyuan. The leader was a man and a woman. They were both alchemists. At this moment, the two were sitting beside the river with serious expressions. The man gazed at the calm surface of the river and said, Say, they blocked both ends of the canyon, but they didn't attack us immediately. What are they waiting for? The young woman sneered, This place is not far from Qianyuan. What do you think they are waiting for? Actually, I guessed it long ago. The man picked up a stone and threw it into the river. He looked at the splashing water and smiled, These people can't hold back anymore. You're not worried about our safety at all? At least not now. We're bait. They won't attack us until the fish takes the bait. The young woman sighed, Looks like the 100 years of peace is about to be broken. The man got up and smiled, So be it. There will be a battle sooner or later. On one side of the canyon, halfway up the mountain, there were two young men standing proudly, coldly looking at the 1,000-man team at the bottom of the canyon. The young man in yellow brocade said, "I heard the two leaders of this group are the direct disciples of the pill sect master. They are rank 5 alchemists at such a young age." The other young man in white brocade smiled. If it wasn't for their status, they wouldn't have been able to lure that old man here. That's true. At this time, a soldier in golden armor came behind them. The soldier respectfully said to the man in yellow brocade, "Crown Prince, everything is ready." Good. It was Crown Prince Kang who came under orders. He looked at Crown Prince Baishan and asked, "My people are ready. When will that old man arrive?" Crown Prince Baishan looked at the sky and smiled, "Don't worry, he'll be here soon." "I can't wait. That old man is not simple." "I know." Crown Prince Kang stood with his hands behind his back and said, "I don't want to take his life, but I want him to suffer a little. I want him to know that the Pill Sect Empire doesn't have the final say in the ancient demon realm." As soon as his voice fell, a loud noise came from the right side of the canyon. The two crown princes' eyes narrowed at the same time, and they said in a deep voice, "They're here." The 1,000 people at the bottom of the canyon looked at the two figures rushing over with tears in their eyes. When the old man and the guard arrived in front of them, everyone knelt down. Chapter 1560. Young City Lord, please speak up for us. We really don't want to be separated from you. That's right, Second Great Master. We were all groomed by the Shui clan. How can we leave in peace at this time of danger? City Lord, please take back your order. As long as you promise not to chase us away, we will follow you to death. Even if we have to go to the Darky dynasty, we will still be resolute. The group of followers pleaded to the old man, Shui Jingchun, and the City Lord of Overflowing Water City. "Why don't you bring them along?" The old man looked at the anxious expressions of the crowd and said to the City Lord of Overflowing Water City. When the group of guards saw that the old man was speaking up for them, they all looked anxiously at the City Lord of Overflowing Water City, waiting for the City Lord's decision. "Sigh, fine. Since you all want to follow, then follow." The City Lord of Overflowing Water City saw that it was not good for her to say anything more. She could only nod her head. "Haha, that's great. Our Shui clan has to be united. Only then can we be sharp enough to cut through gold." Shui Jingchun was also very happy at this moment. "Since the matters of Overflowing Water City have been settled, we will take our leave first." A Spirit Emperor follower said, "Benefactors, are you not going to follow us to the Darky dynasty?" The City Lord of Overflowing Water City heard the Spirit Emperor follower's words and hurriedly asked. After all, he was going to submit to the Darky dynasty. It would be better if someone recommended him. If no one did, it would be too awkward. "We still have to report to the Pavilion Lord. Now that the Pavilion Lord is going to the Black Dragon sect, it will be very dangerous. We must accompany the Pavilion Lord," a Spirit Emperor follower said. "We are not in a hurry to go to the Darky dynasty. The new emperor of the Darky dynasty is not in the Darky dynasty. Why don't we follow our benefactors and go to the Black Dragon sect? This way, we can take care of each other. Secondly, we can meet the new emperor of the Darky dynasty earlier to discuss matters of submission." The old man suddenly suggested. When the City Lord of Overflowing Water City heard the old man's words, he was clearly stunned. Clearly, he did not expect the old man to have such a plan. Overflowing Water City's City Lord looked directly at Shui Jingchun. "My son, what do you think of your second grandfather's decision?" "I don't think there's anything wrong with second grandpa's words. Let's go chase after the new emperor. Although we aren't that strong, we can still be of some help." Shui Jingchun directly spoke his thoughts when he heard the City Lord's question. "What do you think, benefactors?" When the City Lord of Overflowing Water City heard this, he made a decision in his heart. He then looked at the 4 Spirit Emperors and asked. Hearing the Overflowing Water City's City Lord's inquiry, the 4 spiritual emperors naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, Overflowing Water City's city lord and the others were not weak. It would be great if they could follow them. In this kind of situation where they didn't know who the enemy was and the enemy could appear at any time, a helper was an additional strength, so how could they refuse? All right, let's set off now. There's no time to lose, Overflowing Water City's city lord said after hearing the agreement of the 4 spirit emperors. Be careful. There seems to be something wrong. Xia Haoshuan, who was sitting on his magical beast, suddenly warned Heavenly King Pavilion's pavilion lord with a serious expression. So, the enemy has appeared. When Heavenly King Pavilion's pavilion lord heard Xia Haoshuan's words, she immediately became nervous. After all, the enemy this time was very aggressive. Although she had seen many storms and waves, she was still nervous deep down. Xia Haoshuan nodded and said, most likely. A group of people hiding in different corners. One look and I can tell that they aren't normal people. Then what should we do now? Heavenly King Pavilion's pavilion lord was at a loss. After all, she usually had followers by her side. Now that she didn't have any followers, she really didn't know what to do. Don't worry, wait for me here, Xia Haoshuan said to Heavenly King Pavilion's pavilion lord. What do you mean? Heavenly King Pavilion's pavilion lord was stunned when she heard Xia Haoshuan's words. However, she quickly reacted and couldn't help but be shocked. Don't tell me you want to fight them alone. Why not? Xia Haoshuan saw Heavenly King Pavilion's pavilion lord's shocked expression and couldn't help but ask. He had already briefly investigated the situation of those people. Although many of them had higher cultivation than him, he still had the confidence to fight. Of course, the premise was that he didn't bring Heavenly King Pavilion's pavilion lord along. In such a situation, if he brought Heavenly King Pavilion's pavilion lord along, he would be a complete burden and wouldn't be free at all. After Xia Haoshuan finished speaking, he carried Heavenly King Pavilion's pavilion lord down from his magical beast and continued to move forward. You! The Heavenly King Pavilion's pavilion master Yu slipped off his devil beast. Just as he was about to say something, he realized that Xia Haoshuan had already disappeared. This made her heart jump to her throat. To be honest, she had never been so worried about anyone in her life. However, at this moment, she couldn't control the worry in her heart at all. She could only pray in her heart that Xia Haoshuan was safe and sound. Naturally, she wasn't foolish enough to chase after him. She wanted to know why Xia Haoshuan had placed her here. If she rushed over now, not only would she not help Xia Haoshuan, she would only cause more trouble. This was something she absolutely couldn't allow. Hence, there was nothing she could do now other than pray. Boss, someone's coming. It seems like it's only one person. At the entrance of a dense forest, a group of people were hiding around. A black-clothed man spoke to a silver-masked man. Let him pass. Don't cause any unnecessary trouble, the silver-masked man said with his eyes closed. Yes. Not long after the group of black-clothed men hid themselves, Xia Haoshuan rode his magical beast and directly appeared in front of them. Although they hid very well, they still couldn't escape Xia Haoshuan's detection. Xia Haoshuan also suddenly realized that his mind detection ability was much stronger than ordinary people's. What does this kid mean? All the black-clothed men hiding in the dark saw Xia Haoshuan walk up to them and stopped moving. This naturally caused them to be puzzled. They originally thought that Xia Haoshuan had something to do, but they suddenly realized that Xia Haoshuan was actually lying down on his magical beast and looked like he was about to sleep. Seeing this, they could still tolerate it. Xia Haoshuan's presence here would completely affect their next plan. Boss, what should we do? A black-clothed man asked the silver-masked man through voice transmission. Chapter 1562. On the mountain wall, the 2 crown princes of the 6th rank empire were curious. Crown Prince Kang looked at Jiu, who was brimming with spirit energy, and laughed. Is this the power of the spirit gathering array? It actually raised an old man without any spirit energy to the spirit heaven emperor realm. How terrifying. The white god crown prince continued, however, not everyone has the fortune to enjoy it. If one doesn't have a special physique, they won't be able to absorb so much spirit energy. Ordinary people will only explode and die if they use this array. Haha, that's true. Crown Prince Kanga smiled indifferently and said, this Ji Sheng is indeed worthy of being one of the two pillars of the pill sect empire. Not only is he good at refining pills, even his attainments in array formations are beyond compare. TSK. The white god Crown Prince held his forehead and said with a headache, it's a bit of a headache to be enemies with such a person. After all, he seems to be the only 7th rank spirit array master in the entire ancient demon realm. Below the canyon, a terrifying wave of spirit energy came. Gu, who had finished accumulating his energy, charged forward and collided with one of the 4 monsters of the Heavenly Emperor. The two of them were so fast that everyone could only see after images. Then, they heard a loud bang from the side of the mountain. After Gu hugged the electric monster and slammed into the mountain wall, the two of them began a close combat. Not far away, Gu Mo looked at Gu, who was filled with spirit energy, with a solemn expression. He knew that this method of increasing his battle strength in a short period of time could not last long. Once the time was up, Gu would be in danger. Thinking of this, Gu Mo's attacks became faster and faster. He only wanted to defeat the remaining 3 monsters in a short period of time. However, these 3 people were not easy to deal with. Although their cultivations were not as good as his, their cooperation was very good. They were often able to unleash attacks that surpassed the Spirit Heaven Emperor. After the electric monster was held back by Gu, the others heaved a sigh of relief. However, there were only 500 people left in this 1,000-man team. Yu Sheng looked at the battle in the distance and said loudly, everyone, come to my side. Let's go first. Following which, the people who survived the battle gathered behind Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng and Yu Shu looked at each other and left with the others. It was not that they wanted to leave Gu, but Gu asked them to do so. At this time, the incense stick at the waist of the mountain had already burned 4/5. The gift that the 2 empires had given to the Pill Sect Empire was about to be used up. In the dungeons of the Tianyuan Empire, Yi Hao looked at the frail figure at the door and asked, what is a curse? Yi, who was at the door of the cell, suppressed her disgust and walked in. She explained, I also heard from my master that the so-called curse is brought about by some mysterious treasures in some forbidden places. Simply put, if someone takes away a treasure from a forbidden place, then the curse on the treasure will be transferred to the person who took it. That kind of thing is very terrifying. Once you touch it, you can't even shake it off. It will follow you for the rest of your life and torture you day and night, just like him. Yi Hao nodded and said, I think I understand. Yi continued, I've only heard about it from my master. I've never seen it before. Looking at him, this curse must have been with him for a long time. Yi Hao seemed to be deep in thought. Yi remained silent. The sky-swallowing beast continued to sleep. This continued for 2 hours before the terrifying black gas quietly retracted back into the Lin family's patriarch's back. His face stopped rotting and gradually returned to normal. The tragic cries also finally stopped. Huff, huff, huff. Only the heavy breathing of the Lin family's patriarch could be heard in the cell. The 2 of them went forward. Before they could ask, the Lin family's patriarch spoke first. I understand. Huh? Yi Hao was puzzled. Yi asked, what do you understand? The Lin family's patriarch raised his head and looked at the calm Yi. He said softly, first, I want to apologize to you. Your master was indeed killed by me. You bastard. Yi slapped the other side of the Lin family's patriarch's face. A clear palm print gradually appeared. This time, the Lin family's patriarch did not fly into a rage. Instead, he said very calmly, I know you hate me, but I still have to say it. What's there to say? I'm going to kill you. Yi Hao grabbed Yi's raised hand and looked at the old man who had just experienced great torture. He smiled and said, don't be in such a hurry. It won't be too late for you to do it after he finishes speaking. Yi calmed down and withdrew her hand. She acquiesced to Yi Hao's suggestion. The Lin family's patriarch looked straight at her and said, although I was the one who killed your master, I'm not the real murderer. The mastermind is someone else. What? Yi was puzzled and said, that's impossible. Back then, I clearly saw you kill my grandfather and steal that thing. You don't believe me? The Lin family's patriarch laughed self-deprecatingly and said, you should believe me. If I really took that thing, I wouldn't be like this now. It's been 11 years and I haven't seen that thing at all. Towards the end, the Lin family's patriarch's expression was a little crazy. Finally, he said in a tearful voice, I've respected you for so many years and treated you as my big brother. I even did so many things for you. In the end, I realized that you've been lying to me and using me, bastard. Yi looked at the old man who had lost his composure and was even more puzzled. Yi Hao touched his chin and asked, speaking of which, what exactly is that thing? Yi's expression was serious and she didn't say anything. The Lin family's patriarch laughed crazily and said, ha ha ha, that thing is a one-of-a-kind treasure because it can resist all curses in the world. He's right. That thing can resist all curses in the world. Yi's expression was calm. At this moment, the Lin family's patriarch, who had already understood the cause and effect, suddenly regained his senses. He looked at Yi Hao and said seriously, this old man has a request. Hey! Yi Hao was speechless and said, an old fox like you actually has a request for me. The Lin family's patriarch kowtowed and said in a low voice, I'm willing to submit. Your Majesty, please take me in. The two figures standing in front of the patriarch, one white and one black, looked at each other. They didn't know what the patriarch was up to. What do you mean? The Lin family's patriarch still didn't raise his head and said in a low voice, I only ask that your Majesty spare my life because there's something that I have to do. It's related to my master's death. Yi blurted out. It's also related to that treasure. Yi Hao had an idea. That's right. All right then, raise your head. Hearing this, the Lin family's patriarch raised his head and looked straight at Yi Hao. Then, a ball of black earth fiend gas emerged from behind Yi Hao and entered the Lin family's patriarch's body at lightning speed. Chapter 1563. All right, you're mine now. Yi Hao waved his hand, and the chains on the old ancestor's body fell to the ground. The Lin family's old ancestor, who suddenly felt relaxed, stood up and said respectfully, Thank you, Your Majesty. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for subduing an 8th order spirit monarch powerhouse. The host is rewarded with a mid-5th grade medicinal pill. Yi Hao smiled and looked at the Lin family's old ancestor. Now, can you tell me what happened that year, and what did you understand? The Lin family's old ancestor smiled sadly and told the story of that year. 11 years ago, he and an imperial uncle of the Kang'er Empire received news that the treasure they had been looking for was hidden in a small 3rd-grade empire near the Yueluan Empire. Therefore, Lin Marosheng, who was the head of the Lin family at that time, led the Lin family and the imperial uncle who secretly went out to the small empire. After 3 months, they finally found the specific whereabouts of the treasure. The treasure was in the hands of an old man surnamed Yi, who had a little girl with him. That day, they broke into the house where the old man lived. After finding the old man, they spent a lot of effort to kill the old man, but in the end, they returned empty-handed. Because they searched the whole house, they couldn't find the treasure, nor could they find the little girl beside the old man. No, that's not right. Yi interrupted and recalled carefully, the treasure was taken away because I was hiding under my master's bed at that time. I also saw a masked man walk in, lift the floor on the ground, and then walked into the secret underground room. It didn't take long for that masked man to come up. Although he didn't have anything in his hands, after you left, I went down and found that my master's treasured treasure was gone. So, I was very sure that it was your people who took it. The Lin family's old ancestor's face became a little distorted, and he said angrily, that masked man was the imperial uncle. So he got the treasure long ago, and lied to me that he didn't have it. What a bastard. That's not right. The Lin family's ancestor shook his head and said, logically speaking, with that bastard's cultivation, it's impossible for him not to discover you. Yi Hao smiled faintly and said, Imperial uncle must have discovered Yi, but he didn't expose her immediately. Firstly, He wanted to hide the whereabouts of the treasure and make you mistakenly think that the treasure was still in Yi's hands. Secondly, he wanted to make an enemy for you so that you would be in the hands of your enemy in the future. What a vicious scheme. The Lin clan's ancestor punched the wall beside him angrily. Yi nodded and said, according to what you said, all of this was the royal uncle's scheme. Then what's with the curse on your body? Thinking of this, the ancestor of the Lin clan became even angrier and said, this curse was also caused by that bastard. Now it seems that he did it on purpose back then. Not long after that incident, Imperial Uncle heard that a mirror was about to be born in a forbidden area in the northern part of the ancient demon domain. Legend has it that the mirror was a treasure of a powerful person. Anyone who was shone on by the mirror would be trapped in the mirror if their cultivation was lower than the person holding the mirror. At that time, Imperial Uncle desperately wanted to obtain that treasure, so he called me to go to the forbidden area to obtain the treasure. The two of us went through many hardships and finally waited for that treasure to be born. Imperial Uncle couldn't bear to let me be entangled by the curse, so he wanted to obtain the treasure himself. But at that time, I was young and hot-blooded and valued brotherhood, so I snatched the treasure before Imperial Uncle. After that, I've been entangled by this damned curse ever since. After that, Royal Uncle even told me that he must help me find that treasure that can resist all curses and cure the curse on my body. Now, it seems that it was all just a bunch of nonsense. I was really stupid back then. Saying this, the Lin family's ancestor suddenly burst into tears. He couldn't bear to look back on the past, especially when he was schemed against and deceived by the person he trusted the most. Only he himself knew how it felt. At least, I'm one step closer to revenge. Yi walked to the side and leaned against the wall. She closed her tired eyes and silently said in her heart. Yi Hao stood with his hands behind his back. Looking at the crying Lin family's ancestor, he said indifferently, you're already a dead man in the eyes of Imperial Uncle, so it's inconvenient for you to show your face. Just follow me in secret. I'll avenge you. Yi Hao turned around and walked out of the prison. Looking at the cloudless sky, he murmured, Kanga Empire? No matter, I'll flatten it sooner or later. What's one more Imperial Uncle? At the bottom of the canyon, the battle was nearing its end. The four monsters of Sky Emperor each took a step back and stood in one place, distancing themselves from Jiyu Mo and old Jiyu. Jiyu Mo roared. Just as he was about to rush out, old Jiyu pulled him back and shook his head. No need, they're already preparing to leave. Sure enough, as old Jiyu said, the four monsters of Sky Emperor didn't continue to pester them after distancing themselves. Instead, they directly left the canyon. At this moment, old Jiyu looked at the mountainside and realized that there was no one there. However, there were still ashes of incense on the stage. Looking at the four monsters' figures, Jiyu Mo was overjoyed. He turned his head and realized that old Gu's body had returned to normal. His eyes were slightly closed and he was about to faint. Jiyu Mo hurriedly reached out and hugged old Jiyu in his arms. Looking at the tiny wounds on old Gu's body, Jiyu Mo was speechless for a moment. After a sigh, he left the canyon with old Jiyu in his arms and rushed towards Yushu and Yusheng. 10 days later, the Pill Sect Empire's team finally arrived at New Chenyuan City under the escort of old Jiyu and Jiyu Mo. As the sovereign of Chenyuan City, Yi Hao led hundreds of officials and went out 10 miles to welcome them. On one hand, it was out of respect for the Pill Sect Empire. On the other hand, it was out of courtesy for a disciple to his teacher. The Pill Sect Empire had 1,000 people on this trip. However, only 400 people arrived at New Chenyuan City in the end. 500 people died in the battle in the canyon, and 100 died on the way due to their severe injuries. However, among the remaining 400 people, more than 300 were alchemists. Therefore, they would be of great help to the Pill Sect Empire's branch. Under Yi Hao's lead, everyone arrived at the palace. During the banquet, everyone toasted each other merrily. The bookish Yu Shu raised her wine cup and looked at the most distinguished person in the Chenyuan Empire. She said, I heard that Chenyuan City has become our Pill Sect Empire's ally. Congratulations. Yes, sovereign of Chenyuan City, I'll drink first as a sign of respect. You can do as you please. Without waiting for Yi Hao to speak, Yu Shu finished her wine cup in one gulp. She put down the wine cup in her hand and began to chat and laugh with old Ji Yu. Yi Hao looked at his wine cup that was still in midair. He smiled faintly and finished his cup in one gulp as well. Then, he poured another cup and smiled. Everyone has traveled a long way from the pill sect. It must have been hard on you all. Come, this cup is for everyone. At this moment, old Ji Yu left the banquet midway. Therefore, no one from the pill sect empire raised their cups in response. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Chapter 1564. Zhu Dong and the others' chests heaved up and down, their hearts filled with anger. The young emperor had given them face and personally toasted them, but this group of people didn't accept his good intentions. It could be said that they were full of arrogance. How could they not be angry? It was only because San Yang and the others were suppressing them that they didn't fall out on the spot. Sovereign King Tian Yuan, I think there's no need for this toast. Yu Shu sneered. Yu Sheng didn't say anything. The two leaders had already expressed their attitude, and at this moment, old Ji Yu wasn't here, so everyone naturally stood on the same side as the two leaders. Yi Hao chuckled, picked up his wine cup, and walked to the center of the hall. He smiled and said, "No matter what, you all came to my Tianyuan new city to establish a branch. In the future, you will see each other often. There's no need to make the atmosphere so awkward. TCH, if it wasn't for old Ji Yu, who would be willing to come? That's right, it's just a fifth-rank empire. Do you think you're so great? Enough, for old Gu's sake, I just toasted you with a cup of wine. Quit while you're ahead." As soon as Yi Hao's voice fell, there were immediately people who responded, but all of them were not good responses. At this moment, old Ji Yu, who had just left the banquet, walked to the door. Just as he was about to enter, he heard the noise inside and stopped in his tracks, leaving the place. "Yi Hao, this is the public opinion." Yu Shu began to call the most distinguished person in Tianyuan by his name, smiling. Yi Hao's lips curled up. Suddenly, he heavily smashed the wine cup in his hand on the ground, the wine splashing everywhere. He said calmly, "I'll only say 3 things. First, I didn't beg you to establish a branch in Tianyuan. It was your pill sect empire's decision after discussion. You can't blame Tianyuan or old Ji Yu for this matter. Since you accepted this mission, you should be responsible. Secondly, please retract that lofty attitude of yours. That act is useless against us. Also, just when you guys were acting all high and mighty, the Emperor Medicine Pavilion established by the 2 great empires had already established their headquarters in the various empires. Their next step would be to establish branches in the various empires. Your pill sect is no longer unique, please know your place. Third, my Tianyuan Empire is a 5th-rank empire, and does not have a Spirit Heaven Emperor Realm expert overseeing it, but why would I dare to sign an alliance with your pill sect instead of submitting to Kang-er? It's not because Kang-er's conditions are too harsh, but because Master told me that the pill sect empire is different from the other 6th-rank empires. There is no discrimination here, and everyone is equal." Every time Yi Hao said something, the faces of the pill sect empire's people turned redder and redder. They gradually began to reflect on their own mistakes. "If you don't want to stay here, feel free to leave. But I won't use the lives of Tianyuan spirit emperors to pave the way for you, because it's not worth it at all. Without you, Tianyuan will only become stronger and stronger." Yi Hao turned around and left the table angrily, leaving behind the people of the pill sect who were at a loss. Following that, the rest of the people of the Tianyuan Empire also left. In the end, only San Yang was left standing in the hall. San Yang came in front of Yu Shu and said expressionlessly, "You can only blame us for not sending reinforcements, but you didn't realize why you were able to pass through the canyon so smoothly. Do you really think that after the canyon, the Kang-er Empire will let you go, or that with Ji Yu Mo here, no one will dare to stop you? They don't dare to fight head-on, but don't they know how to launch a sneak attack? You bunch of idiots with high standards but low abilities. Do you know that it was exchanged with the blood of the 165 Spirit Emperor realm experts of my Tianyuan Empire? Yu Shu was stunned. Looking at Hu Sanyang's blurry figure, she lowered her head deeply. Yu Sheng stood up and walked to the entrance of the hall. Yu Shu asked, "Where are you going?" Yu Sheng stopped in his tracks. Without turning back, he calmly said, "To the branch to teach alchemy." Then, Yu Sheng left. Following that, the rest of the people of the alchemy sect empire also stood up and followed behind Yu Sheng. They were heading towards the newly built alchemy sect branch in Tianyuan New City. Yu Shu sighed and silently left the hall as well. At this moment, in the Imperial Garden, Elder Ji Yu was sitting leisurely in the pavilion, drinking herbal tea. Suddenly, a black figure came to his side. Elder Ji Yu sipped his tea and asked casually, "Finished?" "Yes." Yi Hao lightly replied. "What, you don't have the confidence to subdue those people?" "That's not it." Yi Hao took the teacup and poured himself a cup. He said, "Through the method you taught me, these people shouldn't be arrogant to us anymore, but what? But if one day Tianyuan becomes a 6th rank empire, or even above it, then when my people go out, will they be like this to the people of other empires?" Yi Hao sighed and said, "Master, do you think one day I will become the person I hate the most? If that day really comes, what will you do?" Elder Ji Yu put down the teacup in his hand. Yi Hao hesitated and smiled bitterly. "I don't know. I've always wanted everyone to be equal, but this dream seems so far away. Yes, in a world where the strong preys on the weak, it's impossible for everyone to be equal." Elder Ji Yu muttered. "What did you say?" Yi Hao didn't hear clearly. "Nothing." Elder Ji Yu waved his hand and said, "I heard that you can already refine a 5th rank mid-pill. Come, refine one for me to see." "Okay." A small cauldron appeared in Yi Hao's hand. He directly threw in a set of ingredients. The cauldron spun quickly. Yi Hao closed his eyes and focused on refining. Elder Ji Yu gazed at his disciple's serious appearance as he suddenly muttered to himself, "If one day, I become someone who wields power, willfully slaughters the innocent, lofty, insufferably arrogant, and become the person you hate the most, what will you do?" Boom! A rich spiritual power came out of the furnace, and a glittering golden pill floated out of the furnace. "You're good. You can actually refine a 5th rank mid-perfect pill so quickly." Elder Ji Yu couldn't hide the admiration in his eyes. "Of course." Yi Hao reached out and held the pill in his hand. He smiled and said, "Don't you know whose disciple you are?" 3 days later. Falling Sky District, Yuan Manor. Yuan Mu sat in the study as usual, holding a book and reading it with great interest. Suddenly, he felt a bit hungry and shouted, Mu Dao, isn't it time to eat?" No one responded. The entire manor was strangely quiet. Yuan Mu put down the book and had a bad feeling. He walked out of the room and shouted, Mu Dao? Mu Dao, where are you? I have something to talk to you about." He shouted dozens of times, but there was still no response. Yuan Mu leaned against the wall with a pale face and lowered his head. Chapter 1565. At this moment, a black figure appeared in front of Yuan Mu. Yuan Mu looked up and asked, "Where did Mu Dao go?" Fang Yu opened his mouth and said expressionlessly, "He left a letter, and I don't know where he went, impossible." Yuan Mu grabbed Fang Yu's collar and roared, "Did he go back?" Fang Yu was silent. "Say something." "There's," bang. Yuan Mu gathered his spiritual energy and slammed Fang Yu against the wall. He raised his right hand and roared, "He couldn't have gone back alone." "Was it you? Say something." "Yes." Fang Yu's eyes were red. He smiled and said, "I helped him go back. He has his own mission. He must go back. No one can change this, not even you, sacred King Mu." "You bastard." Yuan Mu punched the hateful figure's cheek and said angrily, "He's still a child. He shouldn't have to bear this." "Are you crazy?" "I'm not crazy." Fang Yu pushed Yuan Mu away and said, "This is his own decision. He begged me to help him. This is the letter he left. Take a good look." Yuan Mu's right hand trembled as he took the white paper. He opened it and saw Mu Dao's handwriting. He was the one who taught Mu Dao how to write, so he knew best. Young master, Mu Dao is gone. Don't miss, Mu Dao. Yuan Mu held the thin paper with both hands. It felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. There were thousands of words in his heart, but he couldn't say them. He believed Mu Dao was the same. Mu Dao knew he didn't like sad parting, so he left quietly. Mu Dao knew he didn't like being sentimental, so he combined all his reluctance to part with her into these 9 words. But how could he not read them? Someone's coming. I'm leaving. Fang Yu left and disappeared into the darkness. Yuan Mu put away his sadness and solemnly put away a piece of paper. He stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. Not long after, a short man wearing a yellow brocade robe walked in. He looked at the figure in the courtyard and quietly walked to Yuan Mu's side. Saint King Mu, long time no see. Yuan Mu turned around. His head was still covered by a white cloth. He smiled and said, "Oh, isn't this the yellow-clothed sir who's been holed up in the underground auction? What wind blew you here today?" "Ha ha." Huang Yi laughed heartily and said, "Saint King Mu, this is not like your usual style of speech." "All right." Yuan Mu straightened his face and said in a low voice, "What business do you have with me?" Huang Yi cleared her throat and said, "Since Saint King Mu is so straightforward, I'll just get straight to the point. Where did Sacred King Mu go after leaving the empire? Do I have to report my whereabouts to you?" Yellow Robe smiled and said, "Of course not. It's fine if you go somewhere else, but I'm afraid that you might accidentally fall into a mud pit and not be able to get up." "Lord Huang, you're implying something." Huang Yi moved closer and whispered, "Someone from the empire already knows about you. Be careful." "Why did you take the risk to send me a message?" Yuan Mu was confused. "Take it as repaying your kindness for not attacking the princess." Huang Yi picked a peach blossom and said, "Actually, you already knew the princess's identity. Although I don't know why you didn't attack in the end, I, Huang Yi, am a person who distinguishes between kindness and hatred. This favor is reasonable." Yuan Mu turned around and looked at her with a half-smile. Distinguishing between kindness and hatred? If Huang Yi is so clear about kindness and hatred, shouldn't you have left the empire long ago? Huang Yi turned around and said calmly, "Senior brother, I've already repaid what I owed master in that battle. I don't owe him anything anymore." "Ha!" Yuan Mu sneered and said, "Well said. You've indeed repaid it. In that case, there's no need for us to call each other brothers. You don't have to worry about my business. You can leave now." Yuan Mu chuckled and left the courtyard, heading for the study. Huang Yi looked at the familiar yet blurry figure and murmured, "Senior brother, take care of yourself. In 3 days, Xingyue's tomb will appear. After this, you should leave. After all, you've already gotten involved with the remnants of that person. The empire won't just sit by and watch." 3 days later, in the northern part of the ancient demon domain, a huge tomb suddenly appeared. Everyone said that it was the tomb of Xingyue Great Emperor. Xingyue Great Emperor was a Saint King expert. He had many treasures and cultivation methods when he was alive. After his death, he took them all into the tomb, so this was a rare opportunity for everyone. If they could learn a peerless cultivation method in the tomb, they would definitely be able to stand out among the many young geniuses. At that time, it wouldn't be difficult for them to control the world and lie drunk on the knees of beauties. The entire ancient demon domain was swept by a hot wind of entering the tomb to search for cultivation methods. All the powerhouses below the Spirit Heaven Emperor and above the Spirit Emperor realm swarmed over. Why was it below the Spirit Heaven Emperor? It was because after the tomb appeared, a Spirit Heaven Emperor powerhouse wanted to find some opportunities. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came into contact with the tomb, his entire body turned into a pile of bones. Then, a cryptic voice was heard. Many heavenly emperor powerhouses began to analyze and finally came to the conclusion that those above the Spirit Heaven Emperor realm couldn't enter. As for why it was above the Spirit Emperor realm, it was naturally because heavenly emperors couldn't go. Then, the Spirit Heaven Emperor realm was definitely the strongest. What use would it be for a Spirit Emperor to go? Wouldn't it still be blasted to pieces? Now, the entire ancient demon domain's attention was attracted by the tomb of Xingyue Great Emperor. The situation of the three empires had eased a little, so Yi Hao was relieved to leave his rear to Sanyang, elder Ji Yu, and the Lin family's ancestor. Therefore, Yi Hao, who was determined to learn the second half of the Star Moon transformation, bid farewell to the people of Tianyuan and rushed to the tomb of Xingyue Great Emperor with the little dog on his shoulder. This time, he would definitely succeed in battle. In the south, a monk emitting golden light walked out of a dilapidated temple. With every step he took, golden light bloomed, spiritual power gushed, and the earth shook. In the west, a white-robed swordsman with disheveled hair flew on his sword with a wine pot in his hand. Wherever he passed, countless young girls looked sideways and swore to marry such a man. In the north, there was a small beggar who was walking with a broken bamboo stick. With just 3 knocks, he had already traveled a mile. With another knock, he had already traveled a few miles. In the east, a high-spirited young man sat on a big gourd flying in mid-air. He looked at the great scenery under his feet and couldn't help but shout, "Ancient demon domain, Xingyue Great Emperor's tomb, wait for me. I, Duo Baosan, am coming." Chapter 1566. In the north of the ancient demon realm, there was a mountain called Mount Tai. Mount Tai was surrounded by water and stood alone. The trees on the mountain were lush and clouds lingered around. Looking down from the top, the entire mountain range looked like a winding dragon. There were 4 stone doors in the 4 directions of Mount Tai. Beside each stone door, there were 2 stone lions. At this moment, there were many people standing in front of the 4 stone doors. They looked at the huge mountain range with greed. This was the place where the tomb of the Star Moon Emperor appeared. There were many peerless skills and treasures. If they were lucky enough to get 1 or 2 of them, it would not be a problem for them to dominate the ancient demon realm. "What's wrong with this stone door? I've been here for 3 days and there's no movement at all." "You've been here for 3 days. I've been here for 10 days and there's no movement at all. It can't be. The stone door won't open, right? What should we do?" In front of the stone door in the south, many people were discussing. Suddenly, everyone felt the ground shaking. They looked over and saw a monk with golden light slowly approaching. "It's Monk Golden Light," someone in the crowd exclaimed. Everyone looked fearful and quickly distanced themselves from the stone door. Monk Jin Guang easily arrived in front of the stone door. He looked at the closed stone door and frowned. He raised his fist that was shining with golden light and smashed it heavily on the stone door. Bang! There was only a loud sound. Then, Monk Golden Light retreated dozens of steps before stabilizing himself. He put down his fist and sat in front of the stone door, meditating silently. There was an open space around him and no one dared to step forward. It was because this monk was too fierce. It had been more than a month since the tomb of the Star Moon Great Emperor had appeared in the world. Because of this, many geniuses had emerged in the ancient demon domain. It was unknown which busybody had compiled the names of these geniuses into a list, and that list was called the Heaven List. Monk Golden Light, who was sitting in front of the stone door, was not only listed in the list but also ranked very high. He was ranked 2nd on the Heaven List. Some people were not convinced. They did not listen to this guy before. How did he suddenly occupy the 2nd position? So, they challenged Monk Golden Light. According to incomplete statistics, along the way, Monk Golden Light had received no less than 120 challenges. Without exception, all of the challengers had fallen under Monk Golden Light's golden fists. Monk Golden Light's fierce name spread far and wide. No one dared to question the authenticity of the Heaven List. Cheers suddenly came from the west gate of Mount Tai. Because a white-robed swordsman came from the west on his sword. "Wow, he's so handsome. That must be the white-robed swordsman." At the north gate of Mount Tai, a child beggar with a crutch quietly walked into the crowd. He looked at the tightly shut stone door, found a spacious place, and began to sleep. 2 people came from the east gate of Mount Tai. One of them rode a big gourd and slowly landed under the disdainful eyes of the crowd. The other person carried a small dog in his arms and slowly walked into the crowd. The crowd in front of the stone door looked at Duo Baosan, who landed on the ground and put away the big gourd. They could not help but make a disdainful sound. Duo Baosan did not care. He greeted the crowd with a smile. "Hello everyone. I'm the Duo Baosan who is loved by everyone. I'm handsome and rich. Hey, aren't you just the third on the heaven list? What's so great about that? That's right. If you're really capable, go and meet the white-robed swordsman. If you're afraid, why don't you go and fight with monk Jingguang?" There was a commotion in the crowd. Then, a middle-aged swordsman with a sword on his back came in front of Duo Baosan with a flattering look. He smiled and said, "Brother Baosan, you're here." Duo Baosan looked at the swordsman, who was much older than him and had goosebumps all over his body. He waved his hand and a 5th-level low-grade divine sword appeared in his hand. He threw the divine sword to the swordsman and said with a smile, "Call me Prince Jewel from now on. Do you hear me?" The swordsman looked at the 5th-level divine sword in his arms and nodded. He then casually threw the 3rd-level broken sword on the ground and carefully stroked the new divine sword in his hand, reluctant to let go. "Thank you, Prince Jewel." Millimeter, Duo Baosan nodded with satisfaction and looked at the crowd proudly. Hiss. When the crowd saw Duo Baosan take out a 5th-level divine sword, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was a 5th-level divine weapon. Ordinary people would not be able to take it out. They did not expect Duo Baosan to take it out so casually. Weapons were also divided into grades, with the lowest grade being 1 and the highest grade being 9. Every grade was divided into low, middle, and high grades. When the crowd saw the swordsman's infatuated expression, they could not help but be tempted. However, when they saw Duo Baosan's proud expression, they could not help but back off. At this time, an ordinary-looking young man with a small dog on his shoulder walked out. The man came to Duo Baosan's side and said with a flattering smile, "So you're Prince Jewel. It's an honor to meet you." "Haha." Duo Baosan laughed and looked at the young man in front of him. He smiled and said, "Oh, you've heard of me. What have you heard of me? On my way here, I've heard many stories about you. They say that Prince Jewel is chivalrous and warm-hearted, and that you'll pull out your sword to help when you see injustice on the road. Take the recent incident, for example. When you saw a diner who did not pay for his meal, you raised your big gourd without saying a word and called out to him. In the end, after you defeated him, he was still not convinced, so you took out a few treasures and smashed them on his face. He immediately treated you with respect and paid for his meal. It can be seen that you're a timely rein. You knew that he did not have money for his meal, so you gave him a few treasures and asked him to pay for his meal after he pawned them. TSK, such a chivalrous person is rare, so I've heard of Prince Jewel's fame. Today, I'm honored to meet you." Ha ha ha. Duo Baosan listened to the young man's flattery and could not hide the smile on his face. The swordsman who had benefited from Duo Baosan curled his lips and thought, "This guy is better at flattery than I am." The crowd became more and more disdainful. Duo Baosan was in a good mood. He then took out a 5th-grade mid-grade axe and casually threw it to the ordinary-looking young man with the small dog on his shoulder. Net. Peak. Chapter 1567. Wow. The crowd was in an uproar. Who was this Duo Baosan? How could he casually give out a level 5 divine weapon? And this time, it was a mid-grade one. The swordsman looked at the shining axe and felt regret. If he had known that the longer he flattered, the higher the grade of the divine weapon he would get, he would have flattered more. The young man looked at the axe in his arms and was in a difficult position. Duo Baosan smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Do you think the divine weapon I gave you is too low grade?" The young man shook his head and smiled, "That's not it. It's just that I don't use axes, so I won't use the axe you gave me. Isn't that a waste? This kid doesn't know what's good for him." "That's right. Even if you don't use it, you can sell it for a good price. Not to mention selling it, even if you exchange it with someone else, it won't be bad. Behind him, there was a burst of whispers. The young man didn't care and continued, "Prince Jewel, can you give me a suitable treasure? This axe should be left to a fated person." "Hey, kid, I give you an inch and you want a mile." The swordsman beside Duo Baosan was unhappy. He was a 7th-order spirit emperor, and the kid in front of him looked like a 5th-order spirit emperor. His cultivation was lower than his, but he didn't have so many problems. Why did this kid have so many requests? Duo Baosan smiled indifferently and reached out to stop the swordsman. He said, "You're right. If it's not suitable for you, it's useless no matter how powerful it is. What's your name?" "I'm called Yi Sangao." The young man smiled slightly. Yi Sangao. Not a bad name. Duo Baosan asked, "What kind of weapon do you want?" Yi Sangao scratched his ears and cheeks for a long time and said, "Prince Jewel, I'm afraid of death. Why don't you give me a treasure armor?" "Haha, you kid." Duo Baosan pointed at the figure in front of him and then took out a level 5 upper-grade golden chainmail. Yi Sangao took the golden chainmail and put it on. The golden chainmail immediately disappeared, and no one could tell that it had been worn before. As expected of a 5th-tier artifact armor, it had already gained intelligence. "Thank you, Prince Jewel." Master Yi bowed and smiled. Then, he handed over the axe in his hand. Unexpectedly, Duo Baosan was not prepared to accept it. He said, "How can I, Prince Jewel, take back what I've given out? You can keep it and give it to your fated person." "All right." Yi Sangao squinted his eyes and smiled. He kept the treasures and purposely raised his voice, "Thank you for bestowing me with 2 5th-rank treasures. I am willing to follow you into the tomb and search for opportunities for you. You're not bad." Duo Baosan looked deeply at Yi Sangao. When the others saw this, they couldn't hold back anymore. If they could obtain a divine weapon by flattering Duo Baosan, why wouldn't they do such a good thing? Moreover, looking at Duo Baosan's appearance, he definitely had many more such treasures in his hands. He was the god of wealth. Thus, at the Eastern Stone Gate, there were shouts. These shouts were all calling out the same name, and that was Prince Jewel. Duo Baosan, who had a lot of gold, was instantly drowned by the crowd. Yi Sangao, who saw this scene, chuckled. He found a place where there was no one and sat down. Just as he sat down, the little dog on his shoulder jumped into his arms and said lazily, "I really don't understand. You already have a divine weapon like the Wu Dao sword. Why do you still need these useless external objects?" Yi Sangao leaned against the mountain wall behind him. His back felt the coldness of the mountain wall. He smiled and said, "Who would complain about having too many treasures? It would be a waste not to take them." The sky-devouring beast rolled its eyes in disdain and said, "That Duo Baosan's things aren't that easy to take. You have to be careful." "I know." Immediately, a white light appeared on Yi Sangao's body. He continued, "My real purpose isn't to take his treasures. I want to go in with him. After all, the 3rd place on the Heaven list is much more famous than the champion of the Heaven Street Convention. Following him will save me a lot of trouble." That's right. This person was Yi Hao, who had left the Qianyuan Empire and spent a month to arrive here. In this month, Yi Hao had been busy with his journey. He had also begun to understand the second part of the Star and Moon transformation, the Forging Spirit chapter. His soul was already as big as a pond. It was 3 to 4 times stronger than ordinary people in the same realm. Speaking of realms, he had not neglected his cultivation in this month. He had already reached the 5th level of the Spirit Emperor realm from the 1st level. In addition to some of the medicinal pills rewarded by completing the side missions, there was also the contribution of the small world of the sky-devouring beast. The flow of time there was slower than the outside world. It was because of this that Yi Hao could make such great progress in a month. Looking at the blue sky, the corner of Yi Hao's lips curled up. He asked, "Swallowing Heaven, you said my Sword of Tao is a divine weapon. What is its rank?" "Grade." Swallowing Heaven rolled his eyes at him and said disdainfully, "My sword is a Saint Ruler weapon. The word grade is an insult to it." Yi Hao suddenly became spirited. He smiled and said, "Saint Ruler weapon? It can't be, right? I don't feel that this sword is that powerful. That's because my sword was once damaged and lost its original power. It's still in a state of recovery. Moreover, even if it wasn't damaged, how much of its power can you use? I see. Yi Hao had not carefully observed the sword since he obtained it. After hearing Swallowing Heaven's words, he found that there were indeed many fine scars on the sword. Some were even damaged. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of attack could cause such damage to a Saint Ruler weapon. Then how can it be recovered? Simple, kill. Yi Hao was puzzled. Swallowing Heaven explained, you should have seen others use this sword. Although it is a divine weapon, it is also an evil sword. Those who have not been recognized by this sword as their master will have their blood and energy constantly devoured by it as long as they hold it. Otherwise, the wielder will not be able to use my sword's power. I see. With this explanation, Yi Hao immediately understood why the Emperor of Great Wu would be tortured to such a state by this sword. But then another question surfaced in his mind, then why am I fine? This is the other situation I want to talk about. As long as the sword recognizes its owner, the wielder will not be harmed by the sword. Moreover, the wielder's eyes will turn crimson red. Thus, you will not be harmed, but your eyes will turn red. I understand. Yi Hao paused for a moment and then asked, but you just said that if I want this sword to return to its peak, I have to kill people. Is there any other way? Yes, and the effect is even better, but... Net. Vertex. Chapter 1568. Yi Hao asked, but what? But the damage to the sword wielder is too great. Tunchen recalled and said, there's another way, which is to use the sword wielder's essence blood to nourish it every day. But you know how important essence blood is to a cultivator. The more essence blood you lose, the shorter your lifespan. So I don't recommend you use it. After all, you don't have anything to replenish the essence blood you lose every day. Okay, I know. Yi Hao smiled faintly and put away my Dao sword. He said, there's no rush to repair my Dao sword. Let's think of a way to get the second half of Stellar Moon transformation first. Oh right. Tunchen straightened up and looked at the person who had saved him from danger many times. He said, there's a limit to this tomb. I can't go in with you, so I'll wait for you outside. I know. You've said this many times. Yi Hao gently stroked the sky-devouring beast. He smiled and said, you also said to be extremely careful in there and to run if you can't win. Your life is the most important. If I die, the two things you promised to do for me will be void. You told me to take care of myself. Okay. Tunchen replied faintly. One couldn't tell if he was happy or sad. Okay, I know what to do. Wait for me outside. Yi Hao got up and put Tunchen aside. He turned and left. Tunchen looked at Yi Hao's blurry figure and suddenly shouted, Yi, if you dare to die, I'll make the entire Tian Yuan die with you. Yi Hao didn't turn back. He waved his hand with his back facing Tunchen. Then he looked at the Duo Baosan surrounded by people and murmured, die? How can that be? I still have to go to the Chaos Realm. I still have to find Bing Yi. I still have to lead Tian Yuan to prosperity. How can I die? In the ancient demon realm, the person who can take my life hasn't been born yet. I, Yi Hao, am famous for being tough. After another 10 days, the 4 stone doors of the tomb still showed no signs of opening. During this time, more and more cultivators arrived. There were many people standing in front of the 4 stone gates. Many people ran to the other side of the river and continued to stand guard. Although they didn't know when the tomb would be opened, everyone remained patient. After all, the allure of a Saint King's tomb was extremely great. On this day, everyone was still sitting in front of the stone gate. Suddenly, 4 bell tolls came from the bottom of Mount Tai, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Everyone's spirits were roused. Then, they saw a silver-white pillar of light shoot up into the sky from the peak of Mount Tai. When the white pillar of light reached the top of the sky, it suddenly scattered and gradually scattered. Then, a silver-white light shield appeared, enveloping the people in front of Mount Tai and the river. The people at the back of the river, which was the other end of the shore, became anxious when they saw this. They wanted to rush in, but as soon as they got close, they were repelled by a huge spiritual force. He tried this a few times, but the result was the same. Those people's faces turned ashen as they looked at the people in the light shield enviously. To them, they were already eliminated. They didn't even have the chance to participate. As for the people in the light shield, they felt lucky that they came early. At least they could still enter the tomb. This change came so suddenly that the few big shots who were secretly observing in the void didn't have time to react. On Mount Tai, a heavy voice sounded. By Tiendi, did you see what happened just now? No. Another voice replied, it seems that this tomb doesn't want us to pry into the secrets inside. That's right. These big shots whose cultivation had reached the Spirit Heaven Emperor realm couldn't enter to explore the opportunities inside, so they hid in the void and secretly observed. Unexpectedly, a layer of light descended, and they could no longer see the situation of Mount Tai clearly. Disperse, disperse. There's nothing to see. An old voice sounded. Then, a wave of spiritual energy fluctuation sounded in the void. The tomb of a saint king is indeed powerful. Although our heavenly emperor is only one realm away from the saint king, the mysteries inside are not something we can see through. Let's go. Another young voice sounded and also left the void. Then, more and more spiritual energy fluctuations appeared. In the end, only the heavenly emperors of the two empires were left. After looking at each other, the two of them also left. Since the heavenly emperors couldn't interfere, they would leave it to the spirit emperor realm. In this ancient demon realm, could there be cultivators at the spirit emperor realm who were more powerful than their two empires? If there were, it could only be people from their two empires. The two heavenly emperors left this place with such confidence. Not long after the light shield fell, a huge change happened in front of the 4 stone doors. The 2 stone lions that were originally stopped in front of the 4 stone doors suddenly moved. The two collided and stopped in front of the stone doors. The stone lions blocked the way, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. What's the meaning of this? I don't understand. It's fine if the stone doors don't open, but why are these stone lions blocking the way? That's right. How should we do this? How can we enter? Everyone looked at the stone lions blocking the way, puzzled. Suddenly, a figure moved from the southern stone door. That figure was shining with a dazzling golden light. Looking at the stone lions blocking the way, Monk Golden Light suddenly realized something. He suddenly stood up and walked toward the stone lions. When he was 2 steps away from the stone lions, he clenched his fists and his veins popped out. He placed his palms on the top of the stone lions and secretly exerted force. The golden light shone brightly. Then, everyone saw the 2 stone lions that collided with each other being pushed to the side by Monk Golden Light. Bang bang! The 2 stone lions returned to their original positions. Rumble! The tightly shut southern stone door finally opened. Monk Golden Light looked at the darkness in the depths of the cave and walked in expressionlessly. Everyone was stunned. What kind of natural divine strength was this? He actually pushed the 2 stone lions away. Some people who thought they were smart quickly reacted and wanted to go in with Monk Golden Light. However, just as he took a step, he suddenly felt that his entire body was locked by an abnormally terrifying aura. He couldn't move at all. When Monk Golden Light walked into the tomb, the stone door suddenly closed. When the stone lions blocked the way again, the terrifying aura suddenly disappeared. Those whose clothes were soaked in cold sweat patted their chests with lingering fear. At this time, cheers came from the other stone doors. Because there were also people who entered the tomb. However, they used the same method. In front of the eastern stone door, Yi Hao smacked his lips. Because someone had just walked in. That person's cultivation was at the 9th level of the spirit monarch realm. He forcefully pushed the stone lions away and walked in. Of course, there were also people who didn't succeed. They were directly thrown into the river by the stone lions. It seemed that if one wanted to enter the tomb, they wouldn't be able to do so without a certain level of strength. Chapter 1569. At the East Stone Gate, the crowd tried again, and many people went in. These people had different strengths. Some were 9th level Spirit Monarch, and some were 7th level Spirit Monarch. Duo Baosan cleared his throat and said with a smile, "Everyone, please make way. I'm going in." Okay. Many people at the East Stone Gate had received benefits from Duo Baosan. Therefore, when Duo Baosan gave the order, they immediately made way. Duo Baosan smiled and came to the stone lion. He put his hands on the stone lion and roared. The stone lion did not move. Some people could not help but laugh. Duo Baosan was the third in the heaven list. Could it be that they could not even enter the tomb? Then the heaven list was too weak. At this time, Duo Baosan was embarrassed and roared, "You mother f***, open for me, rumble." Duo Baosan mustered his cultivation and finally pushed the stone lion away before it fell into the river. The stone gate opened with a loud bang. Duo Baosan tidied his clothes and looked at the crowd with a smile. "Everyone, Duo Baosan, will go first. I'll wait for you inside. Please come." Of course. Everyone responded. Duo Baosan turned and was about to step through the stone gate when a voice sounded. "Prince Jewel, wait for me, I'm coming." Duo Baosan turned his head and saw Yi Sangao, a 5th level Spirit Monarch. He could not help but sneer and walked in. When Yi Hao lifted his foot, he felt a terrifying aura. Then, he could not move. When Duo Baosan's figure disappeared, he returned to normal. Looking at the closed stone gate and the stone lion blocking the way, Yi Hao took 2 deep breaths and walked forward. At this time, a strange voice sounded around. "Yo, I was wondering who it was. So you're just a bootlicker who only knows how to bootlick. I advise you not to try." That's right. A 5th order Spirit Monarch realm cultivator has the nerve to come out and embarrass himself. If I were you, I wouldn't have come. Yi Hao smiled indifferently in the face of everyone's mockery. He walked in front of the stone lions and looked at the 2 stone lions. He placed his hands on top of them and gently pushed. The 2 stone lions suddenly separated to the left and right, and the stone door slowly opened. Everyone was dumbfounded. How was this possible? The Duo Baosan, who was at the 8th order Spirit Emperor realm, had spent half a day to get in, and this kid was only at the 5th order Spirit Emperor realm. How could he open it so easily? Yi Hao walked to the stone door. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at the crowd. He smiled and said, "Everyone, Yi Sangao, will leave first. I will wait for you inside. Please don't be unable to enter." Ha ha ha. Everyone's faces were ashen. This was blatant mockery. A 5th level Spirit Monarch realm cultivator was not convinced. He strode forward, but unfortunately, before he could get close to the stone lion, he was bounced into the river. Reality proved that not everyone at the 5th order Spirit Monarch realm could enter. After entering the stone door, there was a divine path that could accommodate 2 people walking side by side. The walls of this divine path had little silver light that extended into the distance. Yi Hao stood on the divine path and could not see the end of it. His expression was calm as he slowly walked into the distance. Just after Yi Hao left, the ground he was standing on suddenly collapsed. Then, a piece of yellow floor tile flew out from the ground and filled the position that had just collapsed. Yi Hao walked along the divine path for an unknown amount of time. Finally, he saw a yellow light in front of him. Stepping into the light, a cold light suddenly flashed in front of him. Yi Hao, who reacted quickly, leaned back and slammed his palm on the ground. His whole body rushed forward and dodged the fatal blow that was aimed at his chest. Yi Hao, who was rushing forward, stood up after dodging the attack. Only then did he notice his surroundings. He was in a square-shaped cave with walls on 3 sides. In front of the 3 walls, there was a Pegasus carved from stone. In the Pegasus' mouth, there was a ball of warm yellow light. The light that Yi Hao saw just now came from them. Then, he looked at the black figure that had just launched the fatal blow. It was a middle-aged man with 2 swords. His strength was at the 7th order Spirit Monarch realm. He looked at the middle-aged man carefully and found that there was a very deep wound on his abdomen. It seemed that he had gone through a fierce battle. Why do you want to kill me? This is the rule. The middle-aged man held the two swords tightly and said indifferently. What rule? There is one on the wall behind you. Can't you see it for yourself? Hearing this, Yi Hao looked at it vigilantly. Then, he turned to look at the wall and found that there was indeed a line of words engraved on it. At the same time, the cold sword stabbed directly at his defenseless back. Go to hell. I only need to kill you, and I can leave this damned place. Yi Hao, who had his back facing the man, smiled quietly. He held a fiery red sword tightly in his hand and casually blocked behind him. The two swords stabbed the fiery red sword body of the Wu Dao sword. He suddenly turned around and stabbed forward with the sword. The middle-aged man frantically retreated. Unfortunately, there was someone faster than him. Just as he retreated, Yi Hao's Wu Dao sword had already pierced through his chest. Yi Hao stopped at the middle-aged man's mouth and murmured, "Kill 3, live 1. I'm not satisfied." The middle-aged man spat out blood. His voice was weak, but in the end, he fell down powerlessly. Yi Hao withdrew his sword and looked at the corpse on the ground. He said coldly, "I'm sorry. This is the rule. You asked for it." Then, Yi Hao's pupils shrank because he found that the middle-aged man's corpse was slowly dissipating. Then, he was the only one left. He came to the wall with the words engraved on it and murmured, "Kill 3, live 1? So that person has already killed 2 people. As long as he kills me, he can leave alive. But it was clearly the Duo Baosan who came in before me. And with the cultivation of the Duo Baosan, he shouldn't have been killed. But why didn't I see the Duo Baosan?" Just as Yi Hao was feeling suspicious, a series of light footsteps slowly approached. Yi Hao turned around and saw a figure at the door. Yi Hao looked at the unfamiliar figure with cold eyes and said, "You're not from the Eastern Rock Gate." Yi Hao had a good memory. He remembered all the faces of the people from the Eastern Rock Gate. But the person in front of him was very unfamiliar. He had never seen him before. "What are you talking about?" The man looked around and said, "I came in from the Southern Rock Gate. Where's my brother? My brother came in before me. Why don't I see him? Where did you hide him?" "I see." Yi Hao's lips moved slightly. He said, "Although you came in from the same gate, it doesn't mean that you will enter the same cave. And you have to kill each other after entering the cave. Only by killing 3 people can you enter the next level. Isn't this rule too cruel?" Chapter 1570. The swordsman was dressed in white and held an iron sword in his hand. He looked at Yi Hao, who was mumbling to himself, with dissatisfaction. "What are you mumbling about there by yourself? Where did you hide my big brother?" Yi Hao smiled indifferently and dodged to the side, saying, "Look at the words at the back." The swordsman took a closer look and found that the words "killed 3, 1 survived" were carved on the wall. He was shocked and pointed at Yi Hao, saying, "So, you killed my brother?" Yi Hao held his forehead and sighed, "It's useless to say more. Let's do it." "Well, you really killed my brother." The swordsman roared and rushed forward with his sword. His cultivation of the 7th level Spirit Emperor was fully revealed. Looking at the vigorous sword intent, Yi Hao smiled and said softly, "Just right, I haven't used Sword Immortal Descends since I learned it. I'll use you as a sacrifice." Sword Immortal Descends, the first move, Sword Immortal Condensation. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for using the first move of Sword Immortal Descends. The host is rewarded with a red spiritual herb. Immediately, a huge amount of spiritual power burst out from the red Wu Dao sword. The spiritual power slowly floated in the air and slowly formed the figure of an old man holding a sword. The moment the figure took shape, the charging swordsman suddenly stopped. But the swordsman didn't stop by himself. He was forced to stop because he found that the old man seemed to be staring at him and couldn't move. Yi Hao turned his right wrist and pushed gently. The Wu Dao sword shot out. At the same time, the figure that took shape slashed at the swordsman. Blood splattered everywhere and the swordsman died with his eyes open. Yi Hao waved his hand and the Wu Dao sword returned to his hand. He looked at it carefully and found that the Wu Dao sword was shining with red light. It seemed that killing 2 people in a row made the Wu Dao sword very excited. Looking at the ground again, as expected, the swordsman killed by Yi Hao had disappeared. Yi Hao slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. With his back to the wall, he adjusted his breathing and said softly, 2 people. We still need 1 more. He took out the crimson spiritual grass that the system had just rewarded him. After consuming it, a majestic spiritual energy ran rampant in his body. Then, this disobedient spiritual energy met with the star power in Yi Hao's body and immediately became much more obedient, allowing Yi Hao to use it. Yi Hao's cultivation had increased slightly, and he was not far from the 6th order spirit monarch realm. After an unknown period of time, the sound of light footsteps could be heard. A short middle-aged man with a mace in his hand strode in. That person casually looked around and then looked at Yi Hao, who was meditating in front of the wall. He asked, "Hey, kid, where is this place?" Yi Hao opened his eyes slightly and replied, "Are you talking to me? Nonsense, there's only the 2 of us here. Who else should I talk to if not you?" "That's not necessarily true." Yi Hao stood up and smiled. "Many people have died here." "Huh." The short man's hair stood on end. He looked at Yi Hao's cultivation and found that he was only at the 5th order spirit monarch realm. Then, he wantonly released his 6th order spirit monarch realm cultivation and laughed. "Yo, I didn't expect that a 5th order spirit monarch realm cultivator could." The short man was stunned because he saw the words on the wall. Then, he smiled and said, "If that's the case, killing 3 people is enough." "Yes, that's right." Yi Hao nodded slightly. "If that's the case, I'll take your head. Come and get it." Yi Hao opened his arms and smiled. "Me." The short man snorted coldly. He raised his mace and charged forward with all his might. But then, a figure moved even faster than him. It was a black figure. The black figure instantly appeared behind him. Before he could react, the black figure pressed the back of his head and pushed forward. Bang! He slammed the short man heavily into the wall with the words engraved on it. The short man's head was bleeding, and the mace in his hand fell to the ground. Yi Hao sneered and said, "I really don't know what you're doing here with your 6th order spirit monarch realm cultivation. Are you here to give your head away? If that's the case, then I'll gladly accept it. Aren't you still?" The red sword light flashed and the corpse disappeared. Yi Hao put away his Wu Dao sword and stood in the middle of the cave calmly. Now that he had killed 3 people, he should be able to leave here. Sure enough, not long after the corpse disappeared, the wall with words suddenly moved up, and the Pegasus carved out of stone quietly moved to the side to make way for Yi Hao. Yi Hao looked at the dark cave entrance and chuckled. "I've come all the way here, why would I go back? I'm going to take the second half of the Stellar Moon transformation technique." Tianyuan Empire, Imperial Garden. Old Gu was sitting in the pavilion, leaning on a rattan chair and drinking herbal tea leisurely. A hurried figure came to him. Old Gu looked at the familiar figure and smiled. "Yu Shu, you're here?" "Yes, Old Gu." Yu Shu stood beside Old Gu and said respectfully, "Old Gu, I have something to tell you." "Oh, what is it? Tell me." Yu Shu's face was a little ugly. "It's a piece of bad news. Kang-Er and White God's Imperial Medicine Pavilion's branches have recently been built in various cities, and they're openly poaching our people." Old Gu's figure froze, and he put down the herbal tea in his hand and said, "Tell me in detail." Yu Shu nodded and said, "In the beginning, we suffered a heavy blow in the Kang-Er Empire and White God Empire. The Emperor Medicine Pavilion offered even more generous terms compared to our pill sect to recruit those alchemists. Not only that, they even spread a rumor saying that our pill sect has the ambition of a wolf. On the surface, we are trying to form alliances with allied countries, but in reality, when the time is ripe, we will make those allied countries become vassal countries and even make them pay even more tribute. Because of these rumors, many small empires have stopped cooperating with us. Because of this, the sect master has already started an emergency plan. Not only did he come out to clarify the matter, He also offered the same generous conditions to retain those alchemists. It's useless. Old Gu slapped the stone table and said, "These two empires are deliberately making us do this. In terms of foundation, we can't be compared to them. Doing this will only empty our foundation. There's no practical meaning. Sect Master also knows this, but he can't do anything. These two empires are clearly targeting us. They want to break our foundation." Yushu defended the Sect Master. Old Gu stood up and paced around the Imperial Garden, thinking carefully. "Old Gu, what should we do now?" Yushu said with sorrow. "Now that the Pill Sect Empire is in danger, I have to make a trip back." "I'll go back with you." "No." Old Gu stopped him and said, "The current Pill Sect is not as safe as Qian Yuan. You Sheng and the rest stay here. I'll bring Jiu Mo with me." "Nothing will happen." Yushu sighed and nodded helplessly. "Yes, yes." Chapter 1571. Star Moon Graveyard. Yi Hao crossed the dark cave entrance and walked along the dark corridor for an unknown amount of time. Suddenly, he saw an open space in front of him, and he smelled the fragrance of flowers. Yi Hao looked around and found that it was a herb garden. Just as he took 2 steps, boom, he turned around and saw that behind him was a mountain wall. He patted it hard, but the mountain wall was very smooth and solid. There was no way to tell that there was a hidden cave behind the mountain wall. He was a little puzzled. Why did the cave disappear when he just walked out? Just as Yi Hao was puzzled, he suddenly saw a small blade of grass under the mountain wall from the corner of his eye. His gaze was immediately attracted. That was not an ordinary blade of grass. The blade of grass was covered in thorns and emitted a faint blue light. It was an herb that was rich in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. "Oh my God, this is a level 4 spiritual herb, the bamboo leaf grass. I didn't expect to see it here." Yi Hao squatted down and pulled out the herb and put it in his arms. "This is nothing. Look in the distance." Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. He turned around and saw an old acquaintance. Yi Hao stood up and greeted respectfully, "Prince Jewel." Millimeter Duo Baosan, who had also passed through the dark corridor, walked over and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that a 5th-order spirit monarch could come here. It seems like Brother Yi has extraordinary abilities." Yi Hao shook his head slightly and smiled. "Prince Jewel, you must be joking. I was just lucky." No. Duo Baosan's eyes lit up and said playfully, "This place is not simple. I don't believe that you were lucky." Yi Hao smiled and did not say anything. Duo Baosan chuckled and did not mind. He pointed to the distance and said, "Look at those things in the distance and you will know that the bamboo leaf grass you just put away is nothing." Yi Hao looked in the direction of Duo Baosan, and his eyes instantly lit up. Because not far away, there were several strong lights. Taking a closer look, only rank 5 spirit grasses could emit such strong lights. Rank 5 spirit grasses were rare in the ancient demon domain. Who would have thought that in this tomb, a small herb garden, there would be so many of them? Duo Baosan waved his hand and chuckled, "Don't look, you won't be able to get those rank 5 spiritual herbs." Duo Baosan chuckled and waved his hand. "Come with me." Therefore, Yi Hao followed the young man in front of him and asked with a smile, "Prince Jewel, you just said that I can't get those level 5 spiritual herbs. Why is that?" "Let me put it this way. At present, this herb garden seems to be an independent space. There are no other exits. Everyone who comes here can't get out. The first person to arrive here is the white-clothed swordsman, who is the first on the heaven list. He circled a place in the west. All the spiritual herbs there belong to him. No one dares to snatch them. After him, Monk Golden Light also arrived. He also circled a place, but it was in the south. It doesn't matter if the two of them circled a place, but what's worse is that the two of them have occupied half of the entire herb gardens area. Those rank 5 spirit grasses you just saw are all within Monk Golden Light's sphere of influence, so you won't be able to get them." "Prince Jewel, when did you arrive?" Yi Hao asked with a smile. "Me. Duo Baosan put his hands behind his back and said in high spirits, I was the third to arrive here. Then you must have occupied a quarter of the area, right? After all, you have so many followers behind you. At this point, Duo Baosan's eyes dimmed, and he said, after I arrived here, I gathered a group of followers, but they only occupied a third of the remaining half of the area. There are two other forces occupying a third each. The two of them didn't walk for long before they arrived at a pavilion. On the table in the pavilion, there were many spiritual herbs shining brightly. These spiritual herbs could help people improve their cultivation. There were level 3, level 4, and level 5 spiritual herbs, but most of them were level 3. 4 ninth level spirit monarch cultivators stood around the pavilion, as if they were guarding these spiritual herbs. When the four of them saw Duo Baosan walking over, they hurriedly cupped their hands and said, Prince Jewel, no need to be so polite. Duo Baosan gestured for the four of them to do their own things and brought Yi Hao to the pavilion. Duo Baosan sat peacefully on the stone bench and looked at the dazzling array of spiritual herbs on the table, his heart blooming with joy. Suddenly, he raised his head to look at Yi Hao, who was standing at the side, and asked, Right, where was I? Yi Hao pretended to be respectful and said, You just said that there were two forces occupying the remaining territory. May I know which two forces you are talking about? Yes, that's where I stopped. Duo Baosan pointed behind him and said, Not far away, there is a force led by Kang and the people from the White God Empire. They recruited as many people as I did, and their strength is similar to ours, so I gave that place to them. Then, Duo Baosan pointed in front of him and said, There's another force over there. Although the cultivation of the people there isn't high, they have the most people out of the 5 forces. They're not to be trifled with, so I gave the remaining 1/3 to them. After all, that place is more useful than keeping it. Yes, that's true. Yi Hao nodded and said, If we don't give it away, that group of people will attack us. In the end, Kang and the people from the White God Empire will benefit from it. That will not be worth it. That's right, that's the reason. Duo Baosan stretched out his hand and looked at him with a smile. Yi Hao was a little confused and asked, Prince Jewel, what is this? Hand over the level 4 spiritual herbs in your hand. This place is now my territory. Everyone who appears must submit to me. All the spiritual herbs that appear, no matter their level, must belong to me. Do you understand? Yi Hao laughed and took out the spiritual herbs in his hand and reluctantly put them on the table. He said with a smile, I understand, I understand. Since I have received benefits from you, I will naturally serve you and search for opportunities. Yes, you are quite sensible. Young master, are there only a few people here? Yi Hao looked around for a long time and found that no one was approaching. He could not help but ask suspiciously. Of course not. Duo Baosan grabbed a level 3 spiritual herb on the table and threw it into his mouth. He chewed and said, The others have been sent out to search for spiritual herbs. I left these 4 people here to guard the spiritual herbs. I see. Yi Hao's mouth twitched when he saw Duo Baosan wasting natural resources. How could spiritual herbs be used in such a way? They were wasting the medicinal power of the spiritual herbs. Duo Baosan did not care. After all, there were many other spiritual herbs on the table. He did not care about a mere level 3 spiritual herb. Chapter 1572. When the tomb of the Star Moon Great Emperor appeared, everyone came to different caves through 4 stone doors. After killing the 3 people in the cave, they would come to the medicine garden that originally belonged to the Star Moon Great Emperor. At this moment, the medicine garden was divided into 5 forces. Each of the 5 forces occupied a piece of the medicine garden and were looking for spiritual herbs in the medicine garden to break through their realm. Because there was no exit, the people trapped in the medicine garden only had 2 things to do. One was to look for herbs, and the other was to kill people. Where there were people, there was bound to be friction, and when there was friction, there was no lack of killing. This was an eternal truth. Yi Hao, who walked out of the pavilion, sighed softly and said to himself, it was not easy to find a 4th-level spiritual herb, but it was exploited by that bastard Duo Baosan. What a bastard! Yi Hao still clearly remembered Duo Baosan's proud smile when he walked out of the pavilion. No matter how hard Yi Hao and others searched for spiritual herbs, in the end, those spiritual herbs would belong to Duo Baosan. Not to mention that everyone had received his kindness, the 4 cultivators of the spirit monarch realm around him were not just for show. In the jurisdiction of Duo Baosan, there was no lack of people who pretended to be smart. After those people found the spiritual herbs, they only handed over a part of it. In the end, Duo Baosan used some treasure to detect that they had other spiritual herbs, so those people were directly killed by Duo Baosan. There were also some people who wanted to eat the spiritual herbs quickly after finding them. For some reason, Duo Baosan knew their whereabouts and led people to kill them. As a result, no one dared to play these tricks anymore, and began to look for herbs for Duo Baosan obediently. Yi Hao walked aimlessly in the medicine garden, thinking carefully, know his whereabouts. It should be because there is something wrong with the magic weapons he rewarded. As for whether it is true or not, we will know after trying. Yi Hao walked for a while, and suddenly saw 2 people fighting over a 5th-level spiritual herb in front of him. Yi Hao walked closer and roughly heard the conversation between the 2 of them. He also knew the whole story. Of the 2, the taller one was also a member of the Triad of Many Treasures, while the shorter one was a member of the larger battalion. The stalk of spirit grass that the 2 of them found happened to be on the border of the 2 forces. The shorter one discovered it first and was about to pick it up when the taller one rushed out and stopped him from picking it up. Thus, a conflict broke out between the 2 of them. The shorter one was called Yu Luo. He stared at the spirit grass on the ground and said angrily, "I found this spirit grass first. First come, first served, do you understand?" The taller man was called Ming Jiao. He stared greedily at the glowing red spiritual grass and said with a smile, "Who said that it must be yours just because you found it first? Moreover, this spiritual grass is located at the border. How can you be sure that it's yours?" "I don't care. I was the one who found it first, so it's mine." "Bullshit." Ming Jiao sneered and said, "All the spirit grass in this herb garden belongs to Prince Jewel. You can't take it away. What if I must take it?" Yu Luo's sleeves fluttered as he slowly released his 7th order spirit monarch cultivation. "Mph, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Ming Jiao snorted and a similar aura rose to the sky. "Catcher." The sound of a withered branch being stepped on suddenly sounded. The 2 of them looked around and said in unison, "Who is it?" Yi Hao smiled awkwardly and slowly revealed himself. The 2 of them sighed in relief when they saw Yi Hao. It turned out that he was a 5th order spirit monarch cultivator. Fortunately, he was not an 8th order or 9th order spirit monarch. Otherwise, they would have nothing to do with this stalk of spirit grass. "Oh, it's you." Ming Jiao also entered through the east stone gate, so naturally, he had seen Yi Hao before. Seeing him now, he couldn't help but mock and ridicule. "I say, you're just a 5th order spirit monarch. It's fine that you came here by luck, but how can you be so undignified? You actually dare to wander around. Do you know that anyone here can kill you without a burial place?" Yi Hao smiled and pointed at the spirit grass, saying, "Don't we all want to help Prince Jewel? We're in the same boat, so we should unite against the outside world." Ming Jiao sneered, "Forget it. You just stand there. Don't drag me down." After saying that, Ming Jiao focused all his attention on his opponent and exposed his back without reservation. "Okay." Yi Hao responded cheerfully and then slowly walked forward. Yu Luo saw that the opponent had another helper. Although his cultivation level wasn't high, he was still at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Therefore, he was a little embarrassed and his will to fight to the death was not as strong as before. Ming Jiao didn't give his opponent too much time to think. He raised the level 5 mid-grade sledgehammer given by the Duo Baosan and was about to attack. Suddenly, Yu Luo was stunned. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. He saw that Ming Jiao, who was about to rush forward, was suddenly pierced through by a crimson-red long sword. His entire body instantly lost its vitality. The long sword was pulled back, and the sledgehammer in Ming Jiao's hand rolled to the ground. His entire body fell limply to the ground, revealing Yi Hao behind him with a sneer on his face. Yi Hao looked at the corpse on the ground and sneered, "You said that you don't need my help." Yu Luo was a little frightened because he didn't see how Yi Hao came behind Ming Jiao. Since this person could pierce through Ming Jiao's body with a sword, it meant that this person's strength was definitely not low. At least, it was higher than what he saw with his eyes. "You, who are you?" Yu Luo unconsciously took 2 steps back. Yi Hao didn't answer. He took out 3 spiritual herbs from Ming Jiao's corpse and put 2 of them into his arms. He took out one of them and threw it to Yu Luo. Yu Luo looked at the level 4 spiritual herb that was shining with a blue light in his hand. He didn't understand what Yi Hao meant. Then, Yi Hao's heart moved. He took out a level 5 mid-grade axe and a level 5 high-grade golden chainmail. He said to Yu Luo, "Take it. If you don't want to die, do as I say." Yu Luo swallowed his saliva and looked at Yi Hao's calm eyes. He was a little scared. In the end, he did as Yi Hao said. He put on the golden chainmail, took the axe, and put away the level 4 spiritual herb. At this moment, the corpse lying at Yi Hao's feet suddenly disappeared. Yi Hao looked at this scene and the corner of his eyes twitched. It was like this again. Why would someone disappear after death? What secrets did this tomb hold? In the pavilion, Duo Baosan, who was chewing on the spiritual herbs with a smile on his face, suddenly changed his expression. He looked into the distance and muttered, "Damn it! How dare you kill my people?" After saying this, he turned into a stream of light and rushed into the distance. The 4 people around the pavilion were still standing in the same place. They looked at the spiritual herbs and didn't have any improper thoughts. Duo Baosan, who turned into a stream of light, quickly arrived at the place where he sensed the spiritual herbs. He glanced at it casually and found Yi Sangao sitting on the ground with his hair disheveled. He was holding his shoulder and looked very miserable. Chapter 1573. And beside Yi Hao was a big hammer. It was the magical weapon he had bestowed upon Ming Jiao. He glanced at Yi Hao, who was panting heavily, then turned his head to look into the distance. Without waiting for Yi Hao to speak, he immediately rushed into the distance. Just after Duo Baosan left, Yi Hao's blood-stained lips suddenly curved into an imperceptible smile. Not long after, Duo Baosan returned with a bloody head. He stood in front of Yi Hao and asked coldly, "What happened?" Yi Hao hurriedly got up and replied, "Originally, our people found a 5th-grade spiritual herb and were about to pick it when someone appeared and wanted to snatch it. At that time, I happened to pass by and saw the 2 of them fighting. Through their conversation, I determined that one of them was one of our people and went over to help. Who knew that that person was so sinister? Not only did he plot against our people and kill them, but he also seriously injured me. Even my treasure was snatched away. What about the person who died?" Duo Baosan's expression was cold. Yi Hao replied without hesitation, "I don't know why, but that person's body disappeared. And this is not the first time. At that time, something similar happened in the cave where 3 people were killed and 1 survived. I don't know the reason." At this time, the head in Duo Baosan's hand suddenly disappeared. Immediately, Duo Baosan's cold expression returned to normal. He looked at Yi Hao with a smile and said, "Be careful next time. This time, if I didn't get the news, I'm afraid you'd be dead." Yes, thank you, Prince Jewel." Then, Duo Baosan threw the blood-stained golden chainmail and the sharp axe at Yi Hao's feet. Yi Hao hurriedly picked them up and put them on. Duo Baosan nodded in satisfaction and took out a 4th-grade spiritual herb. He handed it to Yi Hao, "Brother Yi, this is a 4th-grade spiritual herb. Take it and find a secluded place to heal your injuries first. Then go look for the herb." "Yes." Yi Hao hurriedly took the spiritual herb and handed 2 spiritual herbs to Duo Baosan. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Prince Jewel. I have 2 spiritual herbs that I picked not long ago. Please accept them." Duo Baosan accepted the spirit grass with a smile and took a deep look at the young man who was so respectful to him. Then, He stepped forward and left the place. After the duo Baosan left, Yi Hao's bent back suddenly straightened. He looked at the level 4 spirit herb in his hand and sneered, "You duo Baosan, you obviously seized a level 5 spirit herb, but you want to use a level 4 spirit herb to send me off. What a good plan." Then he turned his gaze to the axe and murmured, "Is it these two things that exposed my position? But now that we know where the problem lies, the rest will be easy to solve." In the south of the herb garden, there was a monk with golden light all over his body sitting cross-legged on the grass. Around him were dozens of spiritual herbs that were flickering with different lights. These spiritual herbs were all level 5. Of course, there were many level 4 spiritual herbs in the herb garden that he occupied. However, those spiritual herbs were too low level for him to take a fancy to. For someone who was already standing at the peak of the spirit monarch realm, only high-level spiritual herbs could arouse his interest. In fact, with his current situation, he could have broken through to the spirit monarch realm long ago. It was only because of two reasons that he had been deliberately suppressing it. One reason was that everyone knew that heavenly emperors were not allowed to enter tombs. As for the other reason, it was somewhat of a competition. He looked at the spirit grass in front of him with an expressionless face. He raised his hands and dozens of spirit grass quietly floated above his head. Suddenly, a surge of spirit energy gushed out from the spirit grass and hit the top of his head. With the influx of spiritual energy, the golden light around Monk Jin Guang's body became brighter and brighter. Just as Monk Jin Guang began to refine these level 5 spiritual herbs, a group of uninvited guests came to his territory. This group of uninvited guests was led by a thin and weak 9th-level spirit monarch realm cultivator with sunken eyes. Behind him, there were many cultivators. These people had different identities. There were beggars with crutches, wanderers with swords, and rich people wearing brocade clothes. Their cultivation was also different. There were 7th-level spirit monarch realm, 8th-level spirit monarch realm, and a few 9th-level spirit monarch realm. Led by the cultivator with sunken eyes, the crowd quickly approached Monk Jin Guang's seclusion place. They looked at the colorful level 5 spiritual herbs above Monk Jin Guang's head with different expressions. Some were greedy, some were envious, and some were afraid. The leader called himself Cultivator Long Yang. His cultivation was unfathomable. He regarded himself as the leader. He looked at Monk Jin Guang and said coldly, "Monk, you are so unkind. You actually occupied a quarter of the herb garden. I have always disliked people who rely on their cultivation to do whatever they want. Therefore, I led everyone here today to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Unfortunately, Monk Jin Guang did not respond. He was still absorbing the spiritual energy. "Page, he is so arrogant. Go, teach him a lesson." After Cultivator Long Yang spoke, everyone was timid. They stood in the same place and hesitated. After all, they knew a little about this monk's fierce reputation. Cultivator Long Yang was angry and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Go quickly. As long as you defeat this monk, you can pick the spiritual herbs in this herb garden. I will not rob you." Some people were tempted and began to slowly approach Monk Jin Guang. At this time, a voice came from the crowd. Monk Jin Guang is currently absorbing spiritual energy and is in seclusion. He can't attack you. If you hesitate and wait for him to finish absorbing all the spiritual herbs, we will not be his opponent. Everyone heard this and looked at the source of the voice. They found that it was a little beggar with crutches who spoke like an old man. Therefore, everyone instantly made up their minds and rushed toward Monk Jin Guang. The reason why everyone made up their minds was not because of the temptation of the spiritual herbs, but because they believed in the little beggar's words. Although the little beggar was not eye-catching, he was the strongest person in their group. When they had just formed their force, the third brother of the Heaven List had led people to kill them. Cultivator Long Yang thought that he was strong and lost to the third brother of the Heaven List after 100 rounds. Just when everyone was in despair, the little beggar stepped forward and defeated the third brother of the Heaven List with one move. Although this person did not leave his name on the Heaven List, everyone respected him very much. Cultivator Long Yang, who had always called himself the leader, was also the same when facing this little beggar who was much younger than him. At this time, the same thing was happening in the west of the herb garden. A white figure sat in the center of the herb garden with a long sword as white as snow on his lap. Around him floated 20 spiritual herbs, all of which were level 5 spiritual herbs. At this moment, the white-clothed swordsman was obviously in seclusion and had reached the most critical moment. Suddenly, many people appeared around him. These people all stared at the spiritual herbs around the white-clothed swordsman with evil intentions. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.